All right. Okay. Hello. Welcome. Great. Yeah. So, welcome to Communities Today. This is another chain conversation, and this time we're looking at the state of communities, specifically in tech and online circles. Community has become kind of somewhat of a buzzword, especially in tech. Kind of means different things to other people. It could be a shared interest or a shared lot of characteristics, but it's also becoming quite prevalent in business language, and that's often kind of used as a synonym for audience. And perhaps we're seeing some companies use it cynically as a kind of opportunity to see their own ideas without giving too much in return. So today we've got 12 people involved in communities in one way or another to kind of share their own experiences and to give their own take on what makes a good community tick. So, just give a quick insight into organizing this. The community is such a kind of broad topic, and it's one that like Tim and I had really strong feelings about in some ways. And it was difficult not to want to kind of control the curation of the lineup. But it's been designed in such a way that the initial invitees have had the opportunity to invite someone else, so that the event can kind of go beyond kind of what Tim and I have imagined. So I'm really looking forward to seeing where the conversations go, and hopefully that will lend itself to being an interesting event. So yeah, I'll just hand over to Tim to talk about the format quickly.
Great. Cheers, Theo. So yeah, as Theo mentioned, we've got 12 different conversations today. They're going to be about 30 minutes long each. So that means that in total, we're going to be with you for 6 hours in total. The conversation is going to be taking place separately on Zoom, but hopefully you'll be watching this now on YouTube. The whole point is that we wanted it to be a bit more of an intimate conversation between two people, not lots of stuff in the background, but please feel free to comment on YouTube or to get involved on Twitter with the conversations. We call it a chain conversation because in those 6 hours, we're going to have 12 different speakers. Every 30 minutes, a new speaker will pop in and an old speaker will pop out. It's a really open format. We haven't given any guidance on what the conversations how they might go, and we're really excited to see how it turns out. We also have a live Miro board. This is new for this chain conversation, and we're going to invite speakers and listeners to come in and join the conversations on there somehow and see how it goes. And that's the basic format, really. I'm going to pass back to Theo, who can see us into it.
Yeah, that's about it. If you want to tweet, you can tweet using the hashtag chain conversation. And yeah, enjoy.
Boom. Hello, Ronan.
Hey, Carlos.
This is a novel experience.
Indeed, yeah. How do you feel to kick off the chain? Your first words will send out a ripple effect that will inform the next 6 hours. You have to choose them carefully.
Christ, that's not a lot of pressure. Well, like you said earlier, maybe it'd be worth just introducing ourselves so that anyone who is stumbling across this conversation actually understands what our context is and why we're here.
Yeah.
I'll kick off. So, I'm an accidental community builder. I think is one way I could talk about what I do. I run a community called the Happy Startup School, and the purpose really of our work, I've run it with my sort of longtime friend, co-founder Lawrence McCahill. We were fed up with business as usual, business in terms of just looking to make profit or create, focusing purely on status and market domination, and thinking about how can business be about happiness, really. And that's been a journey of understanding, how does business and happiness go together? But more importantly, what does happiness actually mean? And through that journey, it's actually turned into what started off thinking about how do we teach strategies for building business and also thinking about happiness at the same time, to how do we just work together? And it's been a case of just a community has emerged from that, of just discovering people who are looking to looking for the antidote to business as usual. So that's kind of very short background to why I do what I do. So I'd love to know more about you, Ronan, because I've been, checking you out, and there's a lot of deep, interesting stuff that you've been involved in.
Oh, thanks, Carlos. Well, it's really, yeah, I really appreciated hearing about the Happy Startup, which has been on my radar. And also, I'm always interested in what something like that is founded as and what it becomes, as it discovers who it is. And there's a lot of similarities. So it's really interesting. I never see myself as a community builder. It's not a kind of a term that I associate with my work, and yet most of my work is a relational and networked approach to systems change and how we can bring different people together. So I suppose the main hat I'm wearing today is as a founder of Alter Ego, and that's a European network of leaders in politics and activism and really various places where we think there's a leverage point for change. And the name kind of gives away the inquiry, which is about how do we alter the ego of society in order to change it? And it's really about the psychological and cultural dimension of change. So much of our work in bringing about systems change focuses on the policy level or the structural level, when actually it's, my favorite quote from Rumi, maybe you're searching amongst the branches for what only appears in the roots. And it's actually, how do we get to the roots of change in society? And that too has evolved and found its feet. And it's really looking at developmental culture. How do we initiate and grow developmental culture in organizations and in communities? And looking at that as the hard problem of overcoming quite deep conditioning, unacknowledged wounds and traumas from childhood. And so what was most curious for me was this vision of putting happiness at the kind of the center of business life and startup life. And I wondered how much conditioning around success, achievement needs to be reckoned with when you try to do that. I'd be curious what your experience is when you're working with business leaders on that.
Well, that's a good one. Just reflecting what you said, I think what sprang up for me, at heart, I think I'm a systems thinker. I like to think about systems, but I'm intimidated by the idea of systems change. It's like it feels such a huge thing, and I get personally lost in it. And so, when you talk about conditioning, I think that's such a big part of it for me. It's like how much I perceive I'm able to do something, and how much I perceive my own role in something, and how much I perceive what success means to me. How much of that is mine, and how much that is inherited. And then even in that journey, that's a bit of a messy journey for me. Then there's the messy work of then systems changes, like all of us dealing with this. How do we deal with that as a group and have a common language? So my belief at the moment is the roots are everything. It is about that. It is about starting from the inside out. What is it? Because what am I bringing to this journey myself? What are the wounds and the hurt that are driving the change I want to see? And is that just mine, or is that beneficial to everyone? And what does that mean? So this is start to get lost in that a bit. And then even the idea of happiness, personal happiness, is like, I'm coming around to the idea, like, ultimately it is just peace. It's like, how could I live in peace despite the chaos around me? And if I could live in peace all my life, how does that then contrast with other people not living in peace and my role in helping them? And how much of that is my responsibility, or how much of that do I want to take on that responsibility? And if I do that, how do I not drown in that challenge? So that's my reflection on what you just asked.
Yeah, I really like that discovery is happiness is peace with the inevitable chaos of life. I think that's there seems to be a kind of an evolving maturity out of this kind of superficial chasing of happiness to, yeah, searching for some degree of equanimity with the inevitable ups and downs, the carnage of life. I was the thing that sparked for me when you spoke was your own personal inquiry into the degree to which your personal life experience and your wounds have shown up in the work that you do. And I get that that's a sensitive thing to talk about openly, but I wondered if there was anything on that you would be willing to share to give people watching more of a context of the way that shows up in the change you want to bring about.
Mm. So this for me ties to this idea of meaning making, to making a sense of why I'm here, why am I here, and what led me here. And so the story that I'm telling myself at the moment, the way I look at it, is I'm half Italian, half Filipino, and I grew up in the UK, and so I never felt a strong sense of place as a home. So there's a feeling of slight, like a balloon buffeted in the wind, in a sense. It's not really tethered anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And then another aspect is like I would, when I was a child here in the UK, going to school, I was very conscious that I looked different.
Mm.
And I was also treated differently in terms of the names that I'd be called. Call it racism, call it a bit of ignorance. But essentially, there's a sense of feeling apart, and also maybe feeling slightly ashamed, to the level I used to push my nose together.
Wow.
Because I wanted to have a straighter nose, because I thought that was a better thing to look like.
Wow.
And then when I'd go to Italy, where my family is as well, I was very different. At that time, this is like late 70s, early 80s, I'd be in a village in the middle of Sardinia. I would be the only ethnic in the village. Wow. Truly. I would walk down the street and everyone would look at me. And so I got this real strong sense of, or this feeling that anytime I saw someone who was alone or felt like they were a part of different from a group, I felt a real strong need to be with them and to kind of like show that they're not on their own. And I would gravitate a lot of time to the nerds and the misfits at school and the geeks. I had this real feeling like, oh yeah, I want to be part of them. But at the same time, I also wanted to be part of the cool kids. And I wanted to feel like, and so there's a real thing of like, I didn't want to be alone. And that for me, I think, was at the heart of this idea of like actually being part of community, or doing something around bringing people together and feeling like you're at home seems to be a strong part of what drives me with this work.
That's really amazing. And thank you for that vulnerability and honesty. I really appreciated that. And it makes a lot of sense for your own narrative, that having had that experience of being an outsider, at least that's how I read it, that you would want to create a home for fellow outsiders, people who don't want to just go with the grain of doing a conventional startup. The thing that brings up for me, because obviously we're here to talk about broadly the topic of communities, is what is the role of the founder, and in particular when the founder hasn't integrated some of the psychological material, particularly their wounds and their shadows, and how that can create a lot of difficulties for the community. So for example, that where does that need, the personal need for home or the fear of loneliness in a founder, actually start to get in the way of the community they're trying to build? In particular, I've had experiences of joining communities where it was clear to me that almost the implicit purpose of the community was to meet the founder's need for friendship and for, to kind of avoid fears of loneliness. And that created a certain sense of control and holding on that didn't give the community the organic space to grow and to emerge. And, in terms of my version of that in the networks that I build, I have a real, that I'm working on and failing to work on, is that need to be seen, that need to be special, and wanting to be in the limelight, and seeing how it gets in the way of many people stepping forward and taking ownership of the projects that I run or the networks that I'm a part of, and ultimately having to kind of parent myself and to soothe that part of me that, you know, chose attention seeking as an adaptive strategy to you know, deal with, you know, a lack of warmth and affection in my early years. You know, not that there was a complete absence, but, you know, I'd say children never get enough raw essence and presence, you know, that nectar. And so, yeah, that's kind of a, you know, for anyone watching, that's a question that I would like to kind of put into the space. And even for the further conversations, I would love to hear every leader talk about the how, you know, how adaptive coping strategies from childhood follow them into the leadership today, and how do they relate to them? How do they try and overcome them?
I like that question or that line of thinking, because my belief is that it's core to everything that might go wrong with the business.
Yeah.
I've taken on this idea of entrepreneurship as a spiritual path, and I think on one hand, as a well-meaning founder, you could spend a lifetime getting to this place where you could really work well and not get in your own way. I'm taking to my path. I feel is like I took lots of messy steps forward, and essentially got lost in the wilderness as a process of actually understanding what it is that I want to do. And it's interesting there around what that does for the growth and the impact of an organization. And I can only speak from my own experience. I think because we led with our own needs, and like you said, it was really, one of the stories we tell is we would go to business conferences and it would be a case of people just talking to you superficially about success of the business and maybe looking over your shoulder every 2 minutes, looking to see if there's someone more interesting to talk to. So there's real lack of authentic, deep connection. And that's what we wanted for ourselves in business. And we created that space as much for ourselves with the events and the community. And then what that turned into is like other people were looking for that as well. On that path, then there is, at some level, I think that's really important because particularly with the events, the in-person events, Lawrence is the lead on that. And there's an aesthetic, there's a structure, there's an experience that is designed that was very much born from his own, I believe, his own needs and his own perceptions of what an event like that needs to be. So, which I think is very beneficial. But then how that grows and how that evolves and how you don't essentially, from my perspective, as a community leader or someone who runs these kind of events, which is very much around people coming together, being vulnerable and sharing their gifts, how you don't hold on to that so tightly that it stops. I think what you're talking to is it evolving based on everyone's gifts rather than the person at the top telling everyone what to do. And the way I see it playing out with our events is that particularly the way Lawrence works is that he wanted to bring people together to give them a platform. He enjoyed the planning of the events and the bringing people together, but he didn't want to stand up on stage. It wasn't that wasn't his need. And that for me was my need, a bit similar to you maybe, Ronan. It's like this idea, I wanted to be seen. And also I felt this need to actually give some container. But then also there was an appreciation that we were bringing people who are far more wise and interesting and actually taught us a lot of stuff that we've learned along the way. So that's my own perspective on that. I totally appreciate how we have to manage those. That's what unconscious backseat drivers of our lives.
Yeah. So I feel like the biggest back seat driver of them all is the story of struggle. This is something that, so for context, along with gatherings that I organize, we have these online crews, six leaders that meet usually for an hour every 2 weeks. It's based on a framework called microsolidarity that I think Rich Bartlett. I think he created. So Rich and I do Alter Ego together, and what we're finding is that there's such an ingrained story of struggle in all of us around changing the world and how hard that is to be, and even change in our own lives and how much we need to work on it. And we have a kind of an expression that we work with, which is what if it were easy? Just to kind of continually ask yourself that question: what if it were easy? And to come into a higher state of ease and flow and grace, and then kind of to watch as serendipity happens and things move. And I really feel like this is the missing martial art of social change work, stroke any work. It can apply to parenting or to any dimension of life. But I'm curious, what relationship you might have between that shift from struggle to ease, and are there any practices or are there anything that you do to kind of move that center of gravity from one to the other?
It's interesting that. So yeah, I have the way I interpret struggle is I'm very much a very disciplined person, and I think of my martial arts. Getting to a class is such a struggle. It's like, I really want to go there. It's like it's an evening or during the day, and it really messes up with I just want to chill maybe. And I remember this particularly when I was training earlier, and then I'd go and it'd be amazing, and I'd really enjoy it. But there was an element of having my default would be, I'm not sure, but then there's something in me around, again, this is maybe an inherited trait, and I can imagine, and I can. There's a story around this again from parents, but around discipline. Discipline is required to do things, but also I think a sense of lack or not enough, and so I need to do this. There's an element of I have to struggle in order to be worthy of something, and so that is my journey personally, is actually how can again, another element is being goal oriented. All right, how do I achieve a goal? How do I get there? I've been very good at achieving goals. Give me a task, I will work towards it. How do I shift that to something that, like you said, what if this were easy? And for me is this idea of play and purposelessness. How do I introduce this idea of actually I'm just going to be because we have no idea where it's going to go, or even like for me doing things that have no intrinsic purpose, but it is actually it is pure enjoyment of whatever it is.
And what do you like to do that is intrinsically purposeless?
I think the closest thing I have to that is doodling and sketching. But even then, there might be a purpose because I'm trying to think about something. But I can remember for a while, I used to get big sheets of paper, particularly if there's large groups of people and I just couldn't engage with people. I would just doodle and just see where that went. And that for me was, and I don't do that enough these days. That for me was purely purpose. It wasn't going to go anywhere. I didn't have an idea where it was going to go. It was purely of just exploring what came up and then what's next. And I think there's something there of that's enough, and feeling that's enough.
So we've got a precious, I think, 6 minutes on my watch left, and I'm just curious, about the more controversial things that you might think, or things that opinions you might have that maybe go against the grain or a bit taboo, or I just would love to, for both of us, just to surface them. It's very easy for this to be a nice kind of quite gentle game of table tennis where we're sharing ideas that many people share. And I'm just wondering, is there anything on the more controversial end that you think or are feeling that that you would feel comfortable in surfacing?
I'm not sure how controversial it is, but I think there's something very important about being clear or investigating your own needs. What is it that emotional needs, and what is it that drives me to do certain things? Why do I take an action? And if I take that action, what need is being met by that? And this is a sense of moving with that flow. But then actually I think the deeper work is, how do you deconstruct those needs or work with those needs so much that they no longer control you, or they no longer need to be met, in a sense. And then how that frees up to act in any way we want, whether that's what other people might think a bit psychopathic, because you do things that just seem to be totally either ego driven or a very directional, and essentially not caring what other people think, but isn't necessarily driven by some pain or issue. It's like, I'm going to do it because I want to do it, not because I need to do it, or it's something that it's a pain that I need to address. And then how that can free us up, to do amazing things in the world, and also how that could also free some people up to do things that a lot of people might not think is amazing.
Yeah, well, I'm just very aware of how much energy goes into repressing ourselves in order to fit with societal norms.
Yeah.
My partner does a lot of women's work. She does women's circles. She does short courses on the different archetypes of the feminine, like queen and maiden and the magician and the priestess and the lover. And she was in a circle the other day, and they did a particular exercise. It's basically like a shadow inquiry. And they had to complete a sentence. And the sentence was, if I was a bad girl, ... I would.
Ooh.
And yeah. You can imagine that. And I wasn't privy to what was shared. Gaia, my partner, had shared me one or two things that she said, but it was pretty fucking wild and very sexually taboo and very nasty and very aggressive. And I'm just aware that, like, below the surface of all of this polite, civilized conversation that we have, and these kind of managed internet identities we have, is a whole basket case of neurosis and rage and sexual appetite and desire and everything in between. And I'm really curious about how we have that kind of conversation in organizational life, and not just in these kind of private therapeutic spaces. And I get it, like, they're in these private spaces because they're most psychologically safe.
Yes.
And yet, when I heard you speak, I heard you say that, how do we become freed to really act with agency? And a lot of it is when we actually release and allow the things that we deeply repress.
There's the word reclaiming springs to mind, because maybe we've suppressed it because we think it's bad. And it reminds me of a guy called Jamie Cato, who came to one of our events, and he talks about the wise guru in charge of a mental patient. How we can free our mental patient a bit more.
Yeah. Very good. Oh, I'm glad you brought Jamie Cato in. I was I only went to one Jamie Cato workshop, and 14 people walked out of it halfway through. Yeah.
Yes, he's not backward in coming forward. He's very clear, strong ideas about things, and that
and that also has to be balanced with a kindness. It's not about, but yeah, there is just something about that. It's like, actually, what I spent the last maybe 6-8 months working in quite a mainstream think tank, having worked kind of deep in the counterculture, in Extinction Rebellion and Alter Ego. And it was just wild. Like, the culture was wild. And when I say wild, it was wild in its repressedness, in the inability to really just say what you think and feel and what's going on. And it was very sobering just to kind of actually appreciate the gulf between the counterculture and the avant-garde of society, and where many organizations are, and what it must be like to live there.
I think if anything, that's what the core of what this conversation is about, is like, how can we How can we create spaces where and make these spaces even bigger, where we can be more free to just share what we're really thinking without being judged, as a way of them processing and claiming that, and then working more powerfully with it,
Mm.
and not creating or as someone on our community calls it, working healthily with conflict
Mm. Mm.
rather than repressing it.
I really like that. That's a really good note to end on, I think. It definitely sets me up for the next conversation as well.
Awesome, cool. And I'm wondering if we're just
Oh, Carlos is gone. Thank you, Carlos.
It's gonna go this way.
It's gonna go this way. Hello.
Hello,
How are you?
I'm good.
And
Where are you? Is a
is
better
it
question for me right now.
well? Where am I? I'm in the south of the UK. I'm in beautiful Devon. It was promised to be sunny all week, but I'm seeing clouds outside, so I'm feeling a bit sad. But where are you?
I'm in Helsinki,
You're in Helsinki. Very
so
good.
we are traveling a little bit. I'm not sure where the previous fellow was that he was just having a.
He's also UK. Good.
Okay.
We've got Helsinki in the house. And is your name pronounced Maret?
Maret.
Maret. Okay. Well, I would love to hear your reflections on the couple of minutes of conversation that you were listening in on, and I'd also love to get a sense of your background, and I can also share a bit about what I do.
Yeah, so I didn't have much of time to listen in.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of dropped in the end. And as I was kind of looking at the dynamics of the change, I wasn't really paying attention in the last 2 minutes.
Sure.
The thing that caught my ear in some way was you talking about kind of like building communities with all the trauma that we have.
Mm-hmm.
So I felt like we are building very different communities probably. So I'm really curious on kind of like, what are you doing? And of course, what I do, I work with basically testing communities.
Okay.
Mostly, and tech communities. Women coming into programming is one of the things that I work with a lot. So programmer, tester communities, people who work in tech. So it's of course there's always the human aspect of we always come to whatever communities we have as whatever we are, but it's a lot more on kind of building the skills and figuring out how we can do that together. So a lot of money is around that space.
And can I ask you, what form does that take when you say you build communities of women in tech? Is this like independent communities, like almost professional networks, or are you doing it within kind of companies?
Both. So most of it is either countrywide or somehow global communities where I'm either the facilitator or I'm a contributor in some way. So most of the ones that I do are nonprofits. They don't have an organization even necessarily owning them. So there's just a different facilitator at different times. And the first community that I have been kind of working with since 2001, it's for testers in Finland. It's now 20 something years already.
Wow.
It's still going live quite well. It just has a different facilitator at different times. So people kind of pop in and we have the kind of shared agenda. It doesn't even have any formal structure. So no money has ever flown through organization to have hundreds of events and still kind of feel connected within that.
It's beautiful. That's amazing. And yeah, so just in terms of by way of background to me, I'm also a facilitator of networks for, I would say, leaders in the kind of politics, activism, culture change space, primarily through an organization called Alter Ego. And in particular, we're looking at the inner development of leaders and also the inner development of people in society and how that connects to systems change and kind of meaningful change. So the premise is that the more and the better we can change on the inside, the more capacity or potential there is. So that's kind of the hat I wear. But I am curious about just some of maybe the questions that you're sitting with in relation to this kind of wider team of online communities and tech. And I'd love to hear what questions or feelings you're sitting with.
Right now, I have mostly first questions the community that you have been running. Does it show up as events? How long have you been doing this?
I've been doing it for 5 years. We usually do an annual gathering, and then we'll have smaller events in between. It is really designed as a kind of a cross between a conventional social change conference gathering and quite a deep personal transformation retreat. So we will weave in elements of ritual and performance art into our gatherings in order to take the leaders essentially on a journey from their ego into their soul, and into a kind of a place beyond the rational mind. And our feeling is that that's where the greatest amount of change takes place. And it's also where people can best appreciate the role of spirituality in revitalizing society. Yeah, curious if any of that features in your world, or how it's even spoken about or talked about.
So how does that kind of, if I'm trying to, picture it in my mind a little bit more, like you have different kinds of parts into your events, like different facilitators. Are people all volunteers? Is this like, what's the structure? Like if I would show up in one of those events, what would it be like? What would I expect?
Okay, so what would you experience? So the last one we did was at a chateau, a big castle in France outside Paris, with 40 people. It would begin with some kind of collective group warm-up exercises. We weave in a lot of like clowning and fooling to get people out of their like taking myself too serious professional identities. We then usually do quite a large check-in circle where people can really drop in and share what's really going on for them to establish trust and safety in the group. We'll often do some kind of more content orientated sessions about new frameworks in systems change and social change. We will then do a cabaret on the Friday night and get everyone to perform so they kind of can reveal another side of themselves. And then we host like collaborations like speed dating. And then in the evening, we took people on a blindfolded journey through the forest in order to really touch in with what's going on for them. We then had a 7-course dinner where each pod, like little home group, created a course and also designed a ritual experience. And each course took people through 7 different stages of life, from birth to infancy to childhood to adolescence to adulthood, middle-aged, elderly, and death. And so we're taking people through these very big existential themes and getting them to explore the creation of ritual to land that. And then we took them deep down into a cave underneath the castle where there was a huge gong, and we led them into darkness and then basically gonged them for about 20 minutes until many people had quite a deep spiritual experience. And then we took them out of the cave and up around a fire to share what either they received or what they wanted to let go of. So that's the kind of nonsense I get up to on a weekend with my job.
Oh, that sounds awesome. But I have a question. Who's organizing all of this?
The we is me and a guy called Rich Bartlett, who is the founder of Inspiral, which is a kind of a collective of freelancers who are into self-organization and things like that. And we've another 2 people on our core team, and then we've got a team of about 10 volunteers that we're all friends, and we get our ideas from going to different festivals and different artistic retreats, and then we kind of put it together and weave all of that quite alternative practice and culture with quite serious political discussion and strategic discussion about how to change societies. So it's a really nice blend of head and heart and whole body transformation.
That sounds awesome. I'm mostly playing with kind of like sizes of events, or the frames that you need to create for different kinds of sizes, or the relationship between kind of listening and learning through listening and actually having hands-on experiences. That's kind of where I spend most of my design time for the events. So sometimes, like, again, looking for the formats, yours sounds like, you talked about the opening circle and the check-in and all of that stuff. Like, that's probably very much in common in many of the events that I do. But also, I think your event is a lot, longer, first of all, and a lot more kind of a journey into all kinds of aspects. So definitely interesting concept.
Yeah, so I'm curious what kind of questions are alive for you in the work that you're doing, or where you're experiencing challenge and are requiring yourself to think differently.
So for me, I started all of this community related stuff pretty much from the need of learning to be better at my profession. And a lot of the stuff that people need to learn is kind of like, you can't read it in books. You can read about people's ideas, but you can't really see what they do, and you can only see the things they think you know that they could share and visualize or write on paper. And the words that they choose might not be the words that kind of get through to you. So a lot of the stuff that I'm trying to figure out is seeing other people do the same things that I'm trying to do, and be able to figure out the things they don't know, the things I don't know that I don't know, so I don't know how to ask for them, and know that I don't know, so they can't tell me. So kind of like creating that kind of spaces where we can do something together and learn from it is kind of the closest thing to my heart nowadays. But also just meet people, because, well, in the tech industry, testers tend to be somehow, like, if you think of like a social ladder in some ways, testers are not very high on that ladder.
What's a tester?
Software testers are people who find problems in software generally. So programmers create the software, and testers work side by side with the software creators to figure out how it doesn't work. So it's kind of like, the thing you do is a lot of these ideas on kind of like telling somebody's baby's a little ugly and we need to fix it a little bit together. So it doesn't set up always the human relationship in the best possible way, but also when you are doing that, and there's this whole idea of, like, sometimes people think like anyone could do it, even though that's not really the case. There's this whole social kind of aspect of who's where, kind of who's valued and who's not. So there's a bit of a pecking order. So the communities that I have started with, they've really grown from this idea. The people who are already feeling struggle at work, that they are feeling, unheard and unappreciated many times, they come together sometimes to complain, but also sometimes to figure out how to get to a better place. So there's been a kind of power of bringing these people together. Like, there's oppressed is way too big of a word for this, but there's a feeling that somehow we are often, in our professional identities, we're not heard, or we're not considered equal. So that's been a theme that is somehow in the background of much of the work that I do.
And what are very simple things that an organization can do to alleviate that feeling in a meaningful way for these groups?
Many organizations do that already. Is basically making sure that the way people communicate in the shared teams, well, having shared teams is the first thing, like not separating people into groups that have a distance, but having closer by. That's the first thing that people do a lot. But then the other thing that I see as much is kind of like, pointing out when the patterns of communication don't work. But it's a lot harder thing. So one is, I sometimes tell people these things of kind of what happened in past for me is that I was in this one team, and I had a feeling that people weren't really hearing me out. Like, I was saying that something doesn't work and we need to pay attention, and it was as if no one was in the room and ever heard me. So I took the whole team and I took them to an escape room, like, those escape rooms where you have these puzzles that you need to solve together as a team, so that you get. And we got started kind of in this escape room, locked up in 3 different locations, and we had to communicate so that we would get up. And there was one piece that I tell the team, I had been there before, so I had the answer key to the whole set. And I spent that hour knowing all the answers, not giving them right away, but trying to give them, in the way that I usually would give things in office, kind of like, mentioning it or saying it out loud and paying attention to those dynamics. And there was this one moment where basically one of the things you had to do is you had to put a person in a thing that looked like an oven.
Mm-hmm.
And I was telling, like, maybe someone should go in the oven. Maybe someone, should climb in and maybe that would be, something we could try. Like, no, that's not, that's not the thing we should do. Like, absolutely not. It must be something else. And I'm like, oh, I know it's the right thing to do. Like, why can't you listen to me?
Mm-hmm.
And I kept repeating and repeating this story to them. Like, like, maybe we should try that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what else do you have? Like, we haven't tried that. I actually had to climb there myself before we got through that. And then kind of like over the time of that 1 hour, figuring out that if I talk to one person only, that one person was more likely to amplify whatever I was saying than if I talked to the whole group. So they were more likely to not actually pay attention to what I was saying. But these are the types of patterns that I often find myself struggling at work with. That no matter what I say, no matter how I say it, unless I find another route and get someone else to say it, things kind of go by.
And what is your, first of all, I'm very sorry that that's your experience. That must be really shit to have, be trying to communicate something that's clearly the right way and not be listened to. To what degree is it about your communication, or to what degree is it about, let's say, your gender, or what do you think is actually going on there?
It's hard for me to separate those from one another because, obviously I can't take out whatever gender I happen to be.
Yeah.
Or the way, I can play with the communication on how I say it or to whom I say it or when I say it. And sometimes I feel like there's a lot of things that I can still do and work on, especially like timing wise, so that people would be listening when I am saying something. But then again, I can't separate those criterias. But knowing that, this is somewhat of a common feeling for a lot of testers, that they are, saying something and they don't always get heard. I'm in a lot better place nowadays myself because I have 25 years of experience in the industry. I'm considered somehow, a very much a professional leader in that community. So I get listened better nowadays. But a lot of the newbies coming in, they really come together with this idea on like, should I say anything? Do they even want to hear me? And that feeling of not being sure if it's you or if it's someone else, something else in that system is definitely a theme that the community is trying to solve. And I think probably your things have some similarities, like, in some of the things that you're looking in the systems perspective. Probably you have some answers that don't necessarily have an isolated community in that sense.
I'm currently most curious just about how it feels, like, because obviously you've described it, but I haven't really got a felt sense of, do you feel angry? Do you feel frustrated? No?
Not anymore. I used to feel frustrated a lot more. Nowadays, it's more like I keep trying again. So it's created a lot of persistence. So it's again, it's an experience over so many years that I've learned to notice when I am not heard, and I've learned to find other routes. So in many ways, going back to what I heard you talk with the previous fellow, is on the kind of like, we have this past existing trauma. I have 25 years of that trauma of not being heard necessarily when I try to give feedback, and there are systemic structures that I can change so that I am heard better. I'm getting better at that stuff as well, but the way that I feel on it, it's more like it's business as usual, and I'm trying to figure out ways of making it less prevalent in the community in general.
So if if someone listening had, and particularly a woman, had problems at work in repeatedly not being listened to, what would be 3 pieces of advice that you would give to them?
I'm actually curious, what's your advice? Because I've given this advice many times, because women are always asked this advice. What's your advice on what should women do?
What should women do? I mean, my immediate answer is that I don't know, and that's why I asked. But if I was in a situation where I wasn't being listened to, I'd probably call a timeout on the actual meeting, and I would try and lead with some vulnerability and just name the fact that I'm just not being listened to in this meeting. Here are 3 examples in the last half an hour where I haven't been listened to, and it makes me feel like shit. I feel like I'm not valued. I feel like, yeah, all like, so I'd really try and bring it into the emotional dimension and really kind of get them to really understand. And then I would make a request, which is maybe that maybe like there might be some kind of like hand signal or something, so that we're not all talking over each other, and that we have some kind of protocol for sharing time in the conversation, and an awareness of who's taking up more space than others, um, and and then I would be probably yeah, very appreciative, or kind of do some positive reinforcement when they did listen. Yeah. How does that check out with what you would advise to women?
So if I try to, well, sometimes I try to address things kind of head on in the moment, and like, hey, I'm feeling like you're not listening to me right now. Usually that means, well, not just for me, but also for someone I just talked to, that we get a talking with our manager that we're being aggressive, even though we really hard would try to kind of, just mention like, I'm right now feeling like I said this and I wasn't listened to. It hasn't worked too well. So what usually works is building allyship in the background. So asking some of the, usually guys, or someone who is in a higher status, kind of like facilitator, like in a position of a facilitator, to repeat things when they notice that we are not being listened to. So that's usually kind of the amplifying works a lot better than trying to discuss it directly. And then after the event, in private, so that everyone can keep their face, it's a lot better way. It causes a lot less later troubles. Addressing it there, that's something that I find myself doing a lot. And I was just thinking, I think it's been now 6 months, maybe, or maybe already a year, when I wrote an article. I think I had like 30 ways of approaching a thing when you feel you're not listened to. It's in my blog somewhere, hidden well. But I have given at some point a lot of thought into how do I approach things when I get a no. And well, the no isn't a verbal no, but it's more like they didn't even hear my request. So some of those things generally are things I would try, but keeping it more private and using like a networked approach to getting a message across. That's probably my advice more.
I like that. I think it's very intelligent. It's a very like savvy approach to it.
Yeah, well, let's say that some people get too much practice of this, so that's unfortunately the case. But again, it's just one part of the things. So there's a lot of joy in the work that I do as well. Like there's so much joy in being able to find problems before they become real problems, and have really good, meaningful, professional, let's build something together that matters types of relationships. So all of that is it's one slice of it. So you get the good, you get the bad, and you can work with the bad.
That's really nice that you spoke about joy at work. I'm curious to know what quality do you value most in your work colleagues?
Honesty, and kind of like speaking directly about things. Probably even kind of this idea of being able to not deal with conflict, but kind of be comfortable with that could cause uneasy emotions as well. Because again, a lot of the stuff that we need to do is figure things that we haven't figured out before. and staying on the safe side on every single thing and being kind of like tiptoeing around everything. It's not a very well, it's a slow and not very productive way of doing things.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think ultimately what we're talking about is the importance of psychological safety, and you need an environment where you can speak your mind, you can acknowledge where you've made a mistake, you can point out a doubt you have in this particular product or where we're going, and that will be received well. And yeah, it's interesting. I feel like um, one of the real leadership deficits at the moment is the inability to not just take feedback, but to own feedback, like to really own where this feedback is absolutely correct. And I need to really look at myself and I need to grow. And it just to connect the first conversation I had with Carlos, we were talking about shadow dynamics in all of us and the parts that we repress. And I'm just very aware that, like, there are aspects of me that, I'm very ashamed of. Like I can be quite manipulative. I know how to speak, how to act to get people to do what I want to do in a work context or in a life context. And like I need to fucking know that, and I need to own that, or else it's going to do some serious harm. But I have a sense that there's, and again, it's no one's fault. We just don't have the right supportive culture where people can feel safe enough to really face those aspects of themselves that are really challenging. And I think the key to that is psychological safety. And actually, to people watching, how can you be someone that establishes psychological safety in your workplace is probably the biggest contribution you could make today and tomorrow, is that one thing alone.
Yeah, I do agree on that one. And again, hearing everyone's voices is kind of a big part of that. Not just the ones who are loud or are able to climb their way somehow into the being heard, but hearing also the ones who give up a little bit too easily when there's obstacles.
And so for sorry, go on.
No, just to say.
Well, yeah, joy. I just that word is so rarely used in the context of work, and I just wanted to, just to hear more about, for you, even as a person, where you find joy. You've got a very technical job. It's a very analytical, technical job, and there's a joy in solving problems. But I'm just curious about you as a being, where else you might find joy.
Well, a lot of the things that I do are somehow work or around communities around work. So again, my job is not building these communities that we talk about right now. That I have a regular technical job already. The communities are my free time. So it's not part of my as such. And I think the biggest source of joy for me is connection with people. Like figuring out things that we can learn together and be better together, and somehow kind of like end up in a better place together than you were all by yourself. So I do a lot of this random community stuff nowadays on Twitter, kind of just finding people that I have never met and let's have a conversation, let's do something together. And that's fun. It's great, but it's also useful. And well, I do it even more now that I don't have to sit in planes to travel to conferences, because I've been speaking in conferences way too much. 423 talks so far.
Wow. Oh my God.
Yeah, but that's not the community building. That's just me sharing whatever the community taught me. So.
Wow. God, that's a lot of conference talks. Well done.
It's, I'm on a break now. So now that I can home and have these conversations from privacy of my own home as part of middle of my workday for a few hours, it's a lot manageable than it was when I sometimes sat 24 hours to get to Australia and 3 days later get back from Australia. 24 hours.
I would never do it. Well, Marit, it was lovely connecting with you. It's a world that I have rarely encountered, and yeah, wishing you the best with your next conversation with Duke.
Yeah. I hope we get the chance of seeing each other at some point. I need to check your events.
Indeed, indeed. All the best. Bye bye.
Right. Bye.
Hi.
Hello. Friendly faces.
So
I
good
know
to see
you.
you. I'm so stoked to be here. I've been listening to your previous conversation, Throne, and yeah, it was super interesting.
Do you have any good advice on what to do when you're not listened to?
I mean, I honestly, at some point you gotta cut your losses and find a different community or place to be. Unfortunately,
maybe that's actually one of the reasons why I love this community work so much, that there's always another place where you can go and, get some energy back if you were drained at work. And then you can have like the newfound energy of like, the other people, that I talk to outside this company, they feel that, this thing that we're trying to do, it's worthwhile. And I really want you to hear me out, and trying again and again, get that energy from the others.
Yeah, I think something that I realized from many sources, is that there are already great communities, and sometimes before you start a new one, it's better to take a look to see what's already there and how you can support, because there are people who have lots of experience in whatever community work they do. And if you've taken a look and there's just not enough representation, or it's not a welcoming place, then I think it's a good idea to make your own. But that is a lot of work, and you can go so far when you are a team of people running something, or at least have a buddy to do it with.
Yeah. So again, you really can also, I think, well, at least that's my experience, you can run a community a lot from whatever you need personally as well. Like, it doesn't have to be just for the good of the community and every member of the community. It can also be a way of you sourcing information from a group of people. But for me, well, probably know that I was running the Finnish testing community for quite some time. And then seeing other people, or at least feeling like other people got awarded for my work and I was dismissed, kind of like, I got to do the work, but someone got an award for the community existing that I was actually running. I've started to value starting of communities a lot more. So for me, I'm really struggling actually with this idea of joining somebody else's community. Because when I join someone, like there's this, well, you probably have seen this YouTube video of the first follower. Like most people, you should just Google it. If anyone is listening, just Google for the first follower TED Talk.
After this event.
After this
you
event.
first want to listen to us.
There's this kind of idea that, we give the credit for the first one who starts the community, but actually the followers are what makes that community.
Absolutely, yeah.
And the way we assign credit is, well, at least weird.
It is. Like, absolutely. I also find it very difficult to take credit for things that I've done. So I find it much easier to point out the great stuff that you have done, for example.
Well, I need to then do that, the returning, the pointing out things you do.
But I just read to some of the guiding questions we had for today. And like one topic that I want to bring up is how to make communities, I guess, more accessible or more inclusive. One of the things that I did with the Queer Code community when I created it in London was to have different types of events at different times. So having a lunchtime event, an evening event, and a weekend day event, and a social event. So there are all these different types of event, which could help when people have just responsibilities, right? Like they need to care for someone in their family, or they have to be at work present. And I think oftentimes that's something that you need to explicitly think about, because whenever something is not in your experience, it's a little bit of extra work to remind yourself, oh, not everyone has the same situation as me, and not everyone might be able to join something like this. So this is very important to me personally, to ensure that I just open my horizon and listen to people, but also think about who's not joining and why are they not joining. Is it not the right community for them, or would it be great to have them, but it's not accessible the way it's being run right now?
So the example you gave is around times. Was it also the contents? Were they different for different times?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay. So we had on Saturdays, we had like a more of a workshop thing where we would come and try something out together, but also be able to bring our own projects and code. Then we had a co-working situation where we all worked together on our own stuff, but next to each other, so we could like talk about it from time to time. In the evening, that was more like speakers giving a presentation and then having socializing around it, and similar for lunchtime. So we also had a social event where we just didn't talk about coding, which is also a good thing. Yeah. So I do think that it's up to the person that runs the community, but they have a lot of power in making it easier to access.
Definitely.
And I guess the other thing that I noticed was we have this Socrates Unconferences, right, that used to run in person for Thursday night to Sunday. It was at some retreat place, where you had good food and you were sleeping there. So you had this whole community or camp feeling. And then the pandemic came, and we tried to do the stuff online, but we didn't do the same thing, right? So we definitely shrunk it down to a couple of hours. We built in so much more Slack time because we knew it would be difficult. And we made the tickets really low cost, like €2 or no euros. If you want, you can have a free ticket. And it's definitely not the same thing, right? It doesn't give me that camp vibe or that like feeling of just being around smart people that I want to talk to, that all care about the stuff that I care about. It's more like, oh, it's so great to see so many different people exchange information and like listen to each other, teach each other, lift each other up. And suddenly, because we were doing it online only one day and for such a cheap price, lots more people could join that couldn't join the in-person events because they were too expensive or too much of a time commitment, especially when you have family to take care of. So for me, that was just like, maybe we don't stop these events just because we have the in-person events again at some point. And I really had to learn that.
Yeah, I've been to both kinds of events with Socrates, so I definitely know what you're talking about. I'm just kind of wondering, like, I never got the camp vibe. I'm not a camper, maybe that's the case here. I went to sleep a little earlier, and I felt like if there wasn't that formal thing, or if I had already kind of agreed with people on what we're doing, it was a little hard for me to figure out what to do. I felt, well, I didn't feel outsider, but I didn't feel like I was completely in the circle either. And it might be, just my personality. I think mostly it's that, because there were so many lovely people in both the online and the in-person events. But what I love about the online thing is it gives me an excuse to ping people who are already there. Kind of like, I saw you talking about that. Hey, can you talk to me privately? Like let's just take like another virtual room, and we could have that type of conversations. So it's taught me some of the, I'm looking for the word, I don't have the word in English, kind of like being bold enough to approach people when I have something that I want to talk to them. Like, it's been a great rehearsal place for that type of behavior. So I really enjoyed them. But one of the things I wanted to ask you specifically on this kind of like the inclusiveness stuff, I know that this is something that you've worked on a lot, is the code of conduct. I think that's something that is kind of well, at least it's a popular theme in a lot of the communities nowadays. They have a code of conduct. But then when something happens and you need to enforce it, it might not be quite as simple.
Absolutely.
Have you learned anything new about how to do code of conducts well recently?
Yeah, that's a good thing. I do want to say that we've come such a long way from having discussions about why should we even have a code of conduct, nothing ever happens, or like kind of dismissal like that. We've come a long way. I do feel like the code of conduct is no longer a sign that people have actually thought about what's in there, right? When I see one at a conference, I'm not completely sure that it's gonna be enforced properly as well. And when I talk about enforcement, it sounds very aggressive, right? I'm not talking about being like aggressive or anything. I'm talking about following through, right, when stuff comes up and being consistent. And I think something that often gets lost in the conversation is that if you're tolerant towards intolerance, right? If you are letting stuff happen because you don't want to exclude people that misbehave, then you are automatically excluding other people. So you always have to make a decision. As an organizer, you can't just stand on the sidelines and say, well, we put the code of conduct there and that should be enough, right? We checked the box, we have the code of conduct. So there are actual workshops and trainings for code of conduct enforcement, if that's something that people want to check out. It's easy to Google, but if not, you can obviously message me and I'm happy to forward stuff. I would say sometimes it might even help to do a little role play, right? And with the whole team of people that's going to be responding to code of conduct notices, and just be a little more prepared, you know, just having imagined yourself like what it could be like when someone comes to you. And I think the most important thing is always to listen to the person and then offer options what we could do, because sometimes the person just wants nothing to happen. They just want to tell you and want to be heard and acknowledge that this was wrong. Sometimes it's a bit more delicate because it's a third person telling you something and you want to make sure that you have the consent of the person that has been harassed or has been experiencing a lot of microaggressions. And sometimes, you know, one of the options could just be, let's make sure that this person gets a strong talking to and gets made aware of what they're doing, because we often underestimate that there are paths for people to learn and to grow and to do better. And I don't think that it's always the best option to immediately exclude someone and say like, oh, you made a mistake, so you have to go. It's more like, do you have the willingness to listen to what went wrong? And are you actually showing an effort to doing better? Maybe now they're not ready for that, but at some point they will. And it's a really delicate topic, but we cannot completely close our doors, right? We cannot say you can never come back to this community. But it's all about really thinking about your ethics as a community leader and what you want your community to be like. And to me, it's almost more important to do the other thing, which is like the positive role modeling, the explicit inclusiveness, the like explicit championing of people that are usually not heard. That is for me even more important, because when someone joins the community and they see that, then they immediately get that that's the vibe. Okay, that's what I have to adapt to, right? When you're in the community, you're always checking the place out. Is this for me? Is it not for me? So that's even more important than, I think.
Yeah, I've had these cases where you just need to make choices of who shows up in what community, and knowing your priorities in those cases, like which one of the two that can't be in the same space will be included. I know it's not an easy thing to do, but it is very much necessary, and kind of like making those decisions. It probably feels awful, and I know a lot of community leaders who would be uncomfortable with someone else having a problem of not being in the same space with someone who has behaved some way in the past. So that's, it's not an easy one. And well, we had the conference together. We remember the time when we needed to go to tell one of our speakers that they actually had not so appropriate in the talk that had been delivered to thousands of people, to just hear that we were the first ones to ever tell them that the content had any problems. Well, the last showing of that talk, I've been actually following up on it since, so they took the feedback really, really nicely. And sometimes these conversations, they feel so overwhelmingly difficult, but also they lead to a little better place in many ways.
Absolutely. And I do think that there is progress and things are getting better. And it's just hard, when you are not already connected and have a big network and know which conferences or communities are good. It's so hard to decide just from the website or from stuff on social media, oh, this is a conference that is welcoming to me. And there is such a pity when your first conference is one that isn't very inclusive and you feel that it's toxic or you don't feel good there, and then that's your experience of conferences, right? And you might never give it another try and you're kind of pushed out of the opportunity. And so, yes, we have to just promote all the good stuff as much as we can, but we also have to network and try to reach people that are new to tech industry or other areas that we are in.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. One of the things I was kind of thinking as well when I'm thinking on what to share and what to talk about is, well, you already kind of started on that, the types of events. You talked about the time, but and some of the contents, but have you found some good ways of well, I have kind of like two questions on how to have events that people know in advance that they want to show up, like how to have that type of contents, but then how to get contents that you don't have to do yourself, so that you easily find other facilitators. Any good advice on these?
Yeah, I mean, one of the tricks is always to plan the next session at the session, right? When you have a regular event, you can always go and like, hey, what other topics would people be interested in? Does someone have something to share? I'm going to help you set it up, or, like encouraging people directly, speaking to people, potential speakers directly that might not have thought about it or might need some help. Or asking the community what should be our next topic, conversation topic. So that's always one way to do it. Of course, this is chicken egg problem. You have to have the first event. But I think the first community I started was like at work, at my first job, where I just wanted to do some coding exercises, and I wanted to get better at coding. And I was like, look, I want to do coding exercises. I'm going to do it at this time and this place, and let's do them together. So the only thing I did was like find an exercise, but I didn't teach it. I was learning it at the same time. And that comes back to what you said about building something that you need at the time, right? So I think the easiest thing to do is just to take some workshop format that's already out there, that has already been shared, and experiencing it together. You don't have to be an expert, I think. So I guess it makes sense to learn a few facilitation techniques, like how do you pair up people that may be a bit more experienced with people that are less experienced, so they can give each other help. I mean, and by each other, I mean really each other, because sometimes it really helps to be teaching, right? It really helps you to learn something, or to have someone ask you a question that you maybe can't answer. So there's definitely lots of ideas. And like, if you ask me, I could give you a list of like types of events that people can do. Like lean coffees are great. But you mentioned that it should be something that people want to show up for, right? If people have never experienced a lean coffee and you tell them there's going to be a lean coffee and we're all going to come up with the topics on the spot, they'll be like, yeah, but will it be good? I don't know. Will it be good? So maybe you need a theme, or enough people that already know that this could be good, that have had that experience. So I would say it's about experimenting and being consistent in some way, like having always an event at a specific time will help. And there might be times when not a lot of people show up, and there might be times that more people show up, but it's about that consistency and not giving up. Yeah, I don't know if that helps at all or answers your question.
It does help. But again, like I do know that I think the main struggle that I still have is if it doesn't have a theme and you don't know who shows up in advance, then most likely people don't show up. And if they have showed up before and they know that these are the people who will show up and they expect the same people or same kind of people to show up, then it's, you know, it solves itself at that point. But when you have a varying attendance of various people, and sometimes you don't have like, well, you have a big group, but you might not have the more senior people around. So we have a lot of questions, a few answers in the room. Then it just, well, it would need to be facilitated differently in some way.
Yeah.
So there's less of that advice giving. And also kind of like with the events, at least for us, it's been kind of like we need to, well, we don't do open spaces as much. We do some kind of a presentation and then some kind of a conversation. So it's for both in most of the events. Then kind of like having at least, you know, a short talk, like it could be just a lightning talk first, and then having that conversation like framed with the lightning talk. That works quite nicely. The one that never brings people in, for me at least, is the karaoke. I love that. But it's so intimidating to people to show up on like, oh, they will probably make me do some as well. So the whole kind of like improvisational stuff, even if it's fun and it's even fun to watch, it doesn't feel like you want to opt into events like that unless you've seen them first, kind of like from video, so that you're sure that they are not trying to make you do it when you show up.
Yeah, I think that's hard to make that an invite to people that don't already know that format, to make it super inviting. It, for me, it would be easier probably to do it in some event where people are already there. That's just one of the options.
And usually in the little bit like conference after hours.
Yeah.
So some of the most fun PowerPoint karaoke happens at the time when people have already gotten a few drinks and then they dare to try and fail. And usually, well, also a good thing to do on that one is not let somebody who's really good at that improvisation thing to go first, because they set the bar so high that the others won't be volunteering anymore.
Yeah. I'm really torn about PowerPoint karaoke, because I've had so many times when people just under the pressure fall back to like really cheap tricks, right? With the stereotypes and all of that. And I'm like, cringe. I can't.
It happens, unfortunately. Yeah, putting people under that pressure, it's sometimes the contents that come out in the moment are not the best ones.
But I guess the idea is really good, and I feel like it has helped me personally to be more comfortable talking in public, and might help others too. So I definitely think it's a fun thing. Yeah.
We were also, there was this game we were playing in one community. Well, there's a like agile coaches community that I was in, and we had a camp of a weekend. And someone brought in the, what is it, Toastmasters game, that type of a thing. So you had different kinds of assignments, again, improvisational stuff, but now in a format of a game where you need to deliver small talks on, well, with various kinds of constraints. So it, again, you know, different form of doing that. So I've been really, I find that I've been almost like collecting different events on what could I do in the events. But nowadays the trouble is more on kind of everything's online. There's so much selection right now because it's global all of a sudden.
You're
so
competing
you with anywhere in the world
with someone that is far away for attention.
Yeah. And again, you know, like doing improvisational theater with people who are not in Finland is a lot easier than doing that with Finns.
I wouldn't know. So
It's not something that happens here.
well, I have a Finnish friend who's an actor, so she loves performing
She's good then.
and being on stage. So I don't have and then I have another Finnish friend who speaks at a lot of conferences. So I don't really know about the.
Well, your sample is definitely then skewed.
Oh, I have another Finnish friend who loves doing guided tours and giving talks about empathy. So yeah, I have. I guess I picked the people that I want to hang out with. Yeah.
What do you think is the communities? We have so many of them nowadays. Are some of them going to go away because of this whole kind of like everything is available to everyone, and we need to make choices where we have time, or is there still space for all of the things we have going on in the world?
That is such a good question. I feel like overall I have much less energy available to myself, but that might change in the future. I do think that there's also a lot more energy coming from maybe people that are starting out. So maybe we can combine that energy with like the experience of someone that has done it before and like deliver something great. Like I just got a message from someone that they want to create a local queer code group, and queer code has been dormant for a while, except for that Scottish group that keeps doing online events, which I'm really happy to see. So just having someone come in and be like, hey, I found your group, I want to create a local one, and be like, great, like how can I help? So I think there'll always be communities and maybe new formats that we never could have thought of, that are more like, I'm hoping that they're more mindful of people's energy levels and like other commitments.
Yeah.
But in the end, I think everyone has like a limited amount of time they can spend. Some people have more and some people have less, but you can only have so many communities you are active in. So maybe it's about choosing the ones that you really care about.
Yeah, I used to kind of like wish for kind of like putting all the community somehow together, like a newsletter that would, allow me to see all the things going on in a particular theme. I used to hope for that because looking at it from the kind of the consumer's point of view, who's consuming the contents that these communities are producing, finding the ones that are available, it's a lot of work, and it's again time away from being in those communities, trying to figure them out. And generally you find only the big ones, like you found the ones who have been around for a long time, and the ones who have been around for a long time, there might be people who no longer actually participate in those for various stories that have happened over the years. Like we have so many of these, these people didn't get along type of stories. So I come up on the idea that put them together, because there's always the power dynamic of then when it's my community, I get to decide the rules, and then there will be these conflicts. So now I'm really more for the, like, so many small ones, we'll find the ones that survive, and the facilitator group's energy actually has a lot to do with whether that survives or not. And I think, well, having looked at the community facilitating and looking at ones that I have been facilitating, you definitely have a better energy going around in a group of people than I have nowadays. So I've really kind of taken a step back from facilitating a lot more after giving up on the conference that we used to run together. So participating rather than holding it together. So I really like the new role that I've taken in communities.
I mean, you get to benefit as well, like a little bit at least, from all the hard work you've been doing. So, it should be a two-way street.
Yeah. Usually smaller ones are nicer, even if you have to find them somewhere. I feel like it's easier to discover communities nowadays. It's not just the platform, but just general, it is somehow feeling like it's easier to find.
Yeah, also because people are looking and asking others and recommending things to others. So it's much more a part of the conversation. Like, that's my subjective impression.
Yeah, it might be that it's more of a thing. And also I'm noticing that, well, definitely we're having this conversation now, that this whole community stuff, we're talking about it in conferences a lot more. So kind of how to build, how to advance, much more popular place.
Makes sense.
Right. It looks like it's about to get to the time to make a switch. So I
Well,
enjoy your next conversation.
thank you. So
Half an
lovely to
hour.
talk. See you. Hi, Emily.
Hello, Duke. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm all right. Yeah.
I feel you have a much more interesting Zoom background than me with my white walls.
It's slightly curated, but yeah.
No, that's great. I feel like that's a lot of people have been doing that, and I have not spent enough time. All right. Well, welcome to the conversation. I don't know if you've been listening already to what
I
we've
have
talking
been
about.
in and out. So I also missed your introduction earlier. So it would be great to hear about a little bit about you and your connection to
Sure.
communities, why we're here.
Sure, no problem. I definitely forgot to introduce myself at all. So I mean, the
Well, here's your
problem was
chance.
that Marit is a big good friend of mine, so she knew me already. Yeah, so I'm Duke. I live near Frankfurt. We used to be in London, like you. I've been a software developer. I've been a tester, product owner, scrum master. I have been a coach, a trainer, like so many things. But right now I'm a software developer and doing a little bit of delivery management, which I really like. And I have been very active in the software crafter community. I've created a couple of meetups, like Queer Code London, for example. And yeah, I think I guess I love communities. I love community. Yeah. How about you?
So I've kind of my background in communities probably started just started way back, because I start these things because I kind of want to bring people together. So I do a lot of stuff like you. I've started a lot of meetups that I've started and then handed over to other people, and they've gone on to live lives. Meetups. I still run one meetup at the moment, which is an online meetup, and was an online meetup before the pandemic. It's still an online meetup. Obviously, all meetups are online at the moment, and doing things like I started a community forum in Hackney, where I used to live when I lived there, and a meetup that started out of Twitter back when people could actually make friends on Twitter. It was small enough and friendly enough. And then I in more recent years, I guess I've brought that into organizations. So I do a lot of work in organizations, setting up initiatives around communities of practice, or generally if I do a lot of work as a consultant around kind of in the space of, for want of a better term, transformation. And I tend to start connecting people because it's really hard to do anything in any organization when people are disconnected from each other. So I spend a lot of time doing that. Yeah.
That is like the start of solving so many issues. It's just getting people to connect with each other. I can totally relate to that.
Yeah, and I find it's like so I often do a lot of speaking about communities of practice and training and various other things, but there's a story I often tell about how when I was in an organization of, there's around 50 people, and I was a project manager, and I sat on a table with all the other project managers, and we had a great relationship, and we would moan about our clients, and we would help each other out, and all the kind of good stuff that you know, that is when you're with somebody that cares about the same things you do that kind of stuff. But we didn't sit with our teams, so that's not particularly good for developing products. And there's a real point where, well, if I'm then not with those people, how do I then connect, have that same kind of relationship where I feel like I have people to lean on without sitting next to them all the time?
Yeah, that is a really good point. I right now at work, I'm working in a fully remote company also before pandemic. we have these like roles. We call them leadership tags, and in each of the units which are cross-functional teams, you have one person that is looking after continuous improvement, for example, right? So that's my role. I took that on, and now I can't do that all alone. So I'm also in a community of practice of others that have that role in other units, in other teams. And we had really long discussions about how do we define ourselves as a community. It's a bit navel-gazingly, right? So what do we actually want to do? And it was like, okay, we do want to focus on the work we do in the teams, but we want to help each other by doing experiments, telling each other about it, like trying new formats. We do like one-on-one peer consulting, like, oh, I have this issue. How could I solve it? Let's talk about it. And that is so helpful. It is just making me so happy at work as well. It's like one of my favorite things to do is to talk to these other colleagues who are all invested in continuous improvement. Yeah. So you had a similar thing going with you?
Well, I think, I mean, I one thing that I really think is really important with communities, and whenever I go into organizations, people, like when you're talking, I always often think organizations are set up to kind of undermine all the things that we naturally do. So like we naturally want people around us. We naturally want to talk about stuff. We naturally want to join up. And then everything gets put into place to stop that happening. So don't talk to that team. You can't do that. You belong, like you're under my head count, so you belong to me type thing. I have heard that before. I think support network is kind of number one with any community. It's like creating those community itself. Consider the connections between people, and there are fantastic things that can come out of that. But if you go, if you treat a community like a team, with, you're going, we're going to have these goals, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, without considering the fact that people actually need to feel like a community, then it won't happen. It won't last very long.
That is so true.
And I've seen, like you say, it's like you can get all these, you've got these people around you that are passionate about the same thing as you. So there's a huge amount of motivation that you'll get from that. And often if you're the only person in a team doing something, so I used to be a delivery manager, and it's like you're the delivery manager on the team. Sometimes you need to check, like, do you agree with this? Is this right? Am I going in the right direction? Which just kind of keeps you motivated and keeps you kind of true to what you actually believe in, which I think is really important.
Yeah. Do you do anything explicit to make communities at work feel more like communities?
So a lot of the time I'm involved in helping organizations kick things off. Mm-hmm. And I know there's a difficult balance between communities emerging from people and organizations kind of putting communities in place, and there's this challenge. Like, can they ever really be communities if an organization implements them? I think yes, because I wouldn't be doing it otherwise. But I think a lot of that is about creating the right environment for people. It's a cultural thing. So do people feel like they have permission, that they aren't going to be chastised for taking part in something? Is kind of, are the enabling things in place like that, like being encouraged or congratulated or rewarded in some way, or that being part of the kind of expectation of culture being quite important. But I think there's always some things that can be set up and reviewed with communities, which include things like, what's our shared purpose, like what are our shared values, what are our shared principles, and then retrospecting on those, like, is this working, does it need to change, like what is it we need to do, and those kind of things.
That makes a lot of sense. I feel like I've had a situation where leadership or management would say like, oh, but we want our developers to do more outside coding stuff, and we give them permission, but they just don't do it. And I'm like, well, maybe that's not enough if they have these promotion checklists that they have to fulfill. Like maybe there's an incentive that is implicit and not explicit, but it is still there. So I guess that you have to take care of a lot of nuance in your work.
Yeah, and I've seen this in organizations who are like, yeah, we want people to do that stuff. But when it comes around to, so organizations that have kind of more formal objectives and reviews, we're not going to recognize any of that when it gets to the point where we talk about how well you're doing. And we're going to shout at you when you haven't delivered the thing that we've said you need to deliver. So it's, and the thing that you need to, this is the balance between delivery and sustainability of organization. The stuff that you need to deliver that's in front of you is the things is always going to take priority because it's more kind of immediately achievable, or
and sometimes it's also a little bit more satisfying, I have to say, that something that you can actually, like, you know, put a ticket from in doing to done rather than doing some long-term community building.
Yeah, it's I mean, the world that I'm often in, it's that you don't see the impact of the work that you're doing until, you know, 6 months, a year down the line, and at that point you can look back and go, look at all these wonderful things, but it's a hard slog getting to that point.
Yeah.
So what you in so you have your community of people that are interested in continuous improvement. Is that are you involved in any other communities at the moment as well?
I mean, at work, I'm also working in a group that is looking into improving inclusion and belonging. That is also really important to me. And there's so many great communities at work. And I'm like, I'm interested in all these things, but I gotta pick something, right? And I'm happy with my choice. But it's, yeah, I also love coding, so I gotta pick that. And then outside of work, I do a lot with the software crafter community, and we've been organizing these 4 events a year now, the online open spaces, and I really love them. I really love facilitating them, you know, getting people together to share and learn from each other. Yeah, it's my favorite thing.
I have to say that I'm very pleased it's called Crafter.
Yeah, there's a long history there. It definitely started out with the gendered craftsmanship thing, and then we were like, we got to change that. So there's different parts of it. Used to be the same community, but now it's kind of branched a bit into the software crafters and the software craftsmanship. Not that there's no connection, but you can definitely see the difference in the wording and stuff.
I think that's really interesting. I was one of the annoying people in the audience once at a conference when the people on stage were talking about their software craftsman community, and they were saying, we don't know why more women aren't involved. And so I put my hand up, and they was like, yeah, and I said, have you considered maybe, you know, changing your name? And they kind of poo-pooed me and did well, it doesn't mean anything, it's not actually gendered, but it led to a conversation with another group who was a meetup group that ended up changing their name. So I was like, yes,
great. Yeah, I do have to say that I think the criticism that was given to this gender term from the outside of the community really helped us change it. Like, we were really like, look, this is a thing. We have to change it. And sure, there's parts of the community that didn't want to, and, you know, they can stay in their craftsmanship bubble if they want to. But I'm so glad that this criticism was happening, because it was absolutely true. And I don't know, what the future of the community is. It's not a very well-defined community at this point, but I do enjoy us getting together and helping each other grow in our careers. And I have a lot of friends in the community, so I guess I'm biased to feeling good about it. But I think one thing that we still have a problem is that as a community, we still sometimes come across as elitist or exclusive, and I don't think that's great. I wish we could change to be more inclusive and be more open and more accessible. So still stuff to work on for sure.
And I do think there's a real balance in that. So I often cite, there's a piece of research that was done in the 80s that talked about sense of community, and it talks about these, it's Chavis, Macmillan and co. It talks about these 4 elements. So they reviewed a bunch of different communities, not communities of practice, just different communities, of which there are many. And there's 4 elements that they found were consistent with this sense of community, which we kind of inherently feel, but quantifying it is more difficult. So they talk about membership, influence, fulfillment of needs, and shared emotional connection. And the membership one talks about having, the way that I kind of talk about it is, it's about having some edges. Like, what is your criteria for membership? Who's in it? Who isn't in it? How do people know if they're in it? Like, if it's your residents association, for example, that's people that live in this area. If you're, I don't know, a school association, it's to do with who goes to the school. So it's helping have those edges really helps with things like psychological safety, I think, because it's like, if we want to get together and maybe talk about things that maybe we don't want everyone else in the room, and like, what does that look like? And I battle sometimes with this, like, putting the edges around something can feel like it excludes, like it isn't inclusive, but then you also need to put the edges around it. So it's this balance, I think, is this challenge.
I hear you. I think that makes a lot of sense because I do also want to be exclusive to certain people. Like, I run the Slack community or co-run it for the software crafters, and it's like, if you come in there and the first thing you post is that you're looking for developers and you're recruiting and stuff, then we just delete you because it's like, that's not the purpose of the Slack. And I mean, it's like, I hear that. Like, I guess I don't want the wrong reasons to keep people from joining. And in the end, I also don't want to take it too seriously, because it has given me a lot and it can give people a lot. But at the same time, there's lots more going on in the world. We're not the one thing that is above other things that are going on. So
yeah.
But how about you? What other communities are you involved in?
So personally, so obviously I work with organizations helping some of their communities, seeing some really interesting stuff at the moment. And obviously everybody wants communities of practice. They don't necessarily want to put the work in, but they want
it just sorts itself out, right?
Yeah, just build it and they would turn up, right? Put it on SharePoint. No. So in my I'd say non-work life, there isn't really any non-work life, to be honest, but I run a meetup called Agile in the Ether, which is online. I used to run a meetup in a park called Agile on the Bench, and then I moved online because I didn't have time to travel there mostly, and that also has a kind of Slack group around it. And I've been very purposeful in it growing very slowly and organically. And there's some very specific, I often have some rules that I follow when it comes to Slack groups. So things like, people have to have a profile picture of themselves. It really helps. And people are only invited to the Slack group once they've been to the meetup. So it's like, there's a bit of a connection. And that Slack group's been brilliant. I think people have really appreciated it through the lockdown as well. There's a few things on there, like we have random coffee just getting people a chance to get to know each other a bit better. Before the lockdown, people who had met through like on a random coffee had then seen each other at a conference, and that's really lovely. We also have a channel where we called Daily Outside Photo, where we share a photo of outside.
That's so great.
And it's really lovely. And there's people like mostly in Europe. There's just kind of somebody's in Rome and she's always sharing like beautiful sunny photos, and someone's in Scotland and he's always showing these amazing kind of photos of the sea, and it's just really lovely. So I have that. I have a fitness group that I started, which is 11 people, which I started because I needed to get fitter and I could only do I need to be able to make commitments to other people in order to force myself to do it. And then I have a very small circle of kind of trusted other consultants, so I can stop myself going crazy when I'm dealing with clients and working on my own.
Yeah, that debrief is helpful. Likewise. For sure. That sounds amazing. I really love what you said about the rules that you have to make the Slack group more intentional. I think that makes a huge difference. Sounds like a wonderful community to be in.
It's really great. And actually somebody said to me the other day, "You're going to monetize it?" And I was like, "Well, like, no."
Are you saying that everything is about capitalism?
No. It's like, no. And monetizing it would turn it into work, like work. That's not something I can do, would want to do. I think there's a very important aspect with communities when we talk about size. Excuse me.
That's all right.
And I have this, so I have a few communities. One of them is 4 people, one is 11 people, and the other one is 100 and something people. And sometimes I work with clients who are all about how big can you make it? People in the community, and like I was working with a company in India where everything is big. And they're like, "We signed up, we've now got to 300 people." It's like, I mean, that's not the goal. The goal isn't like gather numbers. The goal is to get value from is for people to have some value from being part of a community, and numbers is a very important part, I think.
Yeah, but are there any other ways to measure the value that a community brings that you know of?
Yeah, I mean, excuse me. I tend to look at 5. So numbers. I published a paper last year, with Robin Dunbar that looks at community sizes in relation to Dunbar's number, which Dunbar's number, there's a number of Dunbar's numbers, which are 5, 15, 50, 150, 500, and 1500. People often talk about this 150 number, which is kind of the size of villages and things like that. And it's to do with the size of our prefrontal cortex and the number of relationships we can keep in our brain. And there's a kind of magic number that I've seen in companies of around 50 people. Everybody knows each other. Once they get bigger than that, you start to need to introduce other kind of ways of organizing the company or managing people or developing people and those kind of things. And with communities, it seems like there's a number around 40, that it's much harder to self-organize above that number, and the interactions are less frequent once you get above that number. So yeah, there's some thinking around that. I don't know what the answer is, and it doesn't mean that communities can't be big, but it does mean that you can't really have that same sense of community in a community of 2,000 people, unless you start to break it down within that. But I think measuring is interesting, and there's a number of aspects for an organization that I look at. So it's, do people feel supported? There's kind of 5 benefits that I look at. So there's support, there's growing skills and capability, there's sharing knowledge, which leads to kind of dependencies being looked at. It's not the right word. It leads to stuff not being duplicated as much. There's one around common approaches, which can help kind of decentralize assurance, and common practices and common patterns, and stuff that actually really adds speed to delivery. If you're thinking about, if delivery is everything, then that helps with that. And then the fifth thing is collaboration. So is people in the community actually coming together to create things that then are used elsewhere. And there's thinking about those 5 elements. There's some things that you can start think about in terms of measurement off the back of that, which isn't just how many people turn up, how many people are involved. Because I
mean, that's great. Do you have good experience with people like self-selecting to join communities? Or because you mentioned a little bit before that sometimes you need to be intentional in setting one up?
Yeah, I mean, and this is actually, I was talking to someone the other day in an organization that gone, oh, we probably grew a bit small, maybe we could have told more people about it. And I do think that sometimes growing slowly through your networks and through people that kind of appear through their enthusiasm is a great way to get started, because it can kind of help the community create an identity, understand its purpose, do those things, and then share that and say, this is what we're about, this is who we're for, this is what we're about, this is the types of things we do. And then people can recognize themselves in that.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So there's a difference between how you start and then how you grow. Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Oh, I wish we could work together at some point, because it sounds amazing, the work that you do. Really cool.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I just wish I could come to Germany.
I mean,
Germany.
Hopefully soon. If you were working with me, you could do it from anywhere.
This is the challenge.
Yeah.
We've got just a couple of minutes, and I just wanted to ask you, with your distributed organization, what are some of the things that you do to help create situations where serendipity might happen?
Yeah, I mean, that's a real challenge. Absolutely. I think it was easier before Corona, because we did meet every 3 months in one place to kind of get to know each other better. And now it's about trying to convince everyone that they need to do this explicitly, and it starts with leadership, right? So we just had our quarterly gathering, and basically my boss, the CPO, he was basically saying, like, we are growing so fast. I need everyone to take time every day to just talk to someone like you would do on a coffee break. Like, it's really important that we explicitly do this, because it just doesn't happen otherwise. And in the team that I'm in, we have our social time every week where we just get together and talk about anything. I started also this random coffee, like you did in the Agile community that you were talking about at work. There is, at all of our gatherings, we have these random breakout rooms where you get to meet people from other parts of the company and just talk. And I think that's so important. And yeah, otherwise, it is an organization that works a lot on people self-managing and being proactive. So in the end, there's a lot of, hey, you could be doing this, like reach out to people. When people start, they do a lot of welcome coffees, like during their first couple of weeks, and that's explicitly encouraged. But in the end, people have to make that decision themselves. And it does happen that people don't, and they're fairly isolated. So yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So it could probably be better.
Yeah, I think that you're right. It has to be very explicit. And the fact that it's not like you're walking down the corridor and you bump into someone, you have to explicitly call somebody or be in a room or something. It's challenging.
I do try and meet colleagues that live closer for walks and stuff. That does make a big difference for me. Yeah. Right, so I think my time is up. It was really, really lovely to talk to you, and I hope we get a chance to talk again.
Yes, definitely.
Very soon.
Thanks, Duke.
I'll see you. Bye.
I think that's my cue.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing, Emily?
I'm all right, Randy. How are you?
It's been so long since I've seen you and talked to you.
Hasn't it just?
It has. I get to ask you a question today that I've never asked you, and I've always wanted
before that, obviously I know you, but why don't you introduce yourself and
that's
why you're here?
Let's see. So why I'm here, I think it's mostly your fault in all the ways. Why I'm here today anyway, but in general, let's see. I started off my professional career as a music journalist. I helped Amazon start Amazon's music store in the US and UK a long time ago and wrote about all kinds of things. And then I went into product management, Jesus, better part of 15 years ago now, and have been doing it ever since. And last year when lockdown hit, based on your Agile in the Ether community, I decided to start my own one because you were only doing it once a month and I needed it for my mental sanity a little more often than that. So I started a product in the Ether community and it's been going ever since. And I think that's why I was invited to talk today.
That, and I think you're very involved in product in the wider product community and mind the product and everything that happens there.
Yeah, I do that. I helped start a product community or practice at Sainsbury's when I was there. I do a bunch of other things, and yeah, but the last year really hit me how much I used to think of community as just something I did sometimes and participated because it was a place to go out and enjoy myself. And it was last year when lockdown hit and I just realized how important it was to me to intentionally create and participate in it rather than just be a part naturally of one. So for mental health, it was really, really useful.
Mm-hmm. Is that, yeah, what's the difference between now and then that makes it so much more important?
A year on, well, I've created a community, which really helps. And it's been amazing. So I'm just going to go back and take a step back. So I was at Sainsbury's, I created a community of practice and it went really well until I saw you talk at Mind the Product when I realized I had made every single mistake that I could possibly make, mostly because I was doing the heavy lifting on creating the community and I went big quickly. And then I saw you talk and then I got your book and and I realized when I left Sainsbury's, a lot of the things that you predicted came true. Now, there was a lot of things that I had observed in that I couldn't get other people to, I could get a lot of participation, but I got it. Brute force is probably the wrong term, but I was pushing a lot. It was because I was making things happen. It wasn't happening was not happening organically. And when I left, by all accounts, and I'm not a participant anymore, but by all accounts, it didn't go quite as well, at least initially. And that's not the ideal. I mean, it's a nice thing to your ego to know that it doesn't work quite as well without you, but what you really want is to create something that's self-sustaining. So the biggest difference is a year on, I've managed to intentionally participate and grow communities that are self-sustaining. And it makes a really massive difference.
Yeah, and I would say that it's much easier to talk about that stuff than it is to do that stuff, because often people find that me included, that you set something up and for whatever reason, people aren't so involved, and the idea of stepping back, it just wouldn't carry on.
So okay, so I had a different question for you, but this is another one I always wanted to ask. As with everything that I do in my day job of product, there's a science to it, but there's also an awful lot of art and luck. And you have good guidelines for building communities and a general set of principles. But that's the science of it. How much of a community actually being successful is the art and the luck?
I actually think that if in an organization, and I'm going to talk about in the organizational context for the moment, one of the biggest factors is organizational culture, closely followed by the people involved in the core group that are making the community happen. So, and I see this a lot. It's down to people feeling like they are allowed to take part in something, or they won't be punished in some way for taking part in it. Some people will actually just push through that and say, I don't care, this is important to me, I'm going to do it anyway. But there are other people, particularly maybe they're more junior, maybe they're newer to an organization, that will not get involved if they think that it's gonna kind of get them in trouble, or that kind of thing. So I think that's a huge part of it. And I've seen some organizations, communities they do just happen. People just start connecting with each other, they start sharing with each other. If no one is doing that at all, it generally means the culture isn't really allowing that to happen.
Is there a massive difference between, you've created communities both inside organizations and within, I guess it's more of a community of interest rather than a community of practice. Is there a massive difference between those two things, doing them outside of an organizational?
Yes, because when you're doing something outside the organization, so take Agile in the Ether, for example, people are turning up. They're much more motivated to turn up. So you're generally getting a bunch of people that are already motivated to take part in something like that in the first place. When you're in an organization, it tends to be a bit more varied, and again down to the culture. I think, and again, it also depends. It depends,
right? Drink, yes.
Exactly.
When I've done training courses and when I've taught courses, if I've been doing it inside an organization and people are there because the boss told them they had to be.
Yeah.
And so when we do our feedback at the end of the day, it comes in a huge bell curve, with some people basically saying, I don't know why I was here. I didn't get very much out of it. And that's fair because they didn't choose to be there. Mm-hmm. When I've done it in a more public setting where people opt in, you still get a bell curve, but it's people, the negative aspect is this wasn't quite what I expected, not ideal. They'll usually, I've been lucky in people saying, I really enjoyed the instruction, but maybe the subject matter or something wasn't quite what I expected. Mm-hmm. So I think it's the same sort of thing in what you're saying about communities. If it's in an organization, there are a whole bunch of people who are only potentially being there because they've been told they had to, mm-hmm. rather than, and then in the community of interest, people can vote with their feet a lot easier and just not show up.
Yeah, and I think it's a balance in organizations. So I often talk about objectives. So if you have a formal kind of review objectives type process in your organization, and like cross-cutting or community type activities aren't recognized, then there's less incentive for people to do them, because it's like, I've spent so much time helping do this thing and it's not even going to be recognized when it comes to talking about like promotions and things like that. That also needs to be balanced with it not being a tick box exercise where it's like, you must take part in communities. Okay, I'm going to turn up and sit in a room and then I will tick a box, which is also not very helpful.
So how do you judge the health of a community? So going back to a long way in my history, I did a lot of moderating of message boards about 20 some odd years ago. And you'd have a high propensity of lurkers to posters. And that was okay. You didn't mind having lurkers. They were still getting something out of it, but they were not active participants. Does that make for a healthy community, though? And is that something that you see in the communities that you're working with organizations on?
Yeah, and I guess that's easier to do online, right? So, yeah. And there are a lot of communities that are run online, and I used to run an online community myself, where lots of people, like, I'd meet people because it was based in Hackney, so I'd meet people that were members of the community that had never posted anything, and they'd go, "Oh, I'm a member of that, but I've never posted anything," and it was still valuable to them to be part of it. And every now and then they'd come on and say something when they really, really wanted to. And I think it's the same. I think it's the same face to face. I think it's fine to have a balance. Like, you need people in the core to make the thing happen, like the people that are enabling it. You tend to have people that are active, you tend to have people that are less active, and sometimes you will kind of have lurkers that will just come in and out when it makes sense to them. And I think that's fine, as long as it's not making it unsafe or disrupting it in any way. But I guess not sitting in the back of the room being quiet, just staring, which is weird.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question about a community that I'm working with right now, where there's one participant, and I'm not going to name the community or the person, and I don't think they'd mind me telling this story. They're loud, they're boisterous, they're a bit of a shit stirrer, but they also wear their heart on their sleeve, and they mean it with the best of intentions. And it's something that's quite obvious, and I've seen a lot of positive feedback and embrace from the community. What I can't tell is if it's putting people off who are then not participating. So it seems like a very healthy thing at the moment, but how do you know with that sort of thing without going out and doing a survey or doing something like that?
You got just asking me hard questions.
Okay, I have an easy one that I'll ask you next. I promise.
Do you know? I'm gonna tell you about. So I was running a community within an organisation, and there was somebody that was fairly dogmatic about their beliefs, and they were very loud. And I did think it was that my assumption from watching the room was that it was putting people off. In which case we had a conversation. So can you sit on your hands a bit, bite your tongue a bit, or couch the way that you say some of the things, so you are allowing people to have different opinions. And that worked. I guess in that, and it's challenging if you're talking about something that's more like a community of interest, is having a set of principles. So if you have a kind of more kind of close-knit community of practice, having a set of principles that you can co-create and sign up to. The challenge with any kind of, and it's the same on any team, right? The challenge with any principles is living them, and what happens when they go wrong, because it will usually fall to you as a person in the middle of the community to do something about it.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing in this community, and it's actually been really beautiful over the past week or so, people have shared some very personal things. They've started a nutrition and health channel in this community, which is, looking at me, is not the thing I would have naturally started myself. And I'm grateful and I'm amazed at what people are doing. And this particular boisterous person was kind of at the center of it. It was people responding to them in a very loving and embracing way. And I'm just really touched and love seeing it. This is the thing that's made me say, wow, this is self-sustaining. This is a really nice group of people that really embrace each other. And yeah, it's given me all the feels on a regular basis, which is really nice.
Yeah, and I think that's also part of being quite intentional about growing communities, and not I was talking to Duke earlier about it's not all about the numbers. It's not all about like how big can I make this thing. It is about the connections. And I do think growing something slowly, mixing some, like, not only having things like, if something's only online, then that is, I think there's a different challenge in creating safety around that. But having that mix of people being able to talk to each other, then following it up with online interactions and being really intentional about that really helps create those feels and create a more sustainable community.
Okay, so I'll ask you an easy question now. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
What's the first community that you were really consciously a part of? Or the first time that you really felt like you were part of one and you said, this is something I want to continue doing, because you're a serial community creator.
I probably, I guess there's a couple of things. One, I won't go back too far, but one is setting up Yeah Hackney, which was my forum, my Hackney community forum. And I set that up. Usually I'll do things because something annoys me. I'll be like, I can fix it. Look,
good motivator.
I'll show you how it's done. And I think that's why I did the Agile and the Ether online conference, because I was like, look, you can do online conferences. I started Yeah Hackney because there was a few websites around at the time that were very negative. And I loved living in Hackney. I loved the area. Like, I felt very connected to it. And I wanted to start something that was like, actually, it was off the back of some other stuff that was a group of us got together to try and stop something happening. And it was like, do you know what? If people get together, there's a lot of power that we can be as a group of people. So I was like, I want to start something that's positive, that celebrates what we have. And yeah, that's when I started Yeah Hackney. So I guess it was very intentional, and it was in reaction to some quite negative stuff that was going on the internet at the time in that area.
Okay, and I shared that I've made an awful lot of mistakes in growing communities and trying to start them. But you actually codified yours. You wrote a whole book about this. So you must have put some thinking into this. What's the biggest mistake you've ever made in creating a community or managing one? I probably am not. I mean, you talked earlier about like getting other people to lead stuff. I'm probably not very good at helping find other people to lead things or to get involved in that way. Like, you're a delivery manager. You need to learn to delegate. I'm a delivery. I thought that meant I was a control freak. Yeah, I think maybe it's that. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I'm an introvert. Like, I put the stuff in place for other people to talk to each other. But maybe that's what it is. I don't know, an introvert who likes hosting things and creating spaces for you to participate in. You might be not the most active person all the time, but it's definitely a bit of a hybrid role. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure, I'm sure there's lots of mistakes I've made with communities along the way, but it's not, the thing is, and as much as I've written a bunch of stuff down, people aren't, people are people, and communities are communities. And I think it's really important to see what works and then iterate. So what I'm hearing is you didn't write the book because you made mistakes and you were pissed at yourself. You saw other people making mistakes and you were pissed at them. Do you know, I'm going to, honestly, why I wrote the book? Because I wondered how quickly I could write a book. And I had this interesting thing that I wanted to share. I mean, to be honest, I do like sharing stuff on the internet. I do blog about techniques and approaches and share things. So I wanted to write something. Writing a book is not the most agile thing to do, that's for sure. No. But I was interested to see what that process might look like if it was kind of a bit more agile, with this interesting topic that happened to come at quite a useful time, because now everyone wants a community, right? That's true. So, okay, so that leads nicely into you are called on a lot to go into companies and help them create communities and mature what their approach to it. What's the first thing that you usually have to disabuse them of? What's the mistake that they've made that led them to call you in the first place?
So without giving too many hints around about who, I think the thing that I've seen a lot of, which is a big mistake that organizations make, is build them and they will turn up, right? So it's like, we're going to make these communities and force people into them. And I've seen that happen a lot, and I've seen a few places where people are like, well, apparently I'm in this community, but I don't really know what it is or why I'm here or what it's supposed to do or how it helps me in any way. And sometimes they get stuff thrown at them, but they're not really sure why they're there. So I think you can't just go, right, we're going to look through everyone's role and we're just going to shove them in these communities and this magic will happen. I think that's probably the biggest challenge.
Okay, so I can see if I'm a staff member, you know, or middle management type of thing, the thing that would block me most is just feeling like I didn't have permission. So I need to get over that and just start the ball rolling and say, I'm going to do this and let's see where it goes. But if I'm higher up the chain of command and I think, you know what, we don't have the right spirit. We're not getting together. We're not cross-pollinating. We don't have the communities. I think that would be a really good solution. If I can't assign people to them, if I can't force people to, hey, let's all be communities now. What's the best way to seed the ground, to start it?
Find people that are passionate about stuff, give them the space to build something around their own challenges and their own needs, and give them and help amplify their message. I think that's what it is. I think organizations can help by giving people support and guidance, and the right kind of conditions for success. But the passion comes from the people and the needs come from the people.
So if I'm senior, the best thing I can do is remove the blockers. There are people that you'll see that are naturally connectors and passionate and boisterous in a generous way. Just encourage them and see where it goes.
Yeah, and that's not always the most senior people as well. And I think that's also what there can be a challenge where someone is the head of a role, for example, and they're the head of the community, and that makes it that can kind of cause a bit of friction, because suddenly you've got the person who's people's line manager, like telling them they need to do something, so they do it because they've been told they need to do it by their line manager. And yeah, I think that's splitting that out is quite important.
Okay, so what does a head of a community mean? So I know for what I've done, it's my community for Product and Ether, so I'm in charge of scheduling meetings at this point and sending out invites. And if there's any disputes or any problems with the code of conduct, I'm going to take it upon myself to make sure that they're enforced. But it sounds like is there anything else that I should be consciously avoiding or consciously doing?
No, I mean, Product and Ether, like Agile and Ether, is like we both kind of do those role. There is a role that you have around direction, like you're making decisions about what's going to happen. There is a role, so
I'm trying not to.
Well, you kind of like with Agile and Ether, for example, it's like, I don't know, someone suggested to do some extra things and I was like, all right, we'll run with that and see how that goes, and now it's me that organizes them, but that's fine. Or you know, I've started some things. I was like, I want to start this channel and see what happens. Or someone says I want to do a thing around what books are people reading. I said, all right, go ahead, like, yeah, do that. Like there's an element of like, there's somewhere in your mind, whether you're intending it or not, where you can kind of see a path for where you're headed to, and you're going to maybe, like, you know, gently nudge around the edges. You know, you are directing it, but I think there's a, you know, That's it's an enabling role, really. A community leader is an enabling role. Yeah.
So if I am, I'll use an example of government. So there are people who in UK Gov who have the head of role or head of practice job, and by default, as you were saying, they're probably the head of that community. Mm-hmm. What's the best way of getting other people to get involved without feeling pressured? How do you remove that onus or make it a bit fairer?
Yeah, and I did that. I was the head of a role, and I was the head of the community, and I'm community minded, so that kind of happened. I think it's about actually disassociating yourself a bit from it, because I do feel that if you're the head of a role and you're in a room, the conversations will be different, whether you intend them to be or not. I think I think creating kind of core roles for people, and I think there's more than one, and particularly if you're distributed around different offices, there's an opportunity for more kind of core roles in a community, is actually giving people the time to do that, and giving them the badge and the time. I think is important, and then not being that person, creating the space for it to happen. And the conditions and the encouragement, but not being the person that's there making it all happen. That's what I would say.
That makes a lot of sense.
But where do you see Product in 5 years' time? Yeah, what's next for, like, you're running a community, and interestingly, your community started with my model and has diverged, and that's brilliant. It's gone in the direction it needs to. Where's it going?
Oh, I don't think so it hasn't diverged that much. I mean, it's still happening pretty consistently in the same model, in that it started purely as a meetup, and then I put a mailing list together so people could find out about it. It's still limited to the same number of people as you have, more or less. I experimented with Slack channels in other people's Slacks before. That was in the Mind of Product Slack, that was a common area, and it didn't do anything. So I just said, screw it. After a year, I'm going to start a Slack on this, see if anyone wants to join. And I liked the model you have, which I'm going to tell the secret publicly now, which is, if you attend one, you get invited to the Slack. Mm-hmm. But I couldn't start that from nothing. So I looked back at who had joined over the last year and said, if you've been to 4 or more, then that's my arbitrary cutoff. You're invited to be the initial community, the seed community, because you show up regularly enough and you're interested, and let's go from there. And now it's, if you attend, you're invited. And yeah, where do I see it going? I don't know. It's still reasonably small. It's growing at a rate of a few people a month at this point, at best. We've had the question about, should we do the serendipitous donuts-inspired random coffee things? I don't think there's enough people in it yet. I've seen that work really poorly in smaller communities, because you just get matched up with the same people after 4 rounds, and that's no fun. So I'd rather let people do it by themselves right now, and then as it gets a bit bigger, start introduce things like that. I did an experiment with an Asia-friendly hours one, because most of the time I do it in the late afternoon UK, so that works for Americas and Europe pretty well, but really unfriendly to Asia. So I got up and did one at 7 a.m. to see what would happen. And well, the person who asked me to do it didn't show up, but I had a decent, it was a much smaller group, but it was a good group and a good conversation. But I didn't feel, I didn't get a lot of feedback off of it. And maybe I'll do it again quarterly. It depends on how busy I am and, whether I really want to do that. It would be nice to have a slightly more global community in the Slack, I think. But I don't know. I don't have a grand plan for this. I'm not doing it because I want to get some extrinsic validation or value out of it. I'm doing it because I enjoy doing it. And if I stop enjoying it, then I'll stop and let someone else take it over. I don't know. What about you? We've got 2 minutes left. Where are you going? Because you keep blazing paths that I follow. So is there something I'm missing?
No, I don't know. I don't. And actually, as I said to Duke earlier, someone did ask me if I was going to monetize it. And no, I haven't got
Well,
any.
your terms of service explicitly say you can't.
Oh, that's for you. No, and it shouldn't be. I like doing. I like doing things that feel, you know, like they're enjoyable. It's not my business. My business is something else. Yeah.
Certainly participating in the community has been monetized for me in that it's led to work in some ways. So I'm very happy, but that's the best way of we both work as consultants. The best way of finding work is through people that we know and we trust, and just reputation. So I'm happy monetizing it just the same way I would any relationship of being nice and being available.
Mm-hmm.
Being useful probably is even better.
Being human, maybe. I think we are at time, Randy, so I'm going to get kicked off. I know Rosie isn't online, but I'll say hello. Yeah, see you soon.
See you soon. Thanks, Emily. Hello, Rosie.
Hello. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. Nice to meet you.
So I never said where I was for anyone who's watching. I'm in London at the moment, and you're in Brighton. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, I'm jealous. I want to be by the sea.
You should be. I was just by the sea earlier this morning, so. Sorry. Sorry to rub it in.
That's okay. So Emily made me do this, so I'm going to do it to you. For anyone who doesn't already know who you are, well, first off, shame on them. But second off, could you mind doing a short introduction of why are you here today and why is community so important to you?
Yeah, I'm here, I guess, because Theo asked me to come on. But I've been doing communities for about 15 years now. I started with meetups. That was like my first realization that communities could be something. And then I went on to doing a co-working space for a couple of years before co-working was too popular. And then alongside that, I was building up Ministry of Testing because I was a tester at the time. And I spent, like over 10 years building that up to business. I managed to turn it into business, and I did quite well, I guess, as a bootstrap kind of business. Then a couple of years ago, I started leading the community at Indie Hackers. So I did that for 2 years, and I've literally just left that role, and I've started a new role with a company called Orbit. So they kind of do community software, which is a very bad explanation, but
yeah. You're brand new. It's okay. Yeah, we'll let you get away with it.
It's my third day today. I'm skiving already.
It's okay. I'm day 3 on a project as well, so much the same. So I'm interested. I've got a question. So most of the communities I participate in these days are hybrid communities, in that a lot of them started off as in-person first, and then went to a video conference, augmented potentially by asynchronous, by Slack and things like that. But Indie Hackers, from what I've seen of it, is pretty much all text-based. It's almost going back to old school chat rooms and things like that, and blogging. Is there a massive difference to you between synchronous and asynchronous communities?
Yeah, I think so. Big difference. And it's challenging. It was challenging for me, actually. Indie Hackers did have meetups like pre-COVID. There were a bunch of meetups happening. They didn't happen first. They happened like in the middle, I guess. Like it started online, then it's stayed online, and people were like self-organizing meetups. But then obviously COVID happened, and that kind of died down a bit. There's still some going on, but it's not nearly as close to what it was, which is a shame because I ran some local meetups as well in Brighton, And I love doing them. We'd have like, 10, 20 people show up and we'd like, geek out on indie hacking. And I think, to be honest, for me, it's like the in real life stuff or in real life virtual stuff now is really kind of what excites me the most. So, to have to manage like a community that doesn't really have much of that is kind of challenging. And towards the end, I struggled a bit. I struggled to kind of develop the connections that I feel that I wanted, at least personally, but also that I wanted for the community. So yeah, it's tough, right? Trying to manage or lead a community at that size. It's pretty big. And trying to, please the business goals at the same time.
So it's an interesting one, and it's something goes back to something I asked Emily. How do you measure the health of a community like that? In person, you can really see the expressions on people's faces, and if they're active and not. But when you're doing something that's asynchronous, there's naturally a lot of lurkers and sometimes a high ratio of lurkers to participants. Is that okay? Is that healthy? What does healthy look like?
Oh, big question. I think
I've got somebody smart to talk to about this, someone who knows about it. I need to get it out.
So if I think of it in relation to indie hackers, what is healthy? I mean, I think healthy can be many different things. I've been relating to indie hackers more as a movement more recently than just a community, because there's like people everywhere calling themselves indie hackers. And kind of identifying with what that means. So the fact that all the activity doesn't happen on indie hackers now, it happens everywhere, and that's that's the challenge of running a community like that. It's pretty amazing, I guess humbling for me that I could be a part of that. But for me, I think like how people feel about indie hackers is, a great sign of, it's a great thing to measure. Not that you would specifically measure it, but, if people are happy to call themselves an indie hacker, what does that say about how they feel about the community as a whole, even if they don't visit it every day or even if they just lurk? I think that's a great thing. Obviously, like from a business standpoint, it kind of gets, I guess, challenging because businesses generally tend to want to increase the numbers. So yeah, I mean, I don't have good answers for that. Stripe and indie hackers want to keep growing, and like as like not just as a community, but just like as I guess an entity or a thing. And I guess I struggled with that a bit towards the end. It's like what does that mean to grow? Is it actually helping the community side? Does it need to be so community focused now, or does it need to evolve into something else or become like more of a hybrid of other activities? I don't know, and I guess it's not my decision to make. It's not but, which is kind of hard because like I came into that role with obviously it not being my community, but like previously I was used to like running my own community and like leading stuff and making decisions, and then all of a sudden it's like I didn't have as much authority as I used to have. So that that's interesting, I guess, from my perspective.
Yeah, that is interesting. So you've gone from being someone who ran their own communities to doing it for hire.
Yeah.
What is the difference in that in your approach? Are you ever able to let go? I mean, once you're in role, it kind of feels like it's yours, doesn't it?
It does. I still am. I'm really attached to indie hackers. I love it as a community, and it was I chose to leave in the end, and that was really hard for me to kind of come to that decision. I didn't really want to leave, but I felt like for me personally, it was the right decision. When I left my previous community, I couldn't just leave, right? Because I owned it. I had to like find someone else to run it, and that took about 3 years to do, to be honest. But like with Indie Hackers, it's not mine, so I can just leave. And even though it took me like a little bit longer to actually make that decision, it's kind of nice that also I have the freedom to leave and to move on to other things.
I'm going to ask you, define leave in this case, because there's leave as someone who's employed by and responsible for, and you can do that and make an 100% clean break and just not participate anymore. But you can also, you have relationships with people there. You can keep those if you want to. Is it possible to stay in the community as a friendly but not be in the responsible role anymore?
Yeah, I'm there actually. I still visit most days. I'm still posting stuff that I know that Cortland likes me to post. Like if I see stuff and if I see stuff that I know is in line with the things that he likes to see posted, then I will just go ahead and post it. So yeah, it only takes a few minutes or 1 minute to do that for me. But definitely, I've made loads of friends in the past couple of years. I've grown a lot personally, and I think for that I kind of will always appreciate kind of being involved with Indie Hackers, and I'm not leading it, but I'm still there. I'm very much there. You can probably go now and you'll see me on the homepage.
So in terms of community size, we were talking about that for a moment earlier. You've got Dunbar's number and things like that people say there's only so many connections you can really maintain, that we're wired to maintain. But communities grow, and then do they become communities of communities? Is that a healthy way to think about it?
I think it is. It's like when you get big, you kind of have to think of ways to kind of scale it down. At Indie Hackers, we ended up creating groups within Indie Hackers, so like on specific topics, and I think that helps to a certain extent, but it probably didn't work 100% as we would have liked, or it'll probably still take a while to get to a point where they're actually achieving certain things better. But yeah, I mean, it's tough to like build it when it's all online and when there's not really any events that people are coming into. It's kind of tough to kind of build that community connection aspect. I tried to do a lot of it like online and through the forum and through Twitter as well. I'd always like be calling people out or supporting people, all kind of just without face-to-face stuff. But yeah, I mean it was mostly just me like running the community, so there's only so much I could do, and I think in a position like that you have to kind of make choices, or Cortland makes choices for me, which is fine. But it is what it is, I guess.
So this, I could ask you what your principles are for good community management and things like that, but I find when I talk to people who are naturally good at these things and turn it into a profession, it's mostly, how can I be more like you? And that's not really the answer, because everyone should be doing it in their own way, but a lot of the stuff comes, you do this because you're interested and it comes naturally to you. So instead of asking you about positive things, I'm going to turn it around and ask you about the negative things, mistakes that you've made or that you've seen other people make that don't lead to creating a good, healthy community environment.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially like if we think of like COVID, like the whole world's gone like community mad. It's pretty crazy, right? It's like I look back to when I started at Indie Hackers and like I compare it to the community world now, and it's just like a whole different planet. So, you know, I guess like if I look at all the people who are trying to build a community now, a lot of them are doing it wrong. They're you know, like jumping into things. They set up the community straight away before having any conversations. They don't like really connect with people one-on-one, small scale, all those kind of things. It's just like, yeah, it's just, I guess like dead communities. You know, and then they set up a community space, and they don't understand why people don't show up. So focused on the growth aspect. They want to grow. They want to monetize it, turn it into something that kind of creates an income, and it's just kind of, you know, it just doesn't work, right? So I think, you know, I can't predict the future, but you know, I want people to build better communities. I'm actually like running a course on it right now, trying to figure out how to teach people about it. But you know, I guess I think for me it's like when you start a community, you got to start small, to you know, like set the standards right from the beginning, and that's my thinking around it. And if you try to push things too much and you're not properly connecting with people, then it just doesn't work. There's no reason for people to show up.
I've seen you say, or write more accurately, conversations before community before.
Yeah. Can
you talk about that a little bit more? Because you just mentioned it a moment ago, and I think that it's something we can unpack a bit more.
Yeah. So, you know, this is part of COVID, I think, where everybody's getting excited about community, and then all of a sudden it's community first. And when I first heard that, I was like, oh yeah, that's cool. Community first, of course, you know, community is wonderful. We should all be thinking about community first. But then the more I thought about it, I was like, no, that's wrong. We shouldn't have community first. We should, you know, be having conversations and trying to connect with our values and our goals and the things we want to achieve. And like doing research or figuring out what are the things that we want to do. And then once you do that, then maybe start a community if the things align, if you feel like there's room to build a community. And you know, it's just frustrating where everyone's jumping to communities first. And I think that's what's kind of causing the problems now, is that the first thing they think of is communities, whereas they should be thinking of the problems that they're trying to solve. Very much like a kind of I wouldn't say lean startup approach, but like kind of like a business approach. Is like, do your research first. You know, have conversations with people, talk to people, figure out what are the things that you're interested in, they're interested in, and see how you can create something out of that.
So I come from a product background, so that really resonates. But I also know from research that people will often not tell you what they need or what they will do. They'll tell you what they think they need or they think they'll do, which is totally different. So are we trying to be too scientific if we do it that way? Is it as much, what's the question I'm trying to, it sounds like from that perspective, it's creating a community for a specific purpose rather than is it more about creating a space and letting people find it and letting them discover along the way what the community's for. You might put a headline on it, but it rarely goes in a specific direction. It kind of ambles and figures it out along the way.
Yeah. So the way I think about it is like when you do your research for community, you don't actually, when you're talking to people or having conversations, you're not like saying to them, I want to build a community. You're just like having conversations. So it's like this, you know, secret, for me, it's a secret thing you have in the back of your mind that maybe you want to build community, but before you do that, you want to speak to people who you think might be interested in it and just get to know them in some kind of way and look for gaps or look for opportunities. But yeah, I wouldn't tell them, basically. I mean, I started Indie Woman, kind of like as a side thing to like Indie Hackers. And I started that because I knew from conversations of like having conversations with Indie Woman over the course of a year that Indie Women wanted it, but I never said that I was going to start a community. It was just based on conversations that I had had over the course of a year. And so like eventually, like I wanted to do it earlier, but I took my time before starting it. But after a year, I decided to like start this like side Indie Women community to serve the needs of women. And, you know, I guess that to me is that idea of having the conversations first, making sure that women wanted it and women kind of ended up leading it. And what ended up happening was that is I would just like casually chat with some women, and a couple of them said, oh, we'd love to do some events. So I was like, okay, let's do some events. So, you know, it was very much guided by them. I was just kind of like helping facilitate them. And then they said, oh, we'd love to have a Slack. So I was like, oh, all right then. I was a bit reluctant at first, but, you know, when they asked for it, I was like, okay, I'll set one up. And it's kind of evolved from there. It's still like small. It's like 150 people, which I guess isn't that small, but small when you compare it to Indie Hackers, it's small. It feels small, but it's good. It's really, you know, it's really nice having like a core group of people that show up every couple of weeks for events that we host.
Okay, so just in terms of if I is interested in trying to make something successful as well, and didn't have it already, it's find a need that people are telling you about again and again, and you keep track of those people, and then follow them, just enable them. It's not about, hey, I've created the space, I'm opening the doors, this is yours now. It's let them bubble it up and create the desire for themselves.
I think so, to a certain extent. I think there's kind of part of that, and there's also part kind of leadership. Like a lot of people are reluctant to like stand up and organize something, but I think that kind of comes naturally to me now. I'm just quite happy to do stuff, which I regret sometimes, but that's what it is. I love experimenting with ideas. And yeah, it's a bit of a running joke with me and my husband, but yeah, I think, and I think that's one aspect, especially like with certain types of groups of people where they lack the confidence to start something. And I guess like in my point of life now, I'm like, well, let me help you start something, or let's do it together, or let's collaborate to help lift them up as well.
So how do you turn a community from something that's rosy powered to something that's self-sustaining?
Oh, I don't know. It's hard. I think that's probably the hardest part of communities, to make them truly self-sustaining. I guess like it kind of did it with Ministry of Testing. So that was like bootstrapped, and then we mostly made our money from events and sponsorship, and now it's sponsorship and online membership and online events kind of thing. But yeah, I managed to hand that over to someone to run. I've got a CEO now that runs it. That took like 3 years to make happen, which is a bit painful from my perspective, I guess. But we had like an inside, like I basically like taught him everything I knew over time without like huge rush with things. So the first year was just about us like collaborating, and then after that it was about working towards him actually taking over running the business. And then alongside that, it was also like me accepting that if he's going to run the business, he has to do it in the way that he believes is acceptable. So that's like a big part for me, is like letting go of that, which, it's hard as like a founder. But like as I was like teaching him stuff, we had this question that he would always ask me, and then he would, and then like after a certain amount of time, he wouldn't need to ask me. He would just ask the question to himself. But he would, say, "What would Rosie do?" basically. like if he wasn't sure what to do, he would like ask that question to me. What would Rosie do? What would you do? But after time, he would have the confidence to kind of answer the question himself. But hopefully now it's like, what would Richard do? That's his name. Which is cool.
So it's consciously making yourself obsolete by handing things over piece by piece, not feeling the need to jump in if they do something in a different way than you would. But if you're doing it gradually like that, does that naturally create this sense of continuity for everyone else? Because it's not just about the relationship you have with Richard, it's about the relationship everyone else had with you, and they're coming to accept Richard as, for I guess, an acolyte. It was a terrible word, but then a co-equal, and then the primary.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah. And actually, that's exactly what happened. So, like, before he took over, everyone kind of knew who Rosie was, but by the time I left, there were a lot of new people coming into the community that had no idea who I was. And whilst I felt sad at some points, it was like, no, actually, like, this is a goal. This is like, it's not about me. It's about the community, and it's about Richard leading it. And it can't be about me. So, that was actually really cool to see, like, happen. People would like ask, who's Rosie? I was like, yes.
That takes a huge amount of maturity or submission of ego to make sure that you're ready to do it. Because if you weren't ready for it, that would have been really traumatic for you as well as the community, wouldn't it?
Yeah, which is why I kind of, as like a business owner and a community owner, I was so mindful of that. And I also think, like, when you run a business, you always have like multiple options. You think, well, should I sell it? Should I try to find someone else to lead it? Should I get the community to run it? All these kind of things like fly through, or they flew through my head at least. And that's tough, like, to make that decision. And to be honest, like, if it was just like selfish reasons, I should have or would have just sold the company. And taken, a cash lump sum. But I didn't feel it was right for the people I employed and for the community itself. And that's tough, because I still have responsibilities there as a business owner. We still, have to do things to help keep it running. I don't really want to do it anymore, but I do it for the sake of the community. Yeah, and that's just,
one of the options. Sorry, one of the options, we've only got a couple minutes, so I'm really curious about this. One of the options you said was you could sell it, but you could do this, you could do that, but you could also let the community run it. Have you ever seen that actually work without someone taking a leadership role?
I don't know. I don't think so, which is, I think it's a nice idea, but I think in practice, it's like, I don't think it would work. I don't think it would have worked for Ministry of Testing. And I think Ministry of Testing worked because I made certain decisions at the end of the day about how things should run. And I think it's a nice, idea, but to be honest, quite a lot of the community are not in the position to make decisions on how to run the community. They don't have the knowledge, the history. So I felt for a long time that it's better to leave that to someone who's kind of been in the community a long time and has the interest in leading it and has kind of like a vision for what the testing community needs.
That makes sense. I have so many more questions, and we have about a minute and a half. I'm not even sure where to go at this point. So as someone who's relatively recently started formally hosting, I started a community last year, but intentionally because Emily Weber was doing Agile and Ether, and it wasn't often enough for my mental health when lockdown started, and I need something more often. So I started an offshoot of it. Any general advice? It's been going well. I'm having a great time with it, but is there anything that you see people on the maturity curve, a mistake that people make a lot?
I would probably just say keep enjoying it, keep doing what you're doing, and try to make the right decisions for the community. Keep it simple, I think, and don't overthink it.
That's worked well so far. I think I can keep doing that. Not overthinking it is a really good thing, and I've got enough other projects going on that that's helped a lot as well, to be honest. If I was doing that and only that, I probably would overthink it, but because it's a nice release from my day job, and I like to just keep it as that, it works really, really well.
Yeah, I think that's so important, just to, because communities are often like on the side of your day jobs, right? So you have to get some kind of emotional or social or something different out of it. If it feels like a burden, then it will probably kind of die down quite quickly.
Okay, I think it's the top of the hour and it's my turn to say goodbye, but I want to just say hi to Eli because I haven't seen them in a while, and Eli's a wonderful person. So enjoy your chat. I will hopefully talk to both of you again sometime soon. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, Eli.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm all right. How are you?
I am so great. It is good to see you. Good to meet you. It's been really inspiring hearing you talk to Randy about communities for the last little bit. So I'm excited to ask you some questions too.
I'm going to ask you some first.
Cool. I'll take your questions first.
Yeah. No, well, more about introducing yourself. I realize I don't know a lot about you, so it would be good to
sure.
have some context.
Yeah, my name is Eli. My pronouns are they, them. I work at Kazoo, and I've worked in software for, I don't know, over 10 years. I like building community and I like participating in communities. I am part of an LGBT Slack community with a couple thousand members. And then I also, having been inspired by Emily Weber, have focused on communities of practice. So I help level up designers, product managers, and researchers at work.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do you have any communities outside of work, or is it mostly?
Yeah, I have an LGBT Slack that I'm part of, and then a couple of like design leadership communities that I participate in.
Cool.
Yeah. And then previously, one of the most radical experiments in community that I've participated in was the Occupy Wall Street movement.
Oh, wow. Cool. How was that? I'd love to hear about that.
Well, I think it was most interesting around Hurricane Sandy because, we shifted focus and started to occupy Sandy, and the networks that we had built during Occupy Wall Street really helped us do hurricane relief and, be very, very effective compared to the Red Cross. And I think the things that made that powerful and effective were people in existing communities also had a community and a network with each other. And so, landing a juggernaut like the Red Cross versus having people who know what they're doing and focusing on mutual aid, know each other, right? They may not know everything about healthcare, but there were people in the community who did, and there were people who were collaborating effectively with each other, calling out down power lines on certain streets and like, hey, this neighbor needs this, or hey, we've set up a mutual aid shelter with like food and facilities for people to sleep. That was one of those things that was very interesting, to see the power of a community move so tangibly like that. It, I don't know, it just kind of lives with you, Yeah.
How was that structured? How did they communicate all those things?
It was very ad hoc, it was very organic and fluid and decentralized. And I think that was one of those things that you can take for granted, especially when, you know, nowadays we talk about community and it tends to be like very well structured, right? Or like overly structured. And this was, you know, a nascent community that emerged to meet a need and then dissolved. But like a lot of those relationships still exist, right? Regardless of the particulars of that one topic, right? It was a community that served a purpose, and then those people went on to do other things.
Yeah. What kind of tools did they generally use? Was it like WhatsApp kind of stuff, or?
Oh yeah, I mean, this is what, 2012 maybe.
It's too far back.
It was WhatsApp, Twitter. You know, a lot of Twitter, Google Maps. You know, they have social media platforms and like disaster relief platforms now that do all the things that we basically did with Twitter, Google Maps, and, you know, hashtags back in the day.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? Because I think that's kind of like a problem these days. Like when people want to start communities, they kind of want to set up at home, but it's so hard to do that, because like to try to force people to come and gather in one place is, it's, you know, it's hard to form those habits. It's hard to motivate people to, I don't know, come to Discourse Forum, for example, or, you know, stuff like that. So I think like these days it's like communities almost exist everywhere. So like I have, I guess, like Indie Woman. So I've got a Slack there, I've got Twitter, I've got email list. So those are 3 different kind of locations where they exist. But not all the data is the same. Not everyone is on each you know, not everyone's on the email list, or not everyone's on Slack. So, you know, I guess from like a data perspective, or, you know, trying to understand the full picture, it's quite hard to do that. And I think a lot of people that I see trying to build communities want to create this perfect home for communities, but actually the reality is that that's probably never going to happen.
Absolutely. I think that that's exactly right. You know, community is something that is as amorphous and fluid now as it ever has been, right? Like, you know, each one of us might have several group chats that we're part of on various messaging platforms, plus our work Slack, which, you know, and then there's email lists and Substack, and like, you know, are you part of a social community with your friends, or do you have, you know, are you a gamer? Do you play games regularly at a certain time every week with the same sorts of folks? Or, you know, and there's so many opportunities for community, and I think there's a lot of competition for attention these days.
Yeah, loads of competition.
Yeah.
What do communities exist? How do they exist for you today? Like either company communities or personal ones? What do they look like for you at the moment?
Most of my community participation is text-based, actually. So, you know, I'm part of a Slack, and occasionally we'll meet for face-to-face chats, but since most of my work is video chats these days, I find text-based community really a nice reprieve from like having to be on camera all day. And then, you know, one of the other ways is like I have a group chat with my friends on Signal, and so, you know, memes and just banter and stuff like that, right? And so those are the kinds of ways that I'm partaking in community these days. But they're mostly social rather than professional. You know, I'm a lurker in my more professional communities. I tend to like watch what other people are doing. And, you know, look in occasionally to see if people need help, or, you know, to get help with something that I'm going through. But for the most part, I just kind of like knowing that other people are there if I do need something, or if I have a little bit of free time, I can help somebody with something. But, you know, most of my community participation is social these days. What about you?
Oh, good question. So yeah, so until recently I was at Indie Hackers. So I was leading the community there. So I was quite active. and visible, I guess. Trying to lead conversations, trying to be interesting, trying to kind of bring stuff, new ideas to people. So, but text-based, most of it again was text-based. Like Indie Hackers is mostly kind of forum-based, I guess. I've been edging more towards smaller groups recently. Definitely trying to avoid Facebook and WhatsApp for more, ethical reasons. And yeah, so I've got like Indie Woman that I set up on the side of Indie Hackers as a community for women who are indie hackers, and that's like small, 150 people, but it's not focused on, it's on Slack, but it's more focused on trying to meet up and have we meet up like every 2 weeks. Not, out of the 150 people that go, maybe 20 people regularly go to those. But for me, it's like the most special part, I think, is like actually speaking to people. And I've gotten lots of positive feedback from that. So I think from that, I've felt that people, especially with COVID, people are like, they want, or at least some people, they need that kind of conversational aspect where things feel more human and things feel like there's like real conversation. I think sometimes conversations, especially a bit on Indie Hackers, can feel a bit self-centered or self-promotional. So it's hard to kind of form the connections that I think many of us are seeking at the moment. So it's kind of nice to
absolutely.
Yeah, I've made some like good friends through Indie Woman, which is really good, and probably like more friends than I've made through Indie Hackers, actually, like people that I speak to on a regular basis. And I think that's an interesting point, is like, a community is not about its size. And yeah.
What are some of the maybe unique challenges that women in tech face that you think Indie Woman might be meeting as a community?
Yeah, it's I don't have like good answers. I'm trying to get better at answering this. I think women, generally speaking, I think yeah, I'm trying to word this correctly. They're not as interested in getting into all the kind of conversations based around like, trying to look great and get to the top of the leaderboard, or get, on the homepage of whatever network, or, whether it's Indie Hackers or Hacker News. Obviously they wouldn't say no to it, but it's like, I find that women either lack the confidence or lack the interest in actually pushing for those kind of things. And it is, I feel like when I say that, it's like generalizing stuff. But it's not that they don't want it. It's just like they can't be bothered with like the consequences that sometimes doing that brings.
Yeah, I was going to say there's probably quite a bit of harassment that comes with things like clout or e-fame, right?
Yeah, definitely. And like I see it all the time. It's like you get men saying, yes, like open your DMs, you should open your DMs because you get more opportunities. But then, rightly so, women come and say, well, actually, I had them open and I got all these dodgy DMs. So no, I'm not going to have my DMs open. So there's definitely like lack of awareness from men in general. They don't appreciate it, and they don't see it from like our perspective. Yeah. So by having like this small and safe community where we can just talk about stuff and rant about stuff as well that we wouldn't normally rant about in public. Quite often on Indie Woman, they'll like point out people who are being annoying to them online, And sometimes for a bit of support, or sometimes it's just like a bit of a rant to
Yeah.
I think often we think, well, are we like imagining this? Like, are we seeing things differently, or are we overreacting to like a comment that some guy has made about us? But when you have this private space to talk about it, it kind of validates that actually your feelings are valid. And it's like the men that don't see what they're doing. And I've had it happen to me, not necessarily in a bad way, but there were times when I would post something, not looking for feedback, but then like it was like in a promotional area in the Slack where you could promote your product and stuff. So occasionally I would put some information in there about something that I was working on, and other people would do the same, and other men would do the same, and all the other men in that channel would get like supportive comments. And then like when I posted mine, it was all about feedback, being critical about trying to help, but giving public and open feedback. And I just don't think that's helpful, or it's like feedback like that publicly is not good practice in my opinion. And it definitely happens to women more often than it does to men. And I think men don't even realize it when they do it as well, which is kind of funny.
Does Indie Woman, because I'm not a participant, so I don't know, I love your mug, by the way, but how do you deal with things like equity in terms of like racism, or those kind of intersections where people might fall into multiple buckets and get harassed on multiple fronts? Is that a topic that comes up in your community regularly?
To be honest, not too much. I mean, mostly it's like in the hackers as a whole, the community is generally quite friendly, especially compared to other like tech focused communities. I was definitely, when I joined Indie Hackers, I was a bit kind of unsure about taking on the role, and a big part of it was like wondering whether as a woman would I be cut out to lead it and deal with just harassment and stuff like that. But luckily, like I was there for 2 years, and I guess there was a handful of cases throughout those 2 years. So it's generally a nice space, and I guess Indie Woman aligns with that as well. But with it being a Slack, it's like very closed and private as well. So generally speaking, we keep an eye on all the conversations that are happening, at least the public ones.
Yeah. Cool. What do you think makes a community resilient?
Oh. What do you think makes a community resilient? I'll ask you first.
Okay. I think I think one of the most important things, oh my goodness, sorry. There is a squirrel attacking the outside drapes. I'm in Texas right now, and it's very distracting. I'll try to focus. I think what makes a community resilient is one of the things that I always try to do personally, which is work myself out of a job. And so whenever I join a community, I try to find folks who are interested in doing subparts of it, right? Just kind of like agile software development, right? We're both working in software. But I find that like if you take a big problem, i.e. start or sustain a community, and you break it down into like various functions and smaller jobs, and you make a little bit of improvement every day, and you distribute that work, you get much better results than trying to do it all yourself. And so one of the things that I heard you tell Randy that I think is so important is like how do I get to a place where like people don't need to know who I am and the community just self-sustains, right? I was having a one-on-one with my manager yesterday, and you know, one of the biggest feelings of accomplishment for me is like when work happens and I didn't have anything to do with it. It's just like, oh, look, that's actually like a really good, healthy indicator of a resilient either community or working process or social group or like, you know, process of some sort, right? When the feedback loop is self-sustaining without like a first mover.
Yeah. How have you, do you have any like practical tips around that or experiences of how you've actually done it?
Yeah, so one of the things I did at my current employer is we set up employee resource groups, which are little communities based around underrepresented identities, right? And so one of the big challenges there was how do we find a way to make this self-sustaining in a way that is enjoyable to participate in, safe for people to open up about, and like, you know, meaningful in terms of like participation. And so what we did is we actually broke out the various roles that might need to happen, or like work that might need to happen, and we turned it into roles, and we had people opt into certain roles. So there was like recruiting and like engagement with the external community and engagement with the internal community. And I think that those things have gone a long way to help. I'm sorry if you could hear my dog drinking water. Those things have gone a long way to help, I think, the community be more self-sustaining, is like breaking out different roles and functions and making sure that you distribute the work, and then holding each other accountable is the other part that's really important, right? So like, hey, did you do the thing that you said you were going to do? And if not, it's okay, but then we need to find somebody who will, right?
Does it become part of their job, so that like
I think so.
They feel okay doing that? I often feel like it's like just added on as a side thing and it doesn't really get given priority.
Yeah, I think that's the thing though, is it has to be part of the job, and it has to be like integrated with your work and take a certain level of priority over other things that you can do with your free time, right? Yeah. So you do need to treat it seriously, and you need to treat it like a job, or else it's not going to get done, right? And so one of the things that we're still working through is like, how do we do that? Because we obviously, being a hyper-growth scale-up, we have a lot of ambitious deadlines, and we have a lot of like goals, and people don't want to feel like they're doing a bad job at either of their jobs. And so we're having meaningful conversations right now about like, what does support look like? How do we prevent burnout? How do we give people, you know, the right level of accountability? And, you know, how do we give not just like individuals in these employee resource groups accountability, but how do we make accountability work two ways with their executive sponsor, so that the executive sponsor has some stake in making sure that the community is successful?
Yeah. Do you have any examples of like how the executive sponsor makes sure that it, you know, keeps happening and goes the priority?
Yeah. So one of the conversations that we've had is around incentives and recognition. You know, if you want to make sure something works, you put money behind it, or you put, you know, you take away money if it doesn't. And that's really crude, but it's a good and effective tool if you can have that conversation and go, okay, this impacts people's like money, then they'll take it seriously. That's just a reality of life. And if you want to be practical, you put your money where your mouth is. So that's one way. The other way is like, you know, just making sure that the groups have FaceTime with their executive sponsor, making sure that the groups have, you know, a plan and a feedback loop with that executive sponsor, as well as with each other, to make sure that like the feedback is working both ways, right? Feedback should be a conversation. And I loved one of the things that you said in your conversation with Randy is like, have conversations before community. And I think that that's so important. And so one of the things that we did was we had a couple of conversations, right? We started by going, okay, we don't have anyone really doing any advocacy internally for people of color or LGBT people. What could we do differently to make sure that those groups are supported and that like the candidate experience is right, the employee experience is right, and like we're actually not just saying we want that talent, but we can actually retain, grow, and develop that talent and make sure that they're co-equal with us, right? And I think that just being very intentional about it is so important.
I think it's important that it comes from the bottom up as well, but with the support from the top.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, people are more likely to get behind it if they feel like they're really a part of it and they really have something to say. Definitely for me, it's like I've been like a good part of almost 20 years now. I've just been working for myself. So, but now like I've got a full-time role, and so my mindset is slightly shifting. So I need to think a bit more like as I guess as an employee and as a business as a whole. And you know, I'm super curious to see how other businesses at the moment are kind of implementing community or thinking about community, and who's been successful around that, and how are they doing it. Yeah.
I actually wanted to ask you one question, and this might not be, let me know if you can't answer it, but I wanted to know, like, what are some of the ways that Orbit is, that's your current employer, is, for those who maybe don't know you, what are some of the ways that Orbit is thinking about, like, you know, this corporatization of community, or like this ROI factor of community? Is that something that's desired alongside other things? I noticed that like your marketing says, you know, the member first kind of thinking. Are there things that you look out for in terms of like member experience that help you make good decisions as a product about how you're going to do that?
Yeah, I still feel a bit awkward because it's like my third day there, so I've not quite got the right language. But I definitely say a lot of it's like kind of data driven, is like making better use of data that we have access to. So like I mentioned earlier, that people are often, when they think about building community, they think about building this one home for their community, whereas Orbit is more a case of, well, let's see where your community is and let's gather all that data together so that you can make better sense of where your community actually exists, and who are your kind of top people, people with the most clout or love, as I would refer to it, and you know, organizing that data in ways that you can use it effectively to reach out to people, to email people, to you know, see who's talking about you. So you know, like they might be talking about you on a Slack. They might be on Slack, but they're talking about you on Twitter, for example, and like having all that data like collected in one place helps you make better sense of it. So that's kind of the idea around it. I'm still practicing how I talk about it, but to me, I think it's powerful. I'm using it for a cohort course that I'm doing at the moment. So I run kind of Roseland, which is I'm doing a 6-week community building cohort course, and I have that hooked up with Twitter and with Slack. And a lot of the data is kind of collected automatically, but then there's some data, like if people attend a session, at the moment I put it in kind of manually. If they hand in homework or tasks that we assign, I kind of add comments and notes and stuff like that. And then I'm hoping, like over the course of the 6 weeks, that will kind of give a bigger picture of how you know, how successful we've managed to make that community, or you know, areas that we failed, areas that we can improve. But yeah, at the moment I'm experimenting to see like how it can work in real life, and I think I like to learn that way, like, you know, putting things into action. Don't know if any of that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I appreciate that it's like super early days for you, but thanks for answering the question. I really appreciate it. And I'm super excited about your course. I Won't be able to make this one, but maybe the next one.
Thank you.
Cool.
Cool.
We're nearing the half-hour mark. Is there anything else you want to ask me, or?
How do you see the future of communities?
Ooh, save the easy one for last, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. How do I see the future of community? I think community is, it's been going through this interesting moment of being more distributed, like you've highlighted. And I think people will be on more channels. And I think that that's not necessarily a bad thing, but I think the intentionality of community will probably get more focused over time, right? We kind of saw social media go through this big moment of like, everyone was on every platform, and then people started to find their niche. And I think in the same way, the future of communities is probably that we'll see a lot more avenues for community, but people will probably connect with each other across multiple channels to maintain a community that exists outside strictly like the platforms that cater to them in terms of community, right? So they might be on Orbit and Facebook and Twitter and Slack and WhatsApp and Signal, and maybe none of those, maybe all of those in the same day, maybe all of those in the same hour, right? And it just kind of depends. And I think the future is amorphous, but it's really about human intent to connect.
Sounds good. I would agree.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for hanging out. I'm going to talk to
you.
Mark now.
Good meeting you. Bye.
Good to meet you too. Hey, Mark. You're on mute.
How about now?
There we go.
Okay, there we go. Sometimes we have to wake up the technology as we bounce between different apps.
There you go. Just like you can bounce between different communities.
Yeah. Actually, I should probably also ask, how's the dog and how's the squirrel?
The squirrel has decided to casually fuck off, which I'm very grateful for. But the dog is chilling now, so that's good.
Yeah, cool. And I don't think we've met before, so
no.
Would it help to give a little intro? Yeah. So I heard part of your intro earlier, so I know a little bit about you. My background, at least from a community standpoint, is I felt a lot of affinity to Emily when I heard her talk earlier. I'm that introvert that ends up creating a bunch of communities. So, and I've been doing it for a long time. So I've created communities of practice, mostly around, in my early days, it was around programming. In my later days, it was around this agile stuff that's still around. But it's also been around nonprofits and other groups. So I've had the people you can actually touch communities and many online communities in my past. And it's been interesting to reflect on that as I was getting ready for this. And I really love some of the things that you brought up about the future of community. But the reason I asked about the dog and the squirrel, and is I want to get to a question for you, is I've found in the different communities that it's useful to bring in part of your life story, but not all of your life story. So I'm curious, in the communities that you've been involved in, how much of your life story have you brought into those communities? How much do you share?
That's a fun question. It depends. I'm going to take the product management answer and say it depends. Because the thing is like, in professional communities, probably a lot less. But, there are moments where I will share that, about 10 years ago, I was homeless, and now I find myself as the top designer in, a unicorn and then some in the UK. And I'll occasionally tweet about that, especially when, you know, the moment strikes me or big milestones and anniversaries. You know, my parents are immigrants from Brazil, and that's a factor that shapes the way that I think about community and participate in communities. And, you know, I'm a person of color. I have paler skin than some folks, but, you know, my dad is of African diaspora heritage, and my mom's part Indian and part Italian. And that
you're a child of the world.
I am. You know, I used to call myself a globalization poster child, and I think we have to also appreciate colonialism's role in that. But well, you know, but at the same time, like, you know, I do find that there's a healthy aspect of bringing your life story into communities sometimes, and you know, if you ask me to share, I'll talk about some of these things. But at the same time, not everything is relevant to every community. So I think your life story, it depends, right?
Yeah, because I've definitely, you know, as I've heard some of the others talk about leaders in their community, and I think there were some conversations around burnout, which is something I definitely have dealt with from both a community standpoint and a work standpoint. You got to watch how I find you got to balance your passions sometimes. So I'm curious, since you, I got the impression from earlier, I didn't catch all of the conversation, but it sounds like you have some outside of work and inside of work community aspects. How do you balance those passions?
That's a great question. Not always well is the easiest answer I can give you.
Darn, I was hoping you had the answer, man.
Not always well, but I think I've learned quite a bit about what it takes. So I'm part of a multi-thousand member Slack community, and I'm actually an administrator of that. So I do moderation and admissions, and, you know, sometimes have to provide disciplinary action because people are being assholes, and that's not fun, right? But there's that. But one of the things that I found is like enlisting allies, or, you know, co-conspirators, as I like to call them, to help me take on some of that work. You know, at one point last year, my community was suffering from a lack of other administrative support, and it felt like it was all down to me. And so I was going through a period of burnout, but I found a great ally and friend who helped come in, and I was like, look, you know, I'm exhausted and I'm going to take the back burner, but here are some things that we need to do. And, you know, priority one was actually just adding more people to the team to get a balance, right? And like figuring out how to specialize roles so that it wasn't all on like just a few people. And I think that's helped a lot.
And this is all during the time of the pandemic as well.
Yes. So this is during a pandemic. This is during, you know, Black Lives Matter. This is people are burned out, locked in their homes, living through, you know, a very unusual and stressful time where, you know, people are dying around them, and, you know, both through police violence and a pandemic and everything else that has happened, you know. So I think, you know, priority one is just like building the right team around you if you are a community leader. And if you're not, like, and you're interested, like volunteering to help or signing up for a role, right? That doesn't mean you have to do everything. You can always contribute something. Hey, how do we do admissions right now? Is anybody in charge of letting people into the community? You know, you don't have to jump into moderation if you're conflict averse. I think it's one of those things where people think, oh, contributing to this community means I have to do everything, but no, you don't need to. You could just be, you know, a social introvert like yourself or like myself, and like, hey, I would like to help with this thing, or, you know, hey, community day is really important for me and I really want to run like question of the week, because all I have to do is think up a question and let other people talk, right? Where that's actually really great, because like I don't really have to do anything. I get to like think up a question and then just like punt it out there and see other people's like actions, right? And I think at work, one of the things is like, you know, setting people up for opportunities to lead. You know, I think that the difference between professional and social community is like, in social community, you can't really expect other people to lead or step up as much, just because it's more social, right? And you don't want to enforce that hierarchy there or like delegate. Whereas I think in my professional hat and with my communities at work, you know, I'm always trying to work myself out of a job. And I describe myself as a fundamentally lazy hard worker. Like I will work hard to the point where I can get somebody else to work just as hard, and then I'll go on to the next thing, right? And so that's kind of my style. And so I'm always looking out for opportunities to delegate. So we run a design community of practice on Monday afternoons, and I got to the point where I couldn't put together the agenda, share and present, and like bring my team up to speed. And so just because I've got so many other things going on, so I was like, okay team, I call them promotions, and my team loves and hates this, because I go, okay, we have a problem, who wants a promotion? And you know, eventually, like, you know, so every time somebody brings up something, I go, congratulations, you get to deal with that. Like if you notice a problem, you get to fix it. Which, you know, often the person who noticed it is passionate about fixing it. And if they're not, then I try to find somebody to pair with them, or somebody who is really passionate about it to take it on. But, well, you know, sometimes it's like, oh, congratulations, you noticed something, let's go fix it.
So I've actually found that philosophy works well in the non-work, you know, the social aspects, or the, I started, Agile Orlando, which is a small community of people wanting to learn more about Agile stuff. And it fell over twice. And so I just said, you know what, I'm just going to do the simplest thing possible. We're just going to meet once a month at a coffee shop and just have Q&A. And so it kind of gets back to, I think, what you and Rosie were talking about, just having the conversations. And I stumbled across that. And as that grew and grew, and people said, oh, well, we should have talks. Really? Would you like to give one? It would be my next question. So, because that's what I learned from some of my nonprofit groups and some of the leaders there is always look and try to nurture leaders. Don't force them, but just always try to nurture them. Where I guess in the work vein, you can promote them. I like that. So I might borrow that and attribute it to you. Eli said I could promote you. So.
My team like both loves and hates promotions, but I think it's actually really healthy, right? Because like that's how, you know, and I kind of, more than anything else, I want to set them up to understand that that's how you actually pick up like a milestone promotion in your career, right? You take on more responsibility, you start looking outside just like me and my little sandbox of comfort zone, and you start digging into like, how do I take on more, or how do I like make sure that these outcomes that are a little bit bigger picture than like my day-to-day of like move these rectangles around and put these words on them, you know, like digital design is like mostly rectangles. But like, you know, how do we make sure that like I, you know, have the right quality of onboarding, right, is a challenge perennially. My team's gone from 0 18 months ago to probably close to 0, but like, you know, we're almost 30 people now, and like onboarding is a big challenge. And like, you know, our company as a whole is almost 2,000 people, and to go from like one of the first 100 employees to over 2,000 people in 18 months is really intense.
Yeah, it is.
And
That's
how do
crazy.
you ensure that people have a clear understanding of who you are, who they are, what works for them, and like what they're supposed to be doing? And like, you know, this little design team is a community, if you will, but like we're part of a broader product organization, which is part of a broader technology organization. And
Yeah.
you know, making sure people understand relationships and dynamics is so important to community. Because I think that's, you know, I try to focus on clear expectations. And so that's why I call them promotions,
Yeah.
is because like, if you understand that this is the kind of behavior that we look for, and yes, you have to go deal with a problem, but that's actually what leadership is like,
Yep.
you get to deal with bigger problems, right? You don't just like have a title and nobody has a corner office anymore, but you know what I mean?
No.
The corner office, the like whatever, right? It's not about clout, it's about being able to solve problems, and that's what leadership is. And so I think by focusing on that, our team actually has a really healthy culture where like they promote each other sometimes, right? And they're like, hey, you know, you should go deal with that, or hey, I could use your help, is another one that
Yeah.
like we do
Yeah.
fairly frequently. What do you think, Mark, makes a community resilient?
You know, I've been thinking about this a lot in preparing for these conversations. I think first how it forms, and is the community aware of the needs that have brought it together? And you know what Rosie was saying earlier about this conversations as a way of sensing those needs, and they may not be spoken needs, but if the community comes together and can find out what are the common needs, and they can organize around how they address those needs, and then to be resilient, to be aware of when those needs change. That's where I see the problem happens on resiliency. Either it scales, we would need to get bigger, bigger, bigger. And I've seen that kill many communities many times. But also where the needs shift and the leadership of the community is not really in tune with those needs. And that's where you see communities split. So I think it's really about tuning into those needs, and how can the community in a way serve itself? How can you get the community to serve itself? And it is not easy to orchestrate that.
Yeah. How do you look out for underserved minorities in the various communities that you participate in?
Good question. So in the tech industry in particular, we generally do a horrible job, in my opinion. We've unfortunately and fortunately within the last year, I think the awareness has been turned up due to some very tragic events that we're aware of. But still, it's about not only having a place, but having partners. So not only partners in leadership, but partners with those minorities, so that they have a voice, they have the ability to host their own events. One concrete example, and I was really excited to see this last year, the Agile Alliance community, which is a big community worldwide. They normally have a big conference that got canceled because of COVID, but they still wanted to bring things together. They wanted to bring the community together, and they brought in a facilitator that really talked, and not really talked, but I would say curated a space for conversations around how do we make a difference? How do we shift this? So it was really an extended design thinking sort of, it was a series of sessions. And that was so powerful. And that spawned actually a whole new initiative out of that group, which is getting new voices to speak, new voices to start their own initiatives, to get funding for those initiatives, and to provide some new opportunities. So that's exciting, but that doesn't mean we need to sit back.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean we need to sit back. So I think it's really important for those of us, old white guy here, so you know, those of us who might fit a certain profile, like the old white guy, to look at, okay, who do I really need to partner with? Who needs a voice? Who needs help to move forward in my community?
Yeah.
So that's what I've been looking for, those opportunities. And it's not about, it's not about boosting my brand, so to speak. It's really, I'm tired of the unevenness. I grew up in Central Florida, and amongst a bunch of good old boys, and I saw some things I didn't like early in my life. And so my goal was to get the heck away from there, but I came back because it is still home. And so I look at, how can I make a difference? So in any community I'm in, I look at those needs, and I try to look at how, not how I can necessarily serve those needs, because that leads to burnout, but how can I connect others that can help with those needs? So long-winded answer, but hopefully that helps. The dog's back. So so I was wondering this, if we can maybe take it back to the business side. And this just came up as we were talking. Do you think a business is a community?
Yes, question mark.
Okay.
I think a business is a form of community,
Yeah.
but not every community is a business, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Anytime you have people who have come together with an intention, I think that is a community. That's probably a very loose definition of community, but I'm a very chaotic person by nature. I think a hot dog is a sandwich, but we can save that for a different conversation. You know, and Pop-Tarts are ravioli. So I have very like open-ended definitions, right, of like what is a community. So I think a business, yes, inherently it's a kind of community. Now it's a very specific and institutionally backed form of community with rules and regulations and laws and all sorts of things that, like, you know, you might say that like as soon as that kind of enters into it, it's no longer a community. But I think thinking about it that way can have some benefits, right? And it's not the only definition I'd use for a community, but I think in this particular case, it's helpful because I think, you know, a community is a group of people who are gathered around an intention, right? And like, one of the intentions of a business is to generate a profit and sustain itself, but like, that's not necessarily the only way that you can think about a business, right? It can be a vehicle to improve the broader living situation of people who are there. It can be a way to improve living standards. It can be a way to professionally develop people. Like, there's all sorts of like motivations that a company can have just besides profit. And I think that those things are important. And actually thinking of a business as a community can have a positive impact on the way that we see the role of business in society. That being said, there are drawbacks to that, right? You know, business is not the only form of community, and the over businessization or corporatization or profiteering of community can lead to really negative and toxic consequences, you know, and I think we'd be remiss if we didn't at least mentioned Richard Stallman and the Free Software Foundation today, right? Like that's a community that's going through a lot of pain because somebody has decided that the community wishes are irrelevant to, you know, somebody in leadership, right? And like, that's a very painful sort of thing to watch happen, and to watch people, you know, lose trust, and to watch the integrity diminished because of a few choices that people have made about who is and isn't important in a community.
Yeah, very good point there. So
to go back to your core question, I think, yes, a business is a kind of community, but not every community is a business.
Yeah. So this will sound a little tangential, and I know we're getting close on our time. You mentioned earlier about dealing with the assholes, and sometimes, well, you certainly see them in the non-business groups, but what about in the business-oriented ones? So it's supporting a community of customers, or it's an internal community of practice. And there's certainly different kinds that show up. So I'm curious what your experience has been in dealing with those individuals.
Yeah. Well, the first and foremost thing that I focus on is, you know, everyone has haters. I try not to focus on them, but I push for a culture of respect, right? And respect means a couple of things. And like, it's not about who's too sensitive and who's not. Like, there's a fundamental equalizing culture of respect anywhere that we're setting up community, or even in the team that I manage at work. Like, we're going to respect each other, and respect, you know, it equalizes things, I think. And in a culture that's kind of tried to make a political hot potato out of respect, and, you know, talks about like snowflake culture, or who's too sensitive, or who's, you know, social justice warrior. I think that all of those are just red herrings, right? It's all a distraction. The thing to focus on is respect. And so that's what I push for. And like, if you do not feel respected, I will make it my problem to ensure that you are. And, you know, if an apology needs to happen, you know, at work, that's part of my responsibility as a manager and as a leader of like my little design community, is making sure that people feel respected and they feel freedom to be at ease, because they are respected, and they'll be respected for who they are fundamentally. Now, when people don't respect others, that becomes a problem, and then we have to have some hard conversations. But I think one of the things that comes with setting up a culture around respect is like, because I respect you, I'm going to tell you some not very pleasant things that will make you a better person. And, you know, I lean on examples like Radical Candor from Kim Scott. And I lean on, you know, just talking about, hey, because I respect you, I'm going to call you out on this thing that's holding you back. And you might not see it that way, but it is, right? Like, you will not continue to grow in or with this organization or this community if you continue in this pattern of behavior. Like, we just don't tolerate it. And, you know, I had somebody harassing one of the people that works for me on a social platform about a job that they wanted. And I had our recruiter intervene immediately. And I said, this person is blacklisted. We will not work with anybody like this. And I want them to understand the consequences behind their actions. And if you need anything from me to make that happen, please do. But like, this person will absolutely fundamentally not work with us because of this harassment. Like, it's just unacceptable. And if they're like this as a candidate, there's no telling what they'll be like as an employee. So I think you should act quickly when you see a culture of respect being broken, because that's the only way to ensure the integrity of a community. Your community is as strong as the worst behavior you tolerate.
Yeah.
And I think that that's what makes a community resilient, is like focusing on respect and like having very clear boundaries and expectations of like, this works, this doesn't. And if it doesn't work, give people an avenue to correct it. And if they can't, bye. Sorry, that's like a really heavy note to end on.
No. I think it's very relevant for those of us. So I look at it this way, going back to that thought of you should always be nurturing leaders in your community. You know, as the old white guy, you know, with the gray hairs, I know I can't do it forever, and so I'm looking at, you know, how do I pass on what we have collectively learned, not just what I've learned, which is why I wanted to be a part of this. And you've got to deal with those darker sides as well. So the one thing, just kind of wrap this up, is, you know, as you said, about it all comes down to what you tolerate. It's sort of that weakest link. If the leadership is the weakest link by what they tolerate, it's not going to be a very strong community.
I agree.
Yeah.
Mark,
well,
it's been lovely.
Thank you, Eli, and I hope we can chat online as well. So
yeah. Well, thanks everyone for having me, Theo and others. I'm going to pass you off to Becky now.
All right. See ya.
Great day.
Becky. Oh, 404. Go.
Yeah. It's my call out to Lisa Crispin. This is her.
Oh, yeah.
This is her shirt. and I thought it could have a good place in our discussion today.
Ooh. Okay. Well, so before we jump into that, say a little bit about yourself and where you have kind of got involved in community, just so people know that context.
Yeah. So I'm Becky Hartman, and I'm an Agile coach and a trainer. And my previous history before that was in project management and tech. And I kind of like to call myself a serial volunteer. Like I just can't help myself. Boundaries are a big deal with me, people.
I can
big
confirm
deal.
that. Yeah.
Yes, he can confirm it. And he warned me. He warned me early on, right? About the health of you and community and our larger population, right? People's health in terms of how much they gave. So I started with community a long time ago, before I ever moved to Florida in 1999. But professionally, community began locally for me when, I guess more publicly, I'm a community person. So I guess I should say, like, I am one of the most team-oriented people I know. So I like to do things with other people and feed off other people and come back together. Maybe that, I don't know, maybe that speaks to insecurity. But when I was getting certified in project management, I knew the fastest way to get to know my community and get some support and build a network. And I have a really strong network, but to build them, I needed to become involved. So I went to a PMI dinner, and incidentally, it was the founder of the company that I work for now. He was speaking that night to the PMI community about Scrum. So that was kind of, that was fun, but I got involved and immediately they needed volunteers. And within 3 months, I was on the board and affecting the community that way. And as I moved into Agile and learned more about Agile, I got involved in the community, right? It's a rinse and repeat scenario for me. And so I've done community everywhere I go. It's what I do, whether I mean to or not. How's that?
I can identify with that. Yeah.
Locally and then nationally with Agile Alliance, and even more specifically, the purple shirts, which are the volunteers at the Agile conferences. I was very fortunate to get in on that deal and volunteer my time, but we grew a huge community of volunteers. So here, I'm gonna shout out to my purple peeps. Oh, you can't see them with my background. Got my daily boppers for everyone. But yeah, so that's me. Just lots of community. And I will say, you know, local meetup for a couple of years was a co-organizer locally here in the Tampa Bay area. And as COVID came on, I was already looking for some strong alignment for myself, like me with me. And I started stepping back from community. And during COVID, I really took it as much as I could, being crazy busy with work, as a respite. But you find community in that scenario too, even if it's very accidental and kind of not regular. So have had a lot of that.
Yeah. So did you already have a question in mind, or do you want me to fire one off?
Well, so I just wanted to say I really appreciated the conversation that you and Eli were having, just in and around. I mean, I know he said like it's kind of heavy to end on this, but I really appreciate that, because that's a part of community people, unless you've been an organizer, don't really think of the responsibilities and the equity and the support and the right things to do as leaders. And it's always been a bit of a weighty thing, because no one wants to deal with the negative, but you know that you will and you have to. But even more lately, and I truly appreciate his no asshole rule. And I absolutely agree with him that you have to act quickly, because what people watch you do as a leader, or you watch other leaders do, are your early warning sign. You know, they're your canary in a coal mine. And you know, Maya Angelou, and when people show you who they are, believe them early, and see if this is going to work for you, kind of thing. So I really appreciated that conversation with you guys.
Oh yeah, it was, you know, as we bring people in to help us organize, we've got to let them know, you know, about the dark side, and not just, you know, not just the good side, because otherwise, as a leader, you're gonna get surprised, and that leaves it all upon you as new leader to figure that out, rather than your community supporting you and getting you ready for that.
Agreed.
Yeah. So on that note, where have you been surprised by community?
I mean, overjoyed. I'll take the happy path on this one.
Okay, that's
and
cool.
Say overjoyed by community, which is as tough as things have been in and around, we could swirl around that. There's been a lot of positive that comes out, and people who you know, step up and step in the purple shirt community. You know, people came to, so the purple shirts are the volunteers at the conference that runs Fragile Alliance for 5 days. And you volunteer probably at least half, you know, 25 hours or so to gain attendance to the conference. So only half, if you're lucky, of your time is your own. But the sense of community that people bring to that, and people have no idea, it's like running a marathon. If you track your steps, you get miles and miles and miles a day. And how people come into it and they have some, you know, some interaction before, but to get to know what that's like and how many people you're going to touch and interact with. I like it when you see people just jump in, and we always seem to have people who would just jump in and volunteer, and I got that, I'll take that, like that team kind of storming and norming so quickly and getting to high performance. It's what we need, but they do it really fast. That's always been like one of those things that, you know, touches an organizer's heart, to see the team. They understand what they have to do and they go and do it. So I think that's seeing it work every time is always just magic to me, I think. Maybe
So,
not so surprising, but joyful.
yeah. So
What about you?
Well, certainly that. It's seen people not only step in, but step up. So I recall one person in particular, she might be listening to this broadcast right now, where she came to her first Agile Open Florida conference. She had never been to that format, the open space format. She had never really been in the Agile community. We had talked once and I invited her in, invitation being a key part of community.
Absolutely.
She was so enthralled with the community, the conversations, the openness, willing to discuss failures and positives. She came back and just immediately said, okay, how can I help? So she ended up running one of our best Q&A sessions using the Lean Coffee format. And then eventually took over Agile Orlando.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yes.
And she's really emerged, right? You see her more on LinkedIn and engaging, like moving into that natural leadership position for her.
She's got the bug. She's got the bug because she's doing the same thing now that she's in California. So and that's what thrills me, is seeing somebody say, I can do more.
Yeah.
I before, and I can't remember which previous speaker was saying this before, I just want to, actually, I think Eli was saying some of this too, just focusing on just my stuff and going, oh, wait, yeah, I can do more. I can take on more responsibility.
Yeah.
And how that can help you professionally and personally. Those are the kind of surprises I love to see.
Yeah, people getting excited.
Yeah. But you and I were talking online earlier, right? And I wanted to kind of follow up on this.
Yeah.
The leaders who kind of wear themselves out, burn out.
Have you thus
I had a feeling.
Yeah.
So you're not just wearing that shirt for fun. I think maybe you've come across that experience before.
Yeah, and it's funny because all during COVID, we've seen all of the articles and the well-being, and when we first all went home, right? I was on a very large project and there were probably, 150, 200 of us who all had to disperse. We were all together at different points, a very large team, very large program, and we lifted and shifted quickly. But man, 10 hours a day, back-to-back calls because of the place we were in the program. And, that's literally coming to an end after 2 years. But it was a high, right? It was that adrenaline high, and then it was kind of a bit of a breakdown of the body. And then it was shifting into a new stage and coming out of it and looking around. I'm just recognizing, like, I have all the classic signs of burnout. Like, there are some days you just wonder, like, I do those things. I've always loved those things. And I don't know, do I still love them? Are they still, and I don't know, it takes a bit of time, but there's community in that too, right? There's such a presence of people who just want to do a touch point. That's been my thing recently, is just much like our conversation, right? Just these little touch points with people in your community, saying hi, checking in, Facebook or Instagram, like life activities to just, hey, how you doing? How are, just kind of renewing contacts that I deliberately kind of let be silent for months and months, has been bolstering, I guess. But the burnout has been real. it doesn't, the more you know, doesn't make it any easier. And I don't know, keep moving along. Got vacation coming in another week, so I'll lay around and read.
Is it staycation? Okay,
staycation, yeah.
Okay.
I'm one of those overly cautious people who don't really need the rest of the world anymore.
Yep. I hear you. Okay. Well, it's funny, as I was listening to some of the other conversations, and now that I'm in this, and Eli had asked me that question about how a community is resilient.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about kind of the sub-processor was thinking about burnout, and I thought, we've got to also, as people who are co-leading, and I prefer to co-lead.
Yes, me too.
We've got to be aware of how our needs shift.
And calling it out, right? I mean, it's an example for your community, whether you like it or not. As a leader, people look to you for guidance and strength. You're kind of their glue. Hi, kitty.
Yes, the cat's over here too. So the cat wants to get in on the conversation. Okay, there.
Who is that?
That is Twitch. Hello,
hi, Twitch. World. Thanks for joining. I think it's good to call it out. And sometimes I think, like, I've been watching, and I admire the resilience of the online communities who have kept up that point of contact the whole time. But I certainly have hoped, like, as I'm thinking in the background and we're talking about this, I'm thinking, I hope all of their leaders have taken an opportunity to step away for a month or two, if that's what they felt they needed or wanted. And other people were willing to step up and look, I got a little more juice right now. I can do that for you. Because I know I have desperately needed to just not. I think I've attended one online meetup the whole time, and I stay present in the scrum.org community for some of our monthly meetings, right, as trainers to touch point. But mostly, a lot of people have been saying, where have you been? And I'm okay with that. And it used to be, I never would have been. My ego wouldn't have let that. I care far less about that now than I do kind of the ability to be healthy.
Yeah.
And what about you? Are you experiencing burnout? And are you seeing that in communities?
Oh yeah. Yes and yes.
Yes.
So because of my background working with distributed teams, a lot of people reached out to me early, and me, I like to help. And it was more that I could handle. And as I watched others in sort of that remote work community, who was it? Laura Farrar. I'll have to go dig up that. She did a post in LinkedIn in December 2020 saying, okay, who else is burned out? So she's well known in the remote work community. And she was, she was just calling out. She goes, I am burned out. I know some who have quit. They said, I'm done with remote work because I can't handle all the requests.
Wow.
So people who have been well known in certain communities have just said, I'm done. From the meetup standpoint, because of my work with the Agile Alliance, I watched some meetups completely shut down. And of course, others opened their doors, which means, oh, well, I can't go to my meetup, so I'm going to go to this other one, and then this other one. And so it was like, I know this wasn't people's intention, but it was like Mongol hordes invading these meetups that were not prepared for hundreds of people.
Yeah.
And I think about that theme of resilience, and I don't think anybody was ready for that. So I'm with you on what you're saying about leaders hopefully making it visible and clear that, hey, I need to step back for a little bit. I really need to step back, because when you deal with those kind of numbers, it does shift if you're not ready for it.
Yeah, and I one thing I've been, I know this might sound bizarre. I've been watching myself as I am progressing in my organization, where we're doing more L&D internally, and we're looking at with limited ability to do so, how do you make the most of that? How do you share the burden in a very large organization? And kind of that whole concept of larger community gives more opportunity to others. And there are people who do want to step up for a bit or for one topic that's really important to them. So how do you create an environment for them to learn in, and then an environment for them to talk in, and then an environment for those who are fired up to move on and mentor or teach out of that and bring all of it back around? Now that's from a corporate standpoint. And when I think about the third question, right? Can a corporation's involvement in a community ever be benevolent? I think as long as expectations are clear, I don't know that they need to be, but there needs to be an agreement, right? We're going to let the community do this. We're not going to interfere with it, but this is what we'd like back out of the community. Yeah. And so from that perspective, inside of our organization, I've been watching myself kind of help to evolve that conversation over and over and kind of show people where is the next thread that you can, it can be recursive. It can roll back on itself. So when I think about public communities, I think about the same thing in opening that up and just saying, this is great. And kind of what you and Eli were talking about, right? With promotions. Great, consider it a promotion. One of my coworkers used to throw you in the deep end and say, here's your opportunity. I don't want to throw people in the deep end, but I do want to give them an opportunity to help solve or take on the mantle, even if it's just for one meetup or just for one conversation, or because I feel like then we all get a sense of, we all learn, we can get aligned through those conversations. They don't have to be heavy and weighty. They don't have to be negative. It's not huge preparation, and we can just continue rolling with a sustainable momentum. And to me, that has been the biggest part about stepping back, is everything just felt like it took so much of a push to get momentum up and over, so that by the time Agile Alliance retired from there last December, and that was my last volunteer thing that I let go. And I look around and I go, like, how did I do anything? Because I still don't have any time. Like it just, so yeah.
Yep, understood.
What kind of communities do you have rolling right now, Mark? What are you participating in right now?
So actively participating, there's probably 6 or 7, I would say.
Wow.
Yeah. So most of those are around remote work. Actually, very little with the Agile community these days. It's more looking at, how can we be more successful online? Not that I haven't been, but I also realize we are really in the horse and buggy stage of remote work, despite what is out on social media. The tools aren't there yet. Zoom is good. Zoom is not great. I have started Slack communities. I will probably never do that again.
Ooh, tell me more about that. We talked about that a little bit earlier too. I don't want to miss out on that opportunity.
Well, so having started some Slack communities in the past, like Agile Florida, and that's just one of many. For me, I always saw it as asynchronous with occasional synchronous connections where people want to do one-on-ones.
Yeah.
But because Slack became so prolific and it even Slack has said, we don't really design for communities.
Right.
So like the example we were talking about before, where how do you turn off all those dings when you're in multiple communities? Well, you've got to go into one. There's no single off switch.
Right.
And what really did it for me, and I need to dig this article up, somebody had shared an article with me about the hyperactive hive mind and how even since email, how we're used to responding to those messages, and it's this tendency to be hyperactive. Sorry, the cat is now rearranging things on the bookshelf.
It's what cats do.
To get attention. It's like, pay attention to me, not this camera thing. And once I saw that, I went, yeah, it's Slack is not the right tool. I'm not sure if Discord is either. I'm starting to lean more toward asynchronous tools, and I've played with many. Mighty Networks, Signal. There's a new one out, Circle, which is kind of interesting. But they're all trying to be the community platform. I think anybody who's trying to particularly build an online community, or a community that hopefully in the next 6 to 12 months has an in-person presence and an online presence.
Yeah.
That you look at, okay, what are the needs of the community? How do they need to coordinate with each other? Where do they meet in person, and where do they need to meet online? So if it's a community of practice, what do they need for the practice? And building up a toolkit. Never one tool.
Right. And do you find that it's as you were talking about asynchronous, and I remember, looking back for the program that I'm working on, communication's always the issue in my mind. It always goes back to communication, and how do you shift to have effective communications? And because people are so used to Teams and Slack and Facebook and all of the things where it tries to at least simulate community, I feel like our mental thought is that is community. And so then people are really resistant to leveraging asynchronous communications with some kind of working agreement around how are we leveraging them. And there were a couple of companies that were all the rage, all of their inputs and how they handle communication and what they use and how they use Git or whatever, right? To model that for people. But man, people are hugely resistant to real change. I mean, we know that, right? We all know that, but it's been hard to have people, step back from this. We always have to be in touch. You have a lot more people kind of trying to be invisible online and lurk so that they're not expected to respond. And that moves us way away from the intention of community.
So I'm going to get back to that theory of need. So right now, because some of us are starting to mentally come out of the pandemic.
Yes.
And some of us realize that it's going to be a while. For instance, I was in yet another community, a class community, I'll call it, where there was a person from Croatia. And so in one of the breakouts, we had a little extra time, and I said, so how are the vaccines going for you there? She goes, oh, they haven't even started.
Right.
They said it may not start until the fall. I went, oh my gosh, a whole other year.
Yep.
A whole other year or more for some places, where for those of us in the Western countries, we're like, oh, we're finally coming out of this. It's like, yeah, but the rest of the world is not.
Well, and even in Florida, right? What is open in our state is still really locked down in other states, right?
Yeah. So right now everyone has that need to connect. And so, I think some of these continuous Zoom meetings are not just getting work done, but I think it's in some cases leaders wanting to just connect and say, like, how are things going? I just need to see people because I'm used to seeing people in the office. So trying to talk about what I would say more advanced topics, because Matt Mullenweg of Automatic has a nice hierarchy of remote work, and that move to async is in the upper part of the hierarchy. but trying to get people to think about that now is going to be tough. We have to get past the pandemic. We have to get past that need of, I need to connect with people. So even as an introvert, I feel like I need to connect with people and not in a big Zoom meeting. I don't want that. So one-on-one, cool. But yeah, 50 on a Zoom grid, no, that doesn't work really well for anybody, I think.
Right, which kind of takes us to the purpose of the chain conversation, right? Theo's ideas, because it's not cutting it, it's not getting us there. It's kind of that hollow feeling I was talking about, right? Like it's not real connection with even 6 or 7 people in a meeting. It's just not real.
But there's still hope. There's still hope. So even pre-pandemic, what I found is blurring those lines of the formal and informal. And you and I have talked about this, about jumping, one, not having meetings back to back, so you have some space. People can step away, they can go for a walk. But sometimes saying, hey, I'll be on a little bit early if you want to just chat. And having those social connections, and it's not everyone in the meeting. Those are important.
We've really done a lot of that, Mark. You're right. And we've deliberately done that in the meetings to just give people a sense of, we've played music, we've told jokes, people deliberately showing animals or whatever is around you, just to breathe, not have to run head on into something else, right? So it's super important. Mark, we said before we needed more than 30 minutes, and here we are. I feel like it's 2 breaths and we're at 30 minutes. And I appreciate you inviting me today to talk with you in the chain.
I always enjoyed talking to you, Becky, so why not do it here?
That's great. Thank you so much, Mark. I'm sure we'll follow up afterwards, but I'm looking for Carl to show his face momentarily to us.
Sorry.
Hello, how are you?
Hello. Sorry, my phone started ringing exactly the moment I came online.
Of course, because why wouldn't it, right? You're like, can't talk now.
How are you, Becky?
I'm good, Carl. How are you?
I'm very good. Thank you.
Would you like to introduce yourself a little bit?
Yes, of course. So I'm Carl. I'm managing director and a founder of a product agency called Novoda, and we do like mobile products basically based in London and across Europe. And this really started off from me starting about 12, 13 years ago, I think, the London Android user group, which grew, and I think my business grew with that in a way. And so really much involved in the kind of tech community in London and across Europe, a bit in Berlin as well. And a lot of like the early days of Novoda was founded from those principles of basically participating in the community and giving back to the community. I think like that's a quick introduction on myself and why I'm here speaking to you. I was actually listening just before I joined in. You mentioned about the animals, joining Zoom meetings. And we did that, I did that in the early days of working from home. And I remember I didn't say it to anyone, in the office. And we do stand up at 9:40 in the morning, every day. And then tell anyone, it was giving some messages, make sure you're here, make sure you're coming to the stand-up, you'll see it's a good stand-up. And the goat, it was a goat, it joined. And I was laughing so much, I couldn't breathe. It's like when I had to bend like this and
double over.
It was really, really funny. They recorded the meeting, but unfortunately, because I was laughing and made the most noise, it was just filming me while I was laughing, and a lot of people didn't understand. Anyway, I'm really glad to be here.
So I am super interested in hearing a little bit more about the user group. It's called Lundroid, right?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, and because it's one of the very largest communities of its kind, right? I mean, did you ever anticipate that would be the case?
Definitely not. I mean, like anything, 13 years ago, it was probably a different me. And I remember the early days we were meeting in pubs across London. I would just go around and asking any pub, like, can we just take a bit of, you know, 1 or 2 tables and just sit and chat. And I remember the early people that would come, like the community members, a lot of them, by the way, and they are working for Google and moving to the US. But
wow,
it was so fun, so exciting. You know, you're part of something new, and I think that there's this energy there, which I think like what attracted me very much to any meetups, by the way, not just like technical meetup, is like participating in something that is bigger or something that you cannot comprehend fully yourself, and you want to be part of people that have the same energy and thinking, you know, and suddenly it's just fun. I mean, like mixing that plus I mean, meeting at the pub, you know, becomes a really fun event. And that kind of like, I felt we were 2, 3, 4, 5, then it grow, you know, 50, and sometimes 100 people and so forth. And then nowadays it's organized a bit differently, but you know, it's like at some point we even hit 150 people coming to those events.
Wow. And how have the events changed from the perspective of how it used to be to how it is now during COVID? And, you know, then kind of how do you see it emerging out of this? Yes, exactly.
It's okay. So you see, so my business grew with the community as well, to a degree or another. Okay, it's not one-on-one mapping, but you know, it's like I design and build like mobile product with Novoda, okay, and we're a sizable company. And I think like that was also as there was more and more demand, and as such more and more engineers coming or designer coming to those events, okay?
Yeah.
And so the early days is funny, was like, that's also how I did find work, you know, and like that's how you kind of interact. And we're talking about, you know, it's like any technology, when, you know, you have the early phase of the technology, and then now it's becoming much more, can I put this, like commoditized, like there's much more like knowledge out there, and a much more, many more companies that want to take part and so forth in participating in the community to a degree or another. And so it's much better organized, let's say, today, and to the point where we even had we have a community organizer as part of Novoda that's been organizing and planning a lot of those events. You know, and that became kind of well oiled into like how we do those things. So it's, going back, how much it has changed? I mean, I think more than the event itself, I think I have changed tremendously in those years. Okay, and so like the interaction is very different. And actually, you know, like I was exploring Web3 communities lately. So like a lot of like kind of blockchain tech and stuff like this, and and a lot of hackathons. I remember the early days, there was a lot of hackathons, you know, when the early tech is formed. And when I joined these hackathons, that reminded me a bit in the early days of the Laundry. You see, because when you talk about the new technology, it's a bit different when, instead of talking about something new and the aspirational vision of what that technology might lead us to, now with Laundry, it's more about like learning APIs, a skill set from each other. You know, where it's like, okay, no, it's well defined, this is what we need to do, like, and I come and I present it. Well, before it was more like, I remember I did a presentation in which Android was like on every single devices, and I was like, this is going to change the world, and you know, and like we need to look at the open source and and I feel like the different phases and technologies, and I think that the communities evolves with that, and as you mentioned, like now there's a significant amount of people as part of the Laundry and the kind of like structure that we have in place. But we haven't organized that many, to be honest, because the event manager that was working for Novoda went on maternity leave. At the same time, we had COVID. And it's been a bit like, what do we do? how should we manage this, and it's been put a bit on the, or paused it. If that makes sense. How about yourself?
And maybe not a bad thing, right? Mark and I were talking a lot about burnout. I mean, it'll be interesting to see how it comes back together and how it's kind of formed its own little things maybe in the intervening time, right? Because I know one of the questions Theo posed was around weathering entropy. And, you know, my first thought about that was there's a life cycle to everything. Like things morph. And sometimes I think the harder you try to stop that from happening, you kick off some kind of different system in motion by doing that anyway. I mean, there are very organic ebbs and flows, and new groups or a new part of the tech comes down the line, and those people really want to focus on that. So maybe there's a subgroup. I know in Tampa, the Tampa Bay Agile meetups have grown very large. Over, I think, probably close to 3,500 now. And I was a co-organizer for a few years. But the idea that the founders had for that group was that all things Agile, they would try to pull the other groups in so everything lived under one umbrella and people could see all the events for all the different groups, product owner groups, Scrum Master Guild, the overall meetup, Heart of Agile, all of those exist, under the same umbrella, so that people with different interests could easily see what was happening and cross over or not. But they were part of a larger community if they so chose to reach out and enter into those other things. And so I think that was a great idea, because I think it was several years before others started saying, no, I just think we want to do our own thing. And I kind of kept a larger sense of community together before people kind of said, well, on my way. And so I could see that as something, Lundroid, it probably exists there already, right, Carl? If it's that large, you probably have some small factions they're all, talking outside of the meetup.
Yes, I definitely wouldn't mind that. I think there's a beauty with that. I also remember at some point we were working quite closely with Google, and Google has this global community, like GDGs. Mm-hmm. And we never actually really wanted to take part of that, as in like Lundroid, as in the Android as an open platform being separated from the GDGs, which was always kind of like, I preferred it that way, because of a bit what you mentioned is, it's like directed, or thinking is like a community should exist by itself, for itself, if that makes sense. And if it breaks up, that's okay. I mean, there's no, the point really is to have a group of people that share a common interest and can share learnings together, and also just enjoy each other's company. To be honest, there's a degree of a social element to any of those communities. It's like you need not just the learning, it's just being together. But like, so in your, like, how do you manage such a big structure? I mean, is that nearly, do you need nearly a full-time position to be able to do that?
So I was really fortunate when one of the founders stepped back and said, do you want to be a co-organizer? They'd already set it up, and they, both Ryan and Stephanie, who were the original co-founders, they are leaders that they don't want to micromanage people. They wanted to build a good system and let people do their thing. So by the time I came into it, it is a well-running system, right? If people needed help, they came to us. There's kind of that admin stuff in the background. If you need access to be able to create an event in a meetup, people wanted some guidance and mentoring. How do I write this, or, how do I use Meetup? But, what are good topics? That was always a conversation. They have a private group for all the organizers in Slack, but really, everybody was really very independent. And I think it's initially, Stephanie and Ryan, I'm sure if they were in my ear, would tell me initially it was a lot more work for them. But ultimately, when I came into the system was running really well. And so we could, we had so many meetups a year. that Stephanie and I organized together, but largely it was the subgroups. And then the subgroups kind of manage their own stuff and ebb and flow. So I think it's a really well set up, kind of well-oiled machine. I wish I knew if they had more pain points in the beginning. But I think they were always both really like, yes, we want to do good stuff. Yes, we want to provide knowledge, but you know, we don't want to hurt ourselves in it either, right? They both had very full-time careers and families, and so they were doing their own thing. And they were both, or are both, co-organizers with Mark Kilby in the Agile Open Florida, which is, you know, a one-day event. And I don't know, they're all really, really good. I think they're all the same personality type on like the Myers-Briggs. Like they just work really well together, and they fostered a great system. And they're all true Agilists, I think, willing to like, oh, well, that didn't go well. What are we going to do next? So I think the system somewhat evolved like naturally as well. So for me, it was a piece of cake. I came in, I learned how the system worked, and I just went about my business plugging away at things and fielding questions or input. But it was by no far means overwhelming, because you didn't have all 3,000 people looking at you. They were looking to each other, right? So.
And what do you, I mean, like you mentioned, I think when you started the conversation before, was you mentioned about like your serial volunteer, and you're like, you know, like you just get attracted to those volunteering efforts. Like, but I'm curious, what do you, I mean, I don't know how to put this, but what do you get from it? What you're looking for? I'm quite curious, because you mentioned Myers-Briggs, and I find myself to like, a bit like Mark, I'm also an introvert, which means that like, those events, I'm hyper, but then I need 2-3 days where I need to regain my energy, because you see, like I take the energy and so I'm curious to know like how do you, can you maybe elaborate maybe on this, like say I'm volunteering, and like what does it give to you to organize those events and be part? Is there?
Yeah. So there are a couple of things. I don't think there's anybody who knows me who would ever consider me an introvert, for sure, right? If I ever said that word like to people, like I'm an introvert, people would fall on the floor laughing. Initially, volunteering was a way, as I was trying to work myself into a career, it was a way to get instant access to a network I was building. And I like people, so it was a good thing for me. And it built a network where I could gain knowledge and have an inside track, and then, you know, be helping people in my, having people help me in my career and me in theirs, right? The exchange of those things. But ultimately, what it comes down to for me is a sense of real connection to people. Like that's what lights me up. In any coaching I do, in any training I do, any speaking engagement, you name it, it's about the real connection to somebody else. And, you know, and for me, it's kind of electric. I can feel it when it happens. And that's what draws me to that, right? I feed off, as an extrovert, right? Feed off that energy. And I like that feeling of it. Over the last couple of years, I've started to recognize that the pull that it takes from me energetically is more than I want on a constant basis. Like I used to have an event a couple times a week. And I ran really hard like that for a good couple of years. And now, aside from COVID, right now, if it's even an online thing, I'm like, do I really want to, like, it takes a lot more for me to be involved right now. But yeah, for me, it wasn't a means to an end, right? I knew very specifically if I contributed to a community would reciprocate. It's kind of the natural law, and people do that, and I do for them. But for me, it was that real humanness of things, to connect with people.
You see, like I think, like you on the question you posed before about like coming out of COVID, there's going to be a lot of that, I reckon, you know, like with Novoda, we in the past, we used to do something called the assembly, which is we took everyone from across Europe. We had like offices in Berlin and Spain and people working from Italy and stuff like this. And we would go to one city in Europe for like 3 days. And I remember the first one we did that, and the second time, and every time it always blew my mind. I mean, like the energy of, you know, when you work remotely so frequently with someone, there's one thing, and then interacting in a social engagement is a different one, but they are interlinked. You see what I mean? It's like, because it's like as if you know that person, but suddenly it becomes like, you know, a different context. Well, you know, when you do it remotely, it's like it's on purpose to something. You know, you meet to do something. Well, if you meet like socially, sometimes even I would go to a meetup, not even for the meetup itself, just you know, to have like a chat with someone. Do you see what I mean? Like, you know, that the group of people there have similar, you know, ways of thinking about a similar, you know, topic, and so you can come in and easily chat about that with someone. So I think like coming out of COVID, we'll probably see a lot of that. I think like, you know, meeting so remotely, so frequently, and then suddenly there's going to be a draw, like just meeting in person, just to be together and have this feeling again. I mean, I'm seeking it, you know. I think everyone's seeking it. Like people feel that there's a need of like reconnecting in person, in any shape or form, in the park. You know, go for a run. I need to be next to someone.
And I think I think it's different when you have a choice. Do I want to connect? Am I going to go to that or not? But we've all been told there is no choice for a period of time. And I think even people who, you know, I have plenty of introvert friends who are like, oh, I hate people. Like, I hate people, you know, and they're always nice, whatever, but oh, I hate people. I can't wait to kind of close the shutters. But I think even those people are feeling like, even if I'm on the periphery, like I don't even want to talk to anybody, but I want to be in the presence of other beings. Like we need each other. Biologically, we need that connection to exist. It affects all of us so much that I have a friend who says, when we all get together, it's just going to be a cuddle puddle. Like people, I don't even want to hear it. We're just all going to hug and we're all going to cuddle, and it's going to be a big puddle on the floor, because people are just so craving, needing it, right? Yeah.
It's
so
funny. Yeah.
In terms of community in your organization, so Mark and I talked about the third question Theo offered us, right, around a corporation's involvement in a community, and can it ever be benevolent? And you have an interesting dynamic, because you have the community within your organization that is organization, but then you have the community and your you know, community coordinator who works with, you know, internal and external to your organization. And so how do you feel about that question in terms of benevolence?
That's it's a very, like, okay, how can I put this? It's been on my mind lately quite a lot. I mean, like, the thing is, there's a degree of like similarly with the Laundry or any community, like no recruiters, we try to avoid recruiters as part of the joining this community, because like I remember in the early days, the majority would just come in and send an email. You know, it's like, you know, and the ministers like block, you know, like we don't want just that as part of, like, and you could see them as well when we would organize events, recruiters didn't get the memo, they would come in suits.
Yes.
That's not, you know, that. And again, I mean, nothing against recruiters. I think like there's a lot of recruiters that do it well, or understand like what it's for, and so forth, like what the communities are for, and the likes. It's not too general, but we've seen a lot of that. It's like, okay, well, we need to have a chart on how we need to work with Laundry or the other events, and we kept that this way. I think like we in the all up till like, let's say a couple of years ago, 3-4 years ago, and like people from within Novoda would organize and participate in those events. you know, and I think it became too much, and that's when we had to hire someone that would kind of like look after it and kind of maintain it and manage it, and just like do the things where, you know, hiring the place or getting the pizza and the drinks and all that. It takes a lot of effort and time, but for us it was never a problem because it's so much ingrained in our DNA that was the case. But and then the business grew, you see, and I think like as we grow, there's a reality in which I believe that Novoda grew a bit apart from the original intent of the meetups of the you know, of Laundry. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's like anything, like any company that grows, I think, you know, the bigger the corporate, probably the less humane it becomes. You see, it's like, and so because you have to set up structure, bureaucracy and stuff like this, if you're hundreds or thousands of people, when you're 10, you don't, you see everyone knows each other and so forth. And so the more you grow, the more you have that in mind. And then suddenly we had like all those events organized, I remember. And I went to one of those events and people thought we were a event company, which I thought was quite funny because they never heard us as part of a digital product agency. And it's like, oh, you know, you organize events. And I'm like, okay, well, there's something that's gone a bit like, I won't say wrong here. It's not necessarily wrong, but like, that's not what we do. We do this for the community, not even recognized like that, or saying, okay, well, Novoda is a good company to contact in order to get the skills that is involved in the stake. And so I was like thinking to myself, like, what do I do here? It's like we organize all those events. We spend, you know, like the salary spent, let's say, it's like to organize those things. What's the value we get out of it? And the reality is, I don't really have an answer to that. You know, there's a degree of like, I run Linux. I've been an open source, you know, like I've been like I'm a programmer, you know, and so I'm always about like giving back to like participating and so it's not about like making something out of it from the community, but it has to have its place in terms of what we do and present ourselves within that. So I don't know. I don't really have a full answer. I'm not sure if I made this more confusing, but like I have this one as well, by the way. The B Corp Hamada interactive reading, you know, and I was thinking about this event today because, you know, you're graded as well on how you participated in the communities around you, you know, and so I think there's also a degree of like, I think it's not just black and white from like a corporate trying to like use a community for its own benefit or no corporate involvement whatsoever. You know, it's like, there's a line in between in which I think there's a lot of organizations that are trying to do good. But then there's also an appreciation that like running those events requires a lot of efforts, you know, both in terms of like financial a bit, but more like time consuming and organizing and so forth. And so, I don't know. I think like personally, I want to keep this, like the Laundry and all the events is not the only one, be more, maybe be more reactivated a bit more.
And I think it's, you know, part of what I said to Mark about it was, I don't know that a company has to be completely benevolent, but I do think they need to be transparent.
Yes.
Right. What is it that you're getting out of it? And even if it's like, yay, even if it's a, you know, here's our agreement as an organization with the Lundroid community. Here's what we do, here's what we don't do. And it can kind of feed into your thoughts around code of conduct. Like you were talking about the recruiters. We had recruiters come, we let them, we always gave them the opportunity to be our sponsors, to buy the food and drink. And we gave them a couple minutes to introduce themselves to the room, but you're not selling anything. You're saying, I'm here. If you're looking for a gig, these are the kinds of jobs we're seeing. Come and talk to me, happy to give you a card. But otherwise, they, at the end of that, they stayed to learn like everybody else and participate, or they left. Like there was no real sales pitch, just a 5-minute, this is who we are and I'm here if you need me. And we really loved some of our recruiters. And then there were always people who were coming just looking for like, I want to talk to you. I saw you on LinkedIn, and we were like, no, that's not what our space is for. But I think it was always pretty clear. And I think it's perfectly fine for an organization to say, this is what we're looking for, as long as they're honest about it, right?
Yes, completely agree.
Yeah. So I know we're getting close to time, and I see Lana's in the wings waiting for us. So I just want to, ask if there's anything else in terms of community you really wanted to hit on today before we part.
I like the social aspect of a community. I would like to discuss a bit more on that, like the kind of interaction, everything, like the learnings and all those, fine. But I think like what defines a community, like what makes them stick together is quite hard to narrate or define. So I'm curious on how would you structure what defines a community when you can say I'm proud to be part of this community?
For me, I think again, I'm going to go back to the connection. I think it has to feel like something that is nurturing, and nurturing can be I've been trying to solve a technical problem and that person had my answer. And nurturing can be I made a new friend. And nurturing can be I'm looking forward to giving a talk. Like it has to feed people in a whole bunch of different ways. And I think when you bring a bunch of engaged people together, everybody gets something they need, right? A community takes on its own life. And it's its own organism. And I do think you can do things to break it up or to help, invigorate it. But I think a good community has its own energy, has its own life to it, for sure.
Nurturing is a very good word, I think, like the community.
Yeah. And we all need it, and hopefully soon we'll get it in person.
Yes.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Carl. I've really enjoyed talking with you.
Same here. Thank you, Becky. Enjoy the beach.
Thank you. I will. Nice and warm here. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Should I'm live. Hello.
Hi, Carl.
Lana.
Hi. So I got the tail end of your conversation, and the inquiry that you just posed was like, yes, I'm interested in that. That's basically what I'd want to challenge more, or perhaps to talk more about in terms of what's really the social essence of a community.
Yeah, nurture. It's a good word, isn't it?
Yeah,
thank you. Like, really good to meet you. I was just reading briefly, like, use terminology like alchemist, which is amazing. Maybe you can introduce yourself quickly to everyone else that is following us.
So I mean, Lana Yelenev. I consider myself a community alchemist, and perhaps yes, that's the question: why alchemy? I think of communities as spaces where we can design for transformation. And for me, this is what I love exploring within communities. How can we design intentionally where impact and transformation is deeply rooted within communities? I'm the co-author of a workbook called Community Builder: Designing Communities for Change. And again, change, transformation, impact, those are the buzzwords that I commonly use and yeah, would love to live by when it comes to community work.
Thank you. That sounds fascinating. Design for transformation, community for change. I would love to explore that a bit more. Can you maybe elaborate, like, where have you seen the most change, like through through a community?
Yeah. So I see community life as like layers, right? There's different the analogy can be like a slider. There's different ways in which you can get involved or engage in community. In some communities, the focus is for a sense of inquiry. You have a question, somebody answers that question for you. You can think of it as like your Quora community, Reddit, wherein there's a question that's posed, and you have a community that can support you in answering that. And then there's also communities where belonging is deeply ingrained. Communities like, say, for example, Girl Scout fraternities, sororities, wherein there's a sense of oneness and identity. that is very strongly embedded in the community culture. And when you think of that, you think of communities that really have in its DNA that idea of, okay, there's an identity that we carry on within this specific community. And then there's also communities of practice, learning organizations, communities of practice wherein there's a specific theme that you'd want to explore and deeply integrate and practice with, and you put together a group of people to do it along with you. And it's really revolving around that. How can how might we deeply integrate and practice these concepts, these domains? And then for me, I see that there's another engagement or layer to community, which is communities for change. And these are communities that have strong mandates for transformation. They have clear, clear vision, mission that revolves around, this is the change that we want to see in the world, and the community is here to support that and to be champions of that transformation. So for me, there's that, like you go in different communities with different lenses and with different ways in which you'd want to be involved.
Thank you. This is very well broken down. I think I think a lot of the conversation today was surrounded most probably community of practice. I think like especially in Agile and even like kind of events around technology. I'm curious to hear about actually on the other ones, like the identity, belonging, and the community for change. That sounds even more fascinating. Maybe we need to have another full day of just like community for change. But
exactly. I mean, we're seeing it a lot right now, right? I mean, the budding communities around social impact, about environmentalism. There's quite there's quite a lot of communities that have this strong sense of there's something that we can do together, and there's something that we can change together. So there's a deep, a collective need and a collective grief, I would say, that we're all navigating towards to, and then say, okay, since we're grieving about this problem together, how can we solve it together?
That's a fascinating, again, a very interesting view, looking at it from a grief perspective and trying to work together on that, both I guess emotionally, but also finding ways to tackle and tackle for change. I'm curious on that. So I was just showing the B Corp book just before. Yes. This is something I've been looking loosely through the years, but recently I was sent this book for my birthday, and I was just maybe I should take this a bit more seriously. Do you have any have you seen fundamental changes in businesses by where this becomes their purpose and where it becomes much stronger as the identity of the business rather than the community? Because here we talk about the community that organize themselves around those topics, but have you seen something a bit more at the, let's say, corporate level or something similar in which this they participate in those kind of community for change and then has a fundamental impact onto that change?
Yeah, well, this has been an interesting space of inquiry for myself as well. Last year I wrote a piece on redesigning businesses as communities, mainly because I'm interested in how can we reframe that idea of businesses and also put in that lens of community. And one of the things that came up for me while I was writing that article, and there's this Harvard article around this, is what if we shift the term leadership into communityship? And that for me was oh, that's a good lens, when we think of businesses as communities, then we also need to reevaluate how we look at leadership. When we were writing the community builder toolkit, one of my favorite tools there was the from audience to community. And in that tool, like again, that slider approach, of where are you in this, in this slide, there was a question that was posed of, are you really building a community, or are you building an audience? And if you're building an audience, there's different, when you look at leadership, when you look at vision, when you look at engagement, when you look at outcomes, when you look at time, these are all different perspectives when you're looking at it from an audience perspective and when you're looking at it from a community perspective. So just given, say, for example, element of time, when you're looking at it from an audience perspective, it's short term, like, oh, I'd want to get people in as fast as I can. I'd want them to be able to consume, to participate, to engage within this period. When you're looking at it from a community lens, a transformational lens, so we're moving from a transactional lens to a transformational lens, we're looking at it from how would these actions, say, benefit generations, which is also why I love the 7th generation thinking that Indigenous have of, how can our actions reverberate and carry forward to the next 7 generations? So the lens that we look at from an audience to a community, it really differs. And when we're looking at it from that standpoint, and we're just looking at time, and also from short term to long termism. And that's not something that businesses, have in their DNA. Long termism is not a concretely applied, or really deeply rooted within business DNA.
That's interesting. So like it resonates a bit here. Like I feel like the looking at it from an audience versus a community perspective, it's like if you look at even there's this French brand called Veja or Veja, I think, which compete only through building a community around the principle and purpose, a bit like Patagonia, and this, it's been taking off a lot. And I can see the difference here, because you're really nurturing a community that believes in your ideas and vision, and then you need to work with that rather than, I don't know, another brand that might be just there to try to market for an audience at a specific time. It's an interesting concept.
And I look at IKEA. If you look at businesses like IKEA, we're in there now asking you to bring back their furnitures that you've bought from them, so that they can repurpose them. They can use those back. If you think about it within a business lens, you'll be like, what are you doing? You're keeping people from buying more from you. Whereas, you're now looking from a different lens. You're looking at it from a community lens, and you're looking at it as, how can this be sustained, not just within the now, but also in the future? And what is this impact that we're doing as a business to the future? So for me, this is why it's so important. It's so interesting to explore communities within that lens of transformation.
So how, if you look at let's say the business world today, okay, and let's say, given, this intention with Paris climate agreement, and kind of okay, net zero and all those things, and also the value of creating those communities really seen and being adopted from Danone and others. 10 years from now, do you believe that we'll have a complete different landscape on how business functions? Or 15 years, maybe 20 years?
We're being hopeful.
How many generations?
Well, this is fascinating, because I mentioned to you just before coming here, I was facilitating a call around purpose, and one of the exercises that I shared is how to share the vision of a purpose for the next generation. And we're about a group of 16 founders, business founders. It was just so heartwarming to be hearing their vision for the future with regards to purpose. So I would say we don't actually need a long time. We're seeing that transitioning right now. If you look at also millennials nowadays, they're more conscious of products that they take in, of what they support. So it there. It's already in the field. It's and hopefully, hopefully it continues, and we can definitely reap that within the next generations.
Yes, we did this exercise at Novoda as well of trying to define the North Star goals, and I think in two occasions there was this at least the language of I want to build a better world for my children. I mean, like I have two kids, and there is that, I think, like, which probably is more than before I had children, of like now there's this other perspective of, you know, in a way I have to, and like I need to give purpose of making the world a better place through the vehicle of my business, just because like I have children. Like not more complicated, like I said, like the next generation, and like there's a duty now bound to every business to look that direction. And we're small, of course it's easier for us probably than some bigger companies, but that's an interesting one, like building purpose.
And Carl, if you think about it, we just sit with that and think of how would that look like within the generation after, even your grandchildren. So for me, this is that, if we think of this is the idea that we're putting in our businesses as, within the lens of community, how would that look like for them, for our grandkids?
It's like, thank you. It's like it's a beautiful picture, and I think there's a lot of like, when we look to the future, and there's a lot of kind of like dark clouds, and like we need to react now and so forth. But what you're painting there is like, it's a really good, I mean, I don't want to diminish the impact that we have on the world, but like looking at it from like that perspective of a better society that can tackle those things in a community led, like working together is a very positive image. It's like I personally function better with positivity and trying to go towards that than by fear, and like, oh, you have to change because it's fearful. It's like, let's picture something and say, this is beautiful, let's go after that. It's like as a group of people, or as a business structure, or communities working towards this direction. So that sounds let's do it.
I can see your smile and how you're grinning. So for me, this is also why it's fascinating, because when I in one of the workshops that I did, I even added in, so I logged in two spaces, so we're using Zoom, and as I logged in with the other one, I just put in the future generation. So it's a circle with the future generation in it. And the invitation was, whatever it is that we decide on in this circle, how we make decisions, how we bring in ideas, we have this future generation that is also in the circle along with us. So how does that shift? And this for me is one, if we look at community, this is a lens in how we can do community together. That we see it not just within our generation, but actually it's intergenerational. The generations before us and the generations, in front of us. And it's that systemic lens that makes it very much exciting to explore.
I think like etymologically, probably the term community was pretty more around generations. If you look and you say what was a community of this place or something, like to learn things that you give to your next generation, because there was no technology, let's say.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating now in this conversation, because we're bringing back that thinking into, like, we've gone this full circle of over digitalization, making the world a smaller place, connecting everyone and so forth, in which I reckon we probably lost a degree of what it meant to to have next generations and community. And now we're bringing that concept back, I reckon, into a digital realm. in which, you know, you have communities that could be connected with a purpose that are not necessarily physically in the same place, and having a common goal. Yeah, that's a nice.
It's a big redefinition, right? If you look at it, we're redefining what it means to be in community with each other. Because the old definitions, that specifically definition of community that is location based, does not work anymore.
Yeah.
So how does this, how does this translate within this new way of working, new way of being, where technology is so much a big part of our lives? So I'm curious, actually, with your experience of in the work that you do, how do you introduce community?
Well, it's funny. Like, I think I'm going. We went really kind of wide, and I really like that on that, how I introduced, like I tried, and I think I over-engineered at some point, trying to build guilds and, you know, like community of practice, and it was so complicated and so confusing that I think it completely destroyed the intention behind it. And I researched, you know, guilds, like where they came from in Europe, and like even like where you had like guilds that would come together to define the pricing of certain structures and stuff like this. And I was like, okay, let's try to do something similar within Novoda. And okay, we want to learn a new technology. And so we will have like points if you write a blog post, if you go to a conference, and all those things, because those things cost money. You cannot do everything. So let's try to figure out how we can create those communities. It was a bit too forceful, plenty of workshop, overthinking it. And then obviously it didn't work out, because it needs to come from within the practitioners, you know. It's like, and so like I think my gut tells me, and maybe going back to previous conversations, probably like, again, like purpose is probably the most important part of that. Like, it's like not the what you do, but why you do it, and introducing that at any level. Even from the smallest level to the highest level, and I reckon that that's probably something that I'll have to think about more. I mean, like I'm looking at, like, it's funny, we in the middle of the pandemic, we decided to take an office space, but because we got rid of all our offices, and we've always been working remotely for like 10 years. But we had like physical units, and you'll have like this kind of remote meetings, and you always had this kind of physical thing, and people would associate this physical thing with Novoda and its culture. Do you see what I mean? It's like, you know, you huddle around this kind of like meeting where one is remote, but at the same time you have those spaces in Berlin, London, and stuff like this. And so when we got rid of that, we called them the wormholes, you know, it's called in broadcasting. And when we got rid of them, I think we lost something. Suddenly we are only digital. There's no physical attachment to the culture, where what we do or how we do things. And I was like,
lost the water cooler.
Yeah, exactly. We lost the water cooler. We lost this thing, and it was okay because we knew how to behave, but there was something missing. And I was like, I need this water cooler again. So we did a small unit, you know, like not the same size as before, because we're gonna be remote first, whatever. But I just wanted the wormhole broadcasting. So there's this idea of a physical space. Where I'm going with that, sorry. So the place where we rented is called Hackney Bridge, and as part of their effort, they want every unit to give an hour to the community somehow, doesn't matter what. And I was like, when they asked me, like kind of as if it was they asked me, like, you know, are you okay with that? I was like, I think this is part of the lease, you know, so they can revoke the lease if we don't do it. But I think that's genius. I would like to see more of those things, you know. It's like because I think it glues people together and makes like why not? I find it so, it's so natural, I think, for any business to behave more like that, because that's how we behave as human. We want to do good. We want to be part of a higher purpose, and we want to work together towards achieving those good things. I think, and so being more surfacing that better, I think is more important nowadays. And I think that's how you, by surfacing them more clearly, I reckon that's how you create the community that surrounds it. And then you get the people that are aligned to that thinking, which makes everything better, you know, like a strong purpose drives up revenue, drives up profit margins and stuff like this, because people have this intentionality of working for that purpose. And I think that's, I cannot say we're there yet as a business. I mean, you're never there yet, but it's certainly something that is on my mind, and I'm like going after, and we're trying to get that right. So I would be more than willing to, like, you know, connect afterwards as well.
Oh, definitely. Oh, definitely. Well, for me, this is also why, if I look at, you know, what we can do, it's quite a lot that we can do. And what you share, that sometimes we overthink of, oh, maybe this is what is needed. And somehow I'm seeing it is because we're so tuned in, again, with this business mindset, right? That it's a deficit model. There's something that is needed that is not there, and we provide for it. However, if we look at communities from an asset-based perspective, of a strengths-based perspective, we'll definitely then see it as, oh, they actually have the strengths already that's there. And what we only need to do is, like what you said, surface those strengths. Surface those principles, guiding principles, surface the company DNA, the culture within the organization. And make that be more prominent, so that we can, you know, interact with each other from a lens of strengths rather than deficits alone.
Yeah, I'm curious to know, how did you well end up being so involved and interested in communities? And
yes,
like, you have a very well, you know, you describe, and I can see there's a lot of thought process I've gone through into the words that you put out. So you can see the
Girl
expertise
Scout.
here.
Girl Scout. That's my initiation. Yeah. So I'm Filipina. So I grew up in the Philippines, and now I'm based here in the Netherlands for the past 14 years. So I've been out of the country for quite some time. Yet, yeah, being Asian, the culture is very much oriented to others. So there's a very different perspective from what I'm seeing here in Europe. And I would say Girl Scout got me thinking of how can I contribute, how can I help out, in what ways can I do things differently. And it's not even a formal, oh, this is what community building is about. It's about life in general. You know, how are we in relation with others? And that's something that I picked up in. And of course, I also have my background in family life and child development. So it carried over with the different spaces that I've been in. And for now, yeah, I do consultancy work for organizations to talk about community design and how to help them, intentionally. That's why I love the word that came out from me, intentionally design these experiences for with their communities.
That's it. And you know, you always have like you see, like I'm also like I'm half Swedish, half Moroccan, grew up in France, and I think like the different cultures or the different ways of seeing things also helps, you know, when you, like, I would say, like, okay, travel gives you, I don't know, experience. So, and I think that there's some truth in that, because you see like different mindsets thinking about or behavior between people that differs, and then it makes it a bit more clear of, like, especially when you start a community that is online, because suddenly it's not the idiosyncrasies of that specific culture that is local, and it's more like, which I think, you know, everyone has this idea of what being French means, you see, like, or of being Swedish, or like, you know, and because they have like that in mind from either like popular culture or something similar, and then and so you don't have to express them. People like, oh, French, oh, ha ha, you know, like, and that's okay. You see, it's like, so, but so then, like, when you're like in the digital realm where this doesn't exist anymore, it's like has to be defined to a degree, and you have, you know, you have that one layer, and then you have, as a business, same thing, has this, okay, what does it mean culturally to work here, to be part of this business, and then, like, how do we structure the business so people can like assimilate themselves within, like, as a community structure.
Yeah,
fascinating.
There's a quick answer that I can give you, a framing that I've been sharing also within the different circles that I'm part of, that when we think of what are the essentials, safety and bravery, creating brave and safe spaces is very important. I think that's so underrated, the amount of things that we can do when there's trust within the group, within a community. So creating safe and brave spaces are definitely important. Creating spaces where there's alignment is also crucial. Like it needs to be a match. It needs to be. I see it as an ethos matching. Our values in alignment, and then it also needs to be a space. I'm giving you the shortcut.
30 seconds.
It also needs to be a space where there's restoration. This is something that I've been feeding more. I'm doing a training on healing histories, and one of the things that I'm realizing that there's quite a lot of tension now, or a lot of the problems that we have is because of unresolved historical traumas, triggers. And when we intentionally build in restoration within communities, we get to resolve that as well. How do we deal with conflict? How do we address conflict in the first place? How do we give feedback? If those are not clear, then we get into conflict within communities. So those are three at the top of my head. I know there's three more. So it's for a next conversation.
Thank you so much. Such a pleasure to meet you.
Yes.
And yes, I hope I'll speak to you applying in another method than this one. But thanks again. Really enjoyed the conversation.
Yes, thank you too, Carl.
Bye. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Hey, Carlos.
And so it ends.
Yes, so
we're bringing it home. Long time since I've actually seen you, Lana. So long.
Yeah, like 30 minutes ago.
Oh, this very small world. So, how are we going to close this off? I feel a lot of responsibility and pressure.
Yeah, I do have something that might be what's this, unconventional.
Okay.
So like what I said to Carl, I've been attending this Healing History certification program, and Gary Reese is the author of the book Healing History. What he shared was community is needed for healing to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And it is only in community that healing can happen, or that healing can occur. So for me, it's like, oof, and it puts a big emphasis on why community work is important.
Mm-hmm.
And then I know that when people hear, healing, in community, there's already a flinch factor to that. So I'm curious, what are your thoughts, of really looking at it from that lens of restoration and and renewal and healing?
I love the idea that we heal in communities. I think there's something quite warming and comforting about that idea. I think reflecting on some of the conversations that happened today, I think the interesting thing is the question is, what do we mean by community? Because I think earlier this morning we've had communities of testers and communities of agile coaches and different, and those are communities that are you describe them, communities of practice, communities that are around learning something cognitive, improving a skill. And then when you talk about healing, that's something deeper, isn't it? That isn't about getting better at something. That's kind of getting out of your own way, in a sense. Mm-hmm. It's that release, I think, is the word that springs to mind. And that takes a very specific space. I think it takes also a very specific intention, which requires then specific types of people who hold that space.
Yeah. The word intention is very Yeah, for me, it's very prominent when I think of community work. It needs to have that deep sense of intentionality, how you design, how you engage, how you invite people in this lens of healing is, yeah, how do you restore people? How do you restore community members? And for me, from my experience, the lens that we've been seeing, and if we go within that, within the framework of thinking, yeah, how life has been, there's always been on the go, a hustle, moving from one thing to another. And we somehow have carried that over also within our definition of community, like we need to have engaged people. We need to have everybody engaged. This numbers are not good. When in fact, I see it as no, we need to have spaces where everybody can drop in whichever ways they can, because that is what is needed. That is what what they can.
Mhm.
And that's a lens of restoration, right? That's a lens of healing. It's not one size fits all, but you're offering differentiated ways in which people can fully show up and not have this expectation of, we need to have 80% engagement rate.
Well, there's a number of things that spring to mind. The first thing was choice. If you can't choose to be in or out, or choose to be engaged or not engaged, then is that a real community?
Yeah.
I think an earlier conversation today that I heard was around within organizations trying to create a sense of community. And I heard, and I'm not sure if I got this right, but there's a sense of gamification, how it, if you turn up to all the events, then you are
You get this points.
you're being part of the community. That doesn't sound like choice. And talking to your idea of engagement, I think there was another conversation, or I was seeing before on the Miro board that's tracking all the different conversations. There's an idea, I'm trying to remember now. It was about how do you measure successful community? And I think one of the measurements is, of course, engagement. And what does engagement mean? Well, it's some algorithm that combines likes, comments, posts, number of times you look. There's it's taking a very numeric approach to it.
Yeah.
And I think, and then now bringing it back to the whole idea of healing. That's such a human word. I don't think you can heal a computer. I don't think you can heal an equation.
Yeah.
And when I think back to connecting that to measurement, I remember talking to Charles Vogel, the author of the community, and he was talking about measurement is like, how do you measure love?
Yeah.
How do you actually, and how is your love measurement different to my love, the same, better, equivalent love measurement? So if I say I love my kids, do I love my kids more than you love your kids? And so in the same way, how do we measure engagement?
Yes.
Because it's ultimately, I am engaged. Even the word engaged in terms of marriage. I'm not engaged because of the ring. I'm engaged because of some embodied experience.
Yeah.
And so when I think of healing and communities, I like what you introduced me to was the circles of connection. And I believe, my gut feeling is healing only happens within the central circle. It doesn't happen on the periphery. It doesn't happen with the people who aren't fully committed to the community. Because I think when you're fully committed to a community, you are fully open as well as fully giving.
And fully trusting.
Fully trusting.
Yeah.
And I think that may be a bit of a difference to where some of the conversations might have gone today around community and technology. And an interesting conversation I had with my wife today is like, she was talking about, it's not the same as when you're on face-to-face, you know. There's something about face-to-face that's important. And I had a knee-jerk reaction to that. It's like, even if you're face-to-face, you don't necessarily get connection.
Yes.
And it's how
the depth.
It's the depth. It's how we host those spaces. And I think I have a strong belief you can still host deep connection like this.
Exactly.
You don't need to be in the same building or in the same space.
Yeah.
And it's a mindset as much as I think we can't cuddle and hug and
that's a physical. Yeah.
There's a physical aspect, but also there's a strong way of, I think, deep connection that we can make. And you're talking about healing and technology, and I think there's different mindsets that we can take to this.
And this is also why for me it's fascinating to add, you know, healing within the lens of community, mainly because, especially when we're talking about technology, it takes us already out of the human-centeredness of community, right? The algorithm and all these things. So for me, I'm like, can we bring it back to that humaneness, you know, to humanity, to what makes a community. And again, that start with who are we designing for, in how, you know, how might we create a community that caters to all the strengths and the needs of the people that are in the community. And that might also mean that the needs are on restoration, you know, on and it doesn't even have to be like trauma, you know, you're not talking about trauma, but it can also be like what we did on purpose, challenging beliefs, challenging mindset, opening doors wherein we can look at different concepts and within the community and say, oh, how do we feel about this? You know, how do we stand around certain issues? This for me is healing, because when we can gather together and explore deep concepts that is related to life and community and have a shared definition, that's alignment. That is powerful. And this is why, for me, when we look at, you know, community, even within tech communities, let's also look at it from that lens of, how can we add restoration to it?
So it's nicely, for me, tied a full circle to a conversation I had with Ronan this morning. And we were talking about leadership and how when we build a community around our own personal needs and maybe our own personal hurts, and maybe even we build a business around our own personal needs and traumas or pains, without awareness of that, then that could have a detrimental effect to how that community or business grows. Because if you haven't dealt with something and it somehow controls, or you control the situation, you control the community because it needs to be like this, because it's something you wanted for yourself and there's something that you haven't really processed, then that doesn't necessarily benefit the community or the business.
Yeah.
So there's something there around, when I think of a community of practice, for instance, and let's take the Happy Startup School or any kind of community of leaders, where people are hitting a glass ceiling in their ability to lead or ability to have vision or direction for themselves or the business. More often than not, it isn't about a tactical strategy that's getting in the way. They can learn that.
Yes.
There's something deeper.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if that equates to a community of testers or a community of programmers, but at some level, at some point, I think you hit a stop that then requires you to look backwards.
Yeah. Definitely. And even if we put it in a very simple context, like giving feedback, right? We've had this conversation before, Carlos, and how do you give feedback in the first place, right? What are the ways in which we can give feedback? That can in itself be a restorative practice. Not jumping in with, this is what I need for you to do. Whereas promoting within the community of, hey, these are ways in which we can give feedback to each other and make it as a culture of feedback. So that's a shift already. And that's just feedbacking. So just imagine if we can deeply ingrain it within, all the other processes that we have when we're looking at community life. So say, for example, how do we check in with community members? I know for other organizations, they don't even want to do check-ins within their organization, because they see that it's not a place to bring in within their team meetings. And for me, I'm just like, exactly. That's actually exactly a great space, to hold what is in the collective. And how do we add these processes in? What's the culture that we're bringing up?
So this links to another question that I saw came up today around, is business a community? And my question then to that is another alternative question, or a parallel question: is the business a machine? Because a machine doesn't need to check in. A machine doesn't need to learn how to give feedback in a way that connects emotionally, as well as provides the right information. You can have feedback loops in a machine, but they're very simple. If it gets hot, you cool it down. If it gets cool, you heat it up. But when it comes to someone resisting some advice, because they haven't actually expressed themselves correctly, or the person delivering that feedback or advice hasn't really requested whether that advice is needed, or listened in a way that they hear what's really being asked, then the machine of business won't work, because it's full of people.
Exactly.
They're a bit messy.
And again, this is that, right? Bringing the human-centeredness back to the practices. And if we bring in that lens of bringing the humanity back in businesses, then yes, it can be a community, because this is what we would do for each other and with each other, right? You wouldn't go to say an event and then just say, oh, here's my business card, and the what's this? Do business with me. No, you get into a relationship. You connect with the person. You take the time to get to know the person. And this for me is something that we can intentionally design for. And this is also why, yes, businesses can have a lens of community.
I think people are finding that more and more. Well, I believe it depends how you frame it. Because if a business makes chairs, the process of making chairs is a mechanical process. It's a system. It's a process. The process of selling chairs, now that's a human approach.
The
process of getting people to work for you to make chairs, well, that's another human approach. The process of managing the people that you get to work for you to make chairs so they make the best chairs they want, again, that's a human approach.
Exactly.
And the process of telling the story about why your chairs are the best chairs in the world, that's another human approach. So I think the more we're discovering, I think also the more that the world is based on the flow of information, the flow of stories, the connection of I'm doing something that I believe is going to help you and I'm doing it for authentic reasons. The more we're tuning into that, I think the more businesses having to rethink, okay, how do we connect to that? Or how do we work with that? And how do we work with the fact that people are imperfect? So we need to give them an ability to shake off the stuff that might be on them when they come into a meeting, the check-in. Give them a way to process what actually happened in them so that they can then understand why someone else is feeling a bit rubbish or shit, the empathy and the connection. And then being able to express ourselves in a way that really motivates and excites people, which is the leadership. So it's I think.
And these are all components of what makes community great. Empathy, connection, leadership.
And I think going back to your thing about healing, I think that isn't something that you learn on your own. As a solitary person. You don't learn to lead, you don't learn to connect, you don't learn to communicate as an individual. And that's why I think we can only heal and learn in community. even if we don't think we're doing it.
Yes, and that's the powerful part of it. Of when we intentionally design, businesses as communities, then we can, we can address all these things. And just imagine, I was talking with Carla a while ago. Just imagine how that will be for the future generation. What we're bringing forward and what they're carrying forward is a different lens from what we've experienced.
Well, I think it's a wicked problem in terms of it has such a such a wide-reaching impact. I think of, right, what does that mean in terms of money? Because I think businesses are driven by profit, in terms of sustainability. So there's a money question. How do we behave and work with money so that businesses are more human? How do we work and interact with our environment while still thinking about businesses being human? And finally, what does it mean for education?
Yes.
If we are going to create, turn businesses into places that are more human.
Human, yeah.
And all of these require a big shift, potentially, or either a very gradual change, or what we experience over the past year, step change in our world that has really hurt lots of people, while also, I heard yesterday, has accelerated a lot of change that has already been trying to happen.
Yes. Yeah, we are indeed in a period of acceleration, mainly because everything is accessible right now. We have social media and technology to thank for, with all the information that we're getting in. With also the choices, like what you said, the choices that we are now letting in our lives as well. So for me, what I'm seeing is this acceleration process is ongoing. And I'm saying it already with, say, for example, with my children, how different their framing and thinking of being in community is like. And that for me gives me hope that we are, amidst all of these things that are happening, the pandemic and whatever it is that's going on in the world, it gives me hope because there's so much change that we're also experiencing.
Yeah. I think when I think of change, the other thought that springs to mind is fear and trying to resist change.
Yes.
I believe I do live in a bubble. It's a lovely bubble with you and me and the other people like Theo and Tim and everyone else who's joined this and everyone else who listens to this stuff. But there's a world, I believe, outside of that bubble that is holding on really tightly to a status quo that isn't serving them, but very scared about the chaos
that they're about to,
before we get to a better time. And so, and maybe this comes back to what you're talking about, healing and community, because lots of people have been hurting so far with the systems that have been in place. There's a planet that's been hurting so far with the system that's been in place. So while we go through this next period of chaos, maybe that's why it's a time for community.
Yeah, it's a time where we can say, how can we, how can we design it intentionally so that everybody can show up with their full selves? How can we design it intentionally in ways where, that we can come up with, with whatever it is that we're bringing in the spaces. So it's fascinating, when I think of the chaos, I actually see it as a very exciting space. It's a space of exploration, it's a space of experimentation, and it's also a space of reclaiming oneself That's how I've experienced it as well. So for me, one of the things that is very important when you're looking at, people who are holding on to the status quo and afraid to change their way of thinking, or their mindsets around how we can be in community with each other. My advice or idea around it is, that's why we're here for, to make that a safe landing for them, to caution that, that when they get into a space of chaos, they have people that can support them in that space.
Yeah, I think there's a discomfort for many people around chaos, and I think you've integrated chaos into your world,
Embraced it.
Sat in it, and I think this is maybe part of the challenge, is like, we've been so good at creating order, and I'm guilty of this story as well, that we haven't really appreciated that chaos is fundamental to the universe, the world we live in, and we just have pockets of order that we've been able to see things happen, but ultimately everything is chaos.
Yeah.
And so
our perception of order.
Yeah, we have a perception of order, and that's the shift, though, I think, and there's something around the beauty of order. That's why communities exist, because there's some kind of order there. There is some kind of way of interacting and being. There is a structure that keeps us safe. But ultimately, fundamentally, we are all experiencing change, whether on a personal level or a global level, or even a universe level.
Yeah. And when we tap into that, what you just said, of everybody's going through different things at different levels. This is why, for me, restoration or healing in communities is important, because we don't know what people are going through. We don't know, the shit that they've been through. We don't know what they're experiencing on their daily lives. And if we don't have that as part of our community culture, how else can we know? How else can we be able to connect deeply with others?
There's the word empathy springs to mind, and I was talking to someone yesterday about he has a community, but it seems to very much align with what we're doing at the Happy Startup School in our community. And there's an appreciation of having a network of networks, kind of these very clear bubbles, structures. You're in a community, you're out of it, but they're porous, and you can move between communities, and you can connect communities. So it's having communities with very strong identities. So you're in a safe space. People like me are here.
Yeah.
People who understand what I'm going through are here. So there's a real definition of, I am in this community, but without tribalism.
Yeah.
Without our community is better than your community.
Exactly.
Or our community is against your community.
Yeah.
So how can I think that for me is an interesting question. It's like, we can feel safe in community, but we don't necessarily have to be in opposition when we're in community.
Yeah. Yeah. And you hit it on that aspect around having a sense of identity, but not too caught up with that identity that you also lose sight of, others also have their sense of identity.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes for me with this idea of, when I think of engagement within communities, it's not a one size fits all. It needs to be a slider wherein I can say, for today I'm fully engaged in this, or I've had a really bad day, and this is just how I can show up, and it's okay.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the beauty of technology. We don't have to be in the same physical space at the same point in time to engage. And that's why we've been able to, well, some of us have been able to continue over the past year because of the use of these technologies. But if we forget the human behind the screen,
Yeah.
and we forget ourselves within the group, I think that's when it starts becoming a problem.
Yeah. So we have 2 minutes left. Yeah. What will then be your, last few words with regards to community and technology?
Well, I was going to specifically talk to the chain conversation. I wish I had 6 hours free today to actually watch every single conversation. So looking forward to catching up on the Miro board and jumping to some of the conversations through. I might have to just watch it at twice speed and see if I can do a 3-hour session over the weekend. Yeah, when it comes to community and technology, it's, well, fundamentally the thing I found, community is hard. Complicated, community is chaotic. Community is a challenge. It takes energy. I think when anyone talks about monetizing community, I would just say seriously, really rethink what you're trying to do there. I think communities needs to be sustainable for the people who hold it. I think there needs to be some kind of contribution to make that energy keep going. But if you start thinking purely about numbers when you're thinking about community, then and then using technology to force those numbers, then beware.
Yeah, it's definitely bringing the humanity back in, when we're talking about communities. And at the same time, being human also means, hey, we need space to restore ourselves. We need space to share not just ideas but also our feelings, and we need spaces that can hold the complexity that we're bringing in. And for me, this is what makes a community exciting and generative. When we can step in communities where we know that we can fully bring ourselves in, and at the same time, I like what you said, contribute to the greater field, because it's not just, at the end of the day, it's not just about us. It's about us. It's not just about me, it's about us.
Yeah. Well, as long as it's also a fun place to play.
Exactly. It has been a pleasure talking to you, Carlos.
As always, Lana, I can never have enough of these kind of conversations with you. I'm sure we could have filled the full 6 hours just us.
Just us talking. Well, thank you for this 30 minutes of exploration.
Oh, I think it's over to Theo and Tim. Are we supposed to stay? I don't know how these things end. There's going to be an awkward silence and a smile.